The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Ritz Theater in New York City, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Cheerio. Ladies and gentlemen, if I seem just a bit excited tonight, please forgive me, because Jack and I just got our first glance at a wonderful new recipe book that the General Foods people have been working on for the past year and a half. It's called the Calendar of Desserts. And friends, this Calendar of Desserts is the most attractive, most convenient, most exciting book of recipes ever introduced on the air. In all our 7 years of broadcasting, we've never offered you Jell-O listeners a recipe book of any kind. Frankly, we wanted to wait until we had something really outstanding. And the Calendar of Desserts is it. It's not just a small booklet you'll use maybe 2 or 3 times, but a recipe book designed to be used every single day of the year, with a grand dessert suggestion for every day from January to December, charmingly illustrated and cleverly arranged for rapid reference. Just name the day and presto, this convenient calendar names the dessert. There are 365 different kinds and ideas for desserts, including pastries, puddings, cakes, cookies, and of course, dozens of delightful Jell-O desserts, too. All of you, I know, will want this swell calendar of desserts, and we've made it easy to get. Simply send your name and address to Jack Benny in care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan, enclosing 10 cents in coin or stamps. Write for your copy of this new handy calendar of desserts tonight if possible, tomorrow sure. That was Cheerio, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this week our program originates from New York City.
Yes, sir.
New York, which was originally purchased from the Indians for $24.
Yep, $24.
So tonight we bring you a man who could have bought it for $23.50, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding me about being tight when we're in Hollywood, but here in New York it doesn't fit. There's a guy living in this town that makes me look like Diamond Jim Brady.
I think I know who you mean.
I think you do. This particular fellow is so money mad that not only is on the air for Texaco every Wednesday night, but he pumps gas the rest of the week. This gentleman...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wouldn't do any gags about Fred Allen if I were you. Remember, he's right here in New York, and you might have trouble with him.
I'm not scared of that windbag. And let me tell you something, Don. I've got a bodyguard with me that's one of the toughest mugs in New York City. His name is Killer Hogan. So don't be afraid to ask me what I told you to this morning. Go ahead, ask me, Don.
Okay. Tell me, Jack, why did Allen say on his last program that you ride around in glass-bottom taxicabs so you can look for cigar butts? Is that true?
Yes, it is, Don. I do ride around in glass-bottom taxicabs, and I do look for cigar butts. But I wish I had a nickel for every time I ran over Allen's fingers. That's how our fight started. He claimed Park Avenue was his.
Jack, you must be kidding.
Oh, no, I'm not, Don. Of course, since Allen has been doing well, he carries a Malacca cane with a nail on the end of it. As a matter of fact... Oh, hello, Hogan.
Everything's okay outside, Chief.
Okay.
Everything okay in here, Chief?
Yeah, okay.
I'm on the job, Chief.
Okay. Well, Don, it's sure great to be back on Broadway.
Pardon me, Jack. Was that Killer Hogan?
Yes, he may not look so tough, but he's really a gorilla. But as I was saying, Don, it's sure great to be back on Broadway and broadcasting again from this cozy little theater. The whole staff here is so sentimental and thoughtful.
What do you mean?
Well, when we were here a year ago, I left my derby on the windowsill in my dressing room. When I walked in there this morning, guess what?
It was still there?
Not only that, someone planted a geranium in it. I put it on, and I looked exactly like Carmen Miranda. Tell me, Don, have you had any fun in New York?
Yes, indeed, Jack. The little woman and I have been having a grand time.
Oh, yes, the little woman. By the way, Don, as long as this trip is a sort of a honeymoon for you, I'd like to pay your wife's hotel bill as well as yours.
Oh, no, you don't have to do that, Jack.
Oh, yes, Don, I insist.
Well, gee, thanks very much. Darn nice of you.
That's all right. By the way, where are you living?
At the Ritz-Carlton.
Yikes! All right, Don, I made a promise, and I'm going through with it. You can live at the Ritz.
Thanks.
Now, here's a handful of nickels. You know where to eat. Oh, you standing in line for change, you know.
Hey, Chief. There's a dame out here. Should I let her in?
A dame?
Yeah, she looks like a gun mouse.
Out of my way, dreamboat, or I'll scuttle you.
Mary. Yeah, aren't you the one, though? You know, Mary, you got a bigger reception than I did.
Well, I didn't sell my tickets. I gave them away.
I gave mine away, too. Hogan, what are you standing there for?
She took my blackjack away from me.
Mary, please return Mr. Hogan's blackjack.
Some blackjack. It's got sachet in it.
Never mind, hand it over.
Okay. Here it is, Hogan.
Ow! Darn you.
Mary, I won't have you beating up my bodyguard. You can go, Hogan.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Mary, was that nice?
Fine bodyguard.
Oh, he's all right.
Well, with your body, I guess it's okay.
Just leave him alone, that's all.
Okay. Hello, Don. How's the little woman?
Oh, she's just fine, thanks. And you know what, Mary?
What?
Jack is paying all of our expenses at the Ritz-Carlton.
That's great. Jack who?
Jack me, that's who. I'm paying all the expenses for Don and his wife while they're in New York.
Now anything can happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see men walking down the street with geraniums growing out of their derbies.
I can show you one of them, too. So it's no miracle.
By the way, Mary, I saw you last night at the Ed Wynn show. Did you see it, Jack?
Edwin? No, not yet, Don.
Well, don't miss it. He's a scream. I tell you, Jack, my side still aches.
Oh. Edwin, eh?
You should have been there. You know, Jack, Don left
That's
loud.
Don. He's been with us for 7 years. Remember, Dan was the fellow we had 9 years ago. You remember? Huh?
You know, Jack,
What?
John laughs louder at Edwin than he does at you.
Oh, he does, eh?
What else did you see, Mary?
Oh, I saw a lot of swell shows. I've been going every night.
Edwin, eh?
I saw George Washington slept here and Panama Hattie and
Just a minute, Mary. Listen, Wilson, what's so funny about Ed Wynn?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jack, I think he's one of the best comedians I've ever seen.
Oh, you do, eh?
Yes, I do.
Well, that did it.
Dig, Wilson, there goes your wife's hotel bill.
The nickels he can keep. What a traitor.
Say, Chief,
What?
there's a young fellow out in the hall who claims he's a tenor. Should I give him the old one, too?
No, let him in.
Okay, come in, you.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
You can go now, killer. Dennis, give Mr. Hogan his blackjack. I said give it to him.
Here you are.
Oh, keep it. Somebody else will take it anyway.
You let him alone, Dennis.
Who is he, Mr. Benny?
My bodyguard. I got him in case Fred Allen tries to have me slugged around here, you know.
Well, you don't have to worry about anyone annoying you at the hotel, Mr. Benny. You're at the Sherry Netherlands, aren't you?
Yes, Dennis, why?
Well, my uncle is the house detective there.
Oh, is that so? What's his name?
Tiptoes McNulty.
Oh, yes, I met him. And by the way, I wish you'd speak to him, Dennis. He threw an aunt of mine out of my room yesterday. It was very embarrassing.
I'll mention it to him.
Thanks. Well, Dennis, as long as Phil isn't here yet for his band number, how about doing your song?
Okay.
I wonder where he is anyway. Say, Mary, did you call Phil at his hotel like I told you to?
Yes, and before I could tell him who I was, he made a date with me.
Oh, well, he'll probably be along pretty soon. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have your number.
Okay.
Now what? Come in.
Mr. Benny,
Yes.
it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to our...
Thanks, Hogan. Drag him out.
Okay, Chief, I knew I'd get rolling.
I had faith in you, Hogan. Believe me.
Once before I fell in love so blindly, never asking how, or why, or when. Darling, I was treated so unkindly, I resolved I'd never fall again. There I go, pleading with my heart again. There I go, acting not so smart again. Oh, it's unwise, I can't disguise my love. Oh, I know too much love may curb the fire. There I go, led astray by my desire. There's no golden rule to guide a fool in love. I tell my heart, be careful, or you'll find that you dream alone. I'm wise, it's true, what good does it do? My heart has a mind of its own, dear, and there I go, filling all the dreams I knew. There I go, thrillingly in love with you. Don't know you care, darling. There I go.
That was There I Go, sung by Dennis Day, and very good. By the way, Dennis, you remember before we left Hollywood, I promised your mother I'd keep an eye on you and see that you behaved yourself.
Who, me?
Yes, you. I don't want to stop you from having a good time here in New York, but I don't like the idea of your going to burlesque shows and then waiting at the stage entrance for the girls. That isn't nice.
Well, you do it.
Now, Dennis, after all, I'm a little older than you are.
A little, he says.
I mean, I'm an adult. In the first place, I was waiting at the stage door for my aunt, Bumps Benny, the dub dancer. And in the second place, Dennis...
Hiya, Jackson. Look what I found out in the hall.
Phil, put Hogan down.
Okay, well, here I am, folks. Come on, patty cake.
You had to ask for it, didn't you? All right, killer, you can go.
Should I give him the old 1-2, Chief?
No, just get out.
Okay, I'm on the job, Chief.
Say, who is that guy?
Never mind him, Phil. What's the idea of showing up so late?
Well, you know how it is, Jackson. I only get to the big town once a year. I got a lot of things to do, a lot of things to see.
Uh-huh.
Now, take this afternoon, for instance. I went to Staten Island.
You went to Staten Island? How did that happen?
I followed a blonde into a hotel that turned out to be a ferry boat.
Oh, so you went to Staten Island, eh, Phil?
Yeah, I took a trip all around the harbor. You ought to do that sometime, Jackson. It's very educating.
Oh, oh, it must be.
Yeah, I've seen the Battery and the Skyline, and I've seen the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, you seen them?
Yeah. And then when I got back, I seen Alice Island.
You mean Ellis Island?
No, Alice. She lives on 46th Street.
Oh, Alice Island. Oh, yes, yeah. Remember, Mary, that's the girl we saw Phil with the other night.
She looks like Ellis Island.
Well, we're right back in the harbor again. Anyway, Phil, it's nice to do a little sightseeing while we're in New York.
Oh, boy, Fifth Avenue on a windy day.
Now, cut that out. What a guy.
Say, Phil, don't forget you promised to take me to see Life with Father next week.
It's a date, Mary.
Wait a minute, Mary. I took you to see Life with Father the last time we were in New York.
Yeah, but look where we sat. Way, way up at the balcony.
Oh, we weren't up so high.
Go on. A St. Bernard dog brought us our program.
Now, don't be silly. We couldn't have been so far up. I saw the whole show.
Sure, but when the curtain went down on the first act, you said, look, somebody dropped their handkerchief.
All right, I'm a comedian. I'm supposed to say funny things once in a while.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, fine.
There's a man outside that says he's a doctor.
A doctor?
Yes. Should I give him the old one, too?
No, where is he?
Jack, look, it's that quack you had in Hollywood.
From Holly. Oh, my goodness.
Well, how's my little man this chilly willy day?
Now, Dr. Leroy, what are you doing in New York?
You're the only patient I've got, and you're not going to get away from me.
But, Doctor, I'm cured. I told you my cold is gone.
Well, if you can't catch one here, I'm ashamed of you.
Look, Doc, there's nothing wrong with me. I feel wonderful.
Now, open your coat. I want to tap your chest.
Oh, what's the use?
Now, hold still.
You see, there's nothing wrong.
Now, let's try over here.
Well, there goes my watch. Now, Doc, will you please leave me alone?
Now, just a minute. I want to see if your lungs are all right. Take a deep breath.
Oh.
Come on now. Take a real deep breath.
Oh, all right.
Now, hold it.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Jack is holding his breath, why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O? It is not only tempting, but economical and easy to make. Jell-O comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. So always look for the big red letters on the box. I thank you.
Well, good night, Mr. Benny. I'll see you tomorrow, and you can exhale.
I'm exhaling right now. For heaven's sake, how long do you think I can hold my breath?
Look at his face, Doc. It's all blue.
Don't worry. It'll go back to gray in just a minute. Goodbye.
Imagine that guy coming all the way from Los Angeles just to break your watch.
Well, it's all Rochester's fault. I told him before we left Hollywood to call up the doctor, tell him I don't need him anymore.
Hey, Jackson, where is Rochester?
I don't know. I haven't seen him since our first day in town. We got off the train. He came to the hotel with me, unpacked my trunk, pressed my new brown suit, put it on, and that's the last I saw him. Now, Phil, play a number while I cool off a little, will you?
Okay, but listen, Jackson, this isn't my regular band, so don't expect too much.
Phil, believe me, if they hit just one good note during the entire number, you have not made this trip in vain. Now, go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes? Thanks, Hogan. Drag him out again. So you're the one played by Phil Harris and his New York Orchestra. Say, where'd you get this aggregation, Phil?
Well, I borrowed a few of the boys from Tommy Dorsey, and then I got a couple from Joe Reichman.
I see.
And I got the brass section from Abe Lyman.
I thought so. I can smell the pastrami from here. No kidding. I never saw a guy in Lyman's band order anything that didn't have a dill pickle laying alongside of it. Say, Phil, I noticed during your last number, one of your musicians wasn't playing at all. He just sat there with the instrument on his lap.
I got it from Stokowski. He wouldn't play with us for $1 million.
Oh, well, I can see his side of it. Say, Mary, do me a favor, will you?
What do you want?
Get my little book out of my overcoat. I've got some phone numbers there where I might be able to reach Rochester.
Okay.
I'll find out once and for all whether he's California's ambassador to Harlem or working for me.
Hey, Chief.
Oh, brother. What is it, Hogan?
There's a guy out here who says he's the mayor.
The mayor?
Yes, he don't look like LaGuardia to me.
You don't, eh?
Hello, Jack. Can I see you for a minute?
What? Why, it's the mayor of Waukegan, Bidey Talcott. Come on in, Bidey. Well, this certainly is a surprise. I'm glad to see you, Bidey. Listen, Hogan, this gentleman is the mayor of my hometown.
Oh. Then I'm glad I didn't give him the old 1-2.
What do you mean with that old 1-2?
1-2, button my shoe, 3-4, shut.
Get out of here, will you? Holy smoke.
My goodness, Jack, who was that fellow?
Well, it's like this, Bidey. Fred Allen's got a bunch of thugs out, looking for... I had to hire a bodyguard. Say, Bidey, you know the gang, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Phil. Don?
Glad to see you, Mayor Talcott.
Hiya, buddy. What's cooking?
Phil, please.
Well, there's Kenny Bakey. Hello, Kenny.
Bakey?
Kenny Bakey.
Hello. Dennis, wake up. You're not Kenny Baker.
What's the difference? A tenor's a tenor.
Well, I've had trouble with all of them, if that's what you mean. Tell me, Bidey, how's the old gang in Waukegan? How's Julius Finnegan and Stub Wilbur?
Oh, they're around. The last time I saw Stub, he was on the floor of his garage.
Oh, fixing a car, eh?
Nope, just laying there.
Good old Stub.
Here's your little red book, Jack.
Thanks. Oh, Mary, you remember Bidey Talcott, the mayor of Waukegan, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bidey. What's that under your nose?
It's a mustache. He's always had it. Say, Bidey, I meant to ask you, isn't that your gavel sticking out of your coat pocket there?
Yeah.
What do you need that for? You're in New York.
I brought some walnuts with me.
I see.
Goody. After the show, we'll have a party.
Now, cut that out. Excuse me a minute, Bidey. Say, Mary, I've got to get in touch with Rochester. Call up this first number in my little book. He may be there.
Okay.
Well, Bidey, I can't get over your being in New York. What's the big idea?
I came to see you about the premiere of your picture, Jack. We're all set for you in Waukegan.
In Waukegan? Why, Bidey, didn't you know the premiere of Love Thy Neighbor is being held right here in New York Tuesday night?
Well, I'll be doggone.
Jack, that number's ringing.
Give me the phone. Excuse me, Bidey. Hello? Hello?
Hello. This is the Harlem Social, Benevolent, and Spare Ribs Every Thursday Club.
Oh, can you tell me if Rochester's there?
Come again?
Rochester Van Jones. He works for me, and I want to talk to him.
Are you Mr. Jack Benny?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, oh, is he there or not?
Well, he was here, Mr. Benny, but as soon as he won, he left.
Oh, I see. Was he shooting craps?
He must have been. We ain't much on backgammon up here.
Oh. Well, where do you think I can get in touch with Rochester?
You might call Monument 81700. That's his girlfriend.
All right, thank you. Mary, try Monument 81700.
Okay, Chief.
Oh, Bidey.
Yes, Jack.
I'm surprised you didn't know about the premiere being held in New York.
Well, can't you switch it to Waukegan?
Not very well. You see, it's all set for the Paramount Theater here Tuesday night.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Look, Bidey, there was nothing I could
Here
do.
you are, Jack.
Give me that phone. Excuse me, Bidey. Hello?
Susan Brown, the sweetest gal in town, talking.
Well, Miss Brown, this is Jack Benny.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester. Is he there?
He was here.
Oh. Well, do you think he'll come back?
In all modesty, I can guarantee that.
Well, Miss Brown, when he returns, will you please have him call my hotel? And also tell him he's not getting any salary this week.
That ain't gonna worry him much. He got a pair of dice that must have gone to Harvard.
Oh, he has. Well, Miss Brown, where do you think I could reach him right now?
Well, he left a number here. Lehigh 25863.
Lehigh 25863. Is that another girl?
If it is, you better start looking for a new butler.
Well, I'll call it anyway. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Doggone, that boy's always in trouble.
Say, Mary.
What?
Rochester won a lot of money in a crap game last night.
Well, figure out some way to get it yourself. I'm busy.
That's not why I mentioned it. Dial Lehigh 25863 and we'll see if we can get Rochester there.
Okay.
You know, Bitey, I'm awfully sorry about the premiere, but didn't you get my letter?
Sure, but I want the opening in Waukegan.
So do I, Bitey, but it can't be done.
Well, why not?
Look, Bitey, if I told you once, I told you 5 times. The premiere's in New York. There's nothing I can do about
Here
it.
you are, Jack.
Give me the phone. Excuse me, Bitey. Hello?
Hello, Lennox Avenue, Jim till you spin club.
Now, look, Mr.
Radcliffe Spears Jr. talking.
Now, look, Radcliffe, I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester Van Jones.
Uh-oh.
This is Jack Benny.
You heard me, didn't you?
Now, listen, what about Rochester? Is he there?
He was, yeah, but he made his point and left.
I know. I understand he's been very lucky.
Lucky, he says.
Now, Radcliffe, please tell me, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey, Sylvester, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey, Pancake, where did Rochester go?
I don't know. Hey,
Never mind, let it go. I'll find him myself. Now, look, Bitey, I did everything I could to have the premiere held in Waukegan. I went to Paramount. Personally, I argued about it. But they insisted that it must be in New York. So you see, Bitey, if there was anything I could possibly do, I'd be only too glad to do it. This is the last number of the 11th program in the current Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night, still broadcasting from New York City. Say, Bitey, as long as you're in town, how about sticking around till Tuesday and see the opening of our picture?
Okay. Of course, I'll have to call up the little woman.
Now you're talking. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me. Here, ladies and gentlemen, are two of the most welcome sights in the world. The fat, saucy robin hopping on the lawn, first happy sign of spring, and that perfect dessert for spring, the shimmering mold of rich, radiant Jell-O. Yes, Jell-O is a gay, tempting treat with brilliant flower-like colors that promise a true feast of flavor and keep that promise in a big way. It's simply full of grand, exciting goodness that makes friends quickly and keeps them long. And when you serve any one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, you can be sure everybody will like it, because Jell-O has a delightful, refreshing taste, as inviting as the fresh, ripe fruit itself. So folks, enjoy this rich, striking dessert just as often as you can. Help yourself to happy meals by always asking for Jell-O. And when you buy, be sure to look for those big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a perfect dessert. That was Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, this is the beginning of spring. Tiny blades of grass are peeping through the soil. Blossoms are bursting into bloom. The harsh winds of winter have changed to soft, balmy breezes. So without further ado, we bring you a man who is still wearing his longies, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I don't mind your kidding about my age or my dramatic ability or my work in pictures or a lot of other things. But I think that my underwear is my own business. Is there nothing sacred around here? Heaven.
But, Jack, spring is here. Don't you think you ought to change into your shorts?
Don, this is only the first week in April. When the butterflies come out of their cocoons, I'll come out of mine. Until then, I'm taking no chances.
Now, Jack, aren't you being just a little overcautious? The winters are so mild out here.
He's right, Jackson. You're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
What did you say, corn fuchsias? What was that?
I said you're the only guy in Southern California that wears long underwear.
Oh, yeah? Did you ever see Tyrone Power's backyard on a Monday morning? Don't tell me those are Annabella's. And another thing, Phil. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Another thing, Phil, that reminds me. I wish you'd stop running around telling everybody that I wear pajamas with feet in them.
Well, you do, don't you?
That was one night when I forgot to take off my inner socks. Just one.
Inner socks? My goodness, Jack. What's the idea of wearing two pair of socks?
He bought some big shoes cheap.
Now, wait a minute, fellas, wait a minute. Don started out with a beautiful poetic introduction about blades of grass and blossoms on the trees and balmy breezes, so let's stay in the mood.
You're right, Jack. Spring is beautiful.
I'll say it is.
You know, I was out in my yard this morning, and I saw the cutest little robin.
Yeah?
Gee, he was sweet.
Oh, I love robins.
And he just got in from the south.
How do you know?
He wasn't unpacked yet.
Now, cut it out! Heavens to Betsy. You have to make a gag out of everything. Now, isn't there any romance in this crowd at all?
I was up all night, if that's what you mean.
I don't mean that. I'm talking about spring, birds, nature, flowers. Gee, doesn't a buttercup mean anything to you, Phil?
Yeah, but don't let it get around.
I won't. But no kidding, fellas. This is the season of the year when we should have joy in our hearts. We should be happy and gay.
I'm happy, Mr. Benny.
I know you are, Dennis. You're always happy.
What a mallet his head would make.
Mary, believe me, it's a real pleasure to have one person around here that's contented and glad he's working for me. That kid's going to get a raise.
What are you going to do, let him stand on a box?
No, I'm not going to let him stand in the box. I'm going to give Dennis an increase in salary.
I've heard that too, Dennis. Don't go out and buy a car.
Now, just a second, Phil. I don't know what you're complaining about. Remember that day you came to me looking for a job 4 years ago? Mr. Benny, you said. You called me Mr. Benny then. Mr. Benny, you said, please put me to work on your program. My beer garden job is all right, but I want to improve it. I want to get somewhere. Remember that, Phil?
Yes, but...
And I said to you, cheer up, young man. I'll take you under my wing. Well, Phil, I've kept my word, and you've been with me ever since.
That's true, Jackson, but I still think that I'm not getting enough dough.
Listen, Phil. Listen to me. Always be loyal and always be true to those who have toiled and struggled for you. It isn't the salary or money you get. It's the smile of a friend that counts. You can bet. For Benny's your pal, your buddy, your friend. He won't let you down. He'll stick to the end. So if it's money you want, pal, speak up, that's all. And I'll have a new orchestra beginning next fall. Applause. Thank you. Now, Mary, you're next. Have you any complaints to make, young lady?
No, Jack, it's wonderful working for you. It's heaven, it's paradise. Skies are all blue.
Well.
You're so sweet and charming, and you never irk. But in spite of all this, I think you're a...
Now, Don, have you anything to complain about?
No, Jack, I'm happy here working for you. There's no other thing that I would rather do. I'm glad to be able to stand up and shout that Jell-O's so tempting it melts in your mouth.
Is it easy to make, Don? Oh, tell us, pray do.
Not only that, it's economical, too.
Then what should I tell my dear cousin Mo, sir?
Tell him to run to his neighborhood grocer.
Well, we dragged that in beautifully. And now let us hear from our own Dennis Day. Have you got a song, something mellow or gay?
Oh, yes, sir, I have, and it's really brand new.
Well, go ahead, swing it. Come on, let it go. Or go. Sing, Dennis. Doesn't spring make you silly, folks?
There lies lies my kind of country. Round that last bend we're heading for. Old-timer, stay with me, and tonight we'll see my kind of country once more. There lives my kind of people, where that sundown smiles bright and red. Old-timer, I'll strike gold when these eyes behold my kind of country ahead. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever leave my kind of country again. Travel home, maybe 9 more miles, maybe 10. May I ever grieve if I ever live my kind of country again.
Very good, Dennis. Very good. That was My Kind of Country, written by Frank Lesser and Jimmy McHugh for that forthcoming Paramount picture, Buck Benny Rides Again.
Starring Phil Harrison. Thanks for the plug.
Now, wait a minute, Phil. Let's straighten this out right now. You're not the star of Buck Benny Rides Again.
Well, I stand out in it, don't I?
Phil, you stand out in that picture about as much as an oyster in Chesapeake Bay. In other words, son, you could be left out entirely and not affect the plot, the length, the suspense, the write-ups, the audience, and you take it from there. A fine star.
By the way, Jack, when will the picture be finished?
Oh, we're through with it, Don. In fact, I have a little surprise for you. Buck Benny is going to have his world premiere in New York in a couple of weeks, and we're all going.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
When are we leaving, Jack?
Right after next Sunday's show, we're going to do 2 broadcasts there. Wait till a big city gets a load of me in my 10-gallon hat.
Well, Jack, that's the kind of a He-Man part you've always wanted to play. So you finally made it, huh?
Yes, and I don't want to brag or anything, Don, but I think I make a pretty good cowboy.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Tell him about the trouble you had with your horse.
Oh, you mean Abdul? Yeah. What a ham that animal was. He tried to steal every scene from me.
Why didn't you turn him around so he wouldn't face the camera?
He did, and the horse still had more personality than Jack.
He did not. But you should have seen that horse, Don. He was always looking right in the camera and flashing those teeth of his. What an animal.
Well, why didn't you do the same thing?
Because in the first place, Phil, my teeth aren't as big as a horse's.
You could have ordered them any size you wanted.
That's so. Well, you're just making things up, Mary. Because if I have false teeth, how is it I can crack nuts with them?
You take them out and hammer.
All right, Mary, all right. You can get on more subjects. We were talking about Buck Benny Rides Again.
That's a swell title for a picture, Mr. Benny. How'd you happen to think of it?
Well, you see, we used to do a series of... Dennis, didn't you ever listen to this program before you came to work on it? Didn't you?
There goes my raise.
Well, anyway, and you're right, Dennis. Anyway, we used to do those Western plays, and we called them Buck Benny Rides Again. Oh, boy, they were fun. I used to be Sheriff Buck Benny. A rootin', tootin', shootin', hootin', galootin', fig Newton. That was me.
And I used to be your deputy, remember?
Yes, sir.
And I was Daisy Carson, your sweetheart. Remember how you'd always ride over to my house and visit me?
Yeah.
And we'd sit in the parlor and hold hands.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd put the lights out.
Uh-huh.
And then you'd show your home movies.
Oh, boy, was I romantic. And then there was your pappy, Frank Carson, the town cut-up.
That was me, folks. Where's my jug, Daisy?
And didn't we have an awful time trying to catch Cactus Face Elmer, the villain? You know, fellas, I've got a great idea. Let's put on a Buck Benny tonight and show Dennis how we used to do him. Would you like to hear another one, folks? Well, I'm glad to hear that the horse opera is still popular. So immediately after the next number, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you a brand new episode of Buck Benny Rides Again. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
You can be one of my deputies and work with Don. You're sort of a dumb stooge type.
Well, gee, I don't know if I can handle it.
Dennis, believe me, you'll come through. All right, Phil, let's have a number, and then we'll go into our sketch.
Okay, Jackson, do you want us to play loud or soft?
There's no choice, and you know it. So just blast away. Hold it a minute. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Rochester, I begged and pleaded with you not to call me in the middle of a broadcast. Now, what do you want?
Well, boss, I was just listening to the program, and I heard you say you were going to New York a week from tonight.
That's right.
Do your plans embrace your ambassador to Harlem?
Yes, Rochester, you're coming along. But we're going to be awfully busy in New York, so I don't know if you'll have time to go to Harlem.
Let's get to New York and worry from there.
All right. Now, as long as you know we're going, you might as well start making preparations. First of all, tell Mr. Billingsley, our boarder, that we're going to be gone a couple of weeks, so he'll have to make his own coffee in the morning.
Okay. By the way, what are we going to do with that polar bear and ostrich?
Carmichael and Trudy? I don't know.
Maybe we can get him a week at the Orpheum.
I doubt it. Carmichael hasn't rehearsed on his bicycle in a month, and he's all butterfingers with those Indian clubs. They'd never get booked.
I don't know about that. Trudy does a mean striptease.
Striptease?
Yeah, she pulls her plumes out one by one.
I know, but what have you got after the first show? Besides, they work much better with me. Now, Rochester, go down in the basement and bring up my big trunk and start packing.
That old thing? I don't think it'll stand another trip, boss.
Oh, it'll do. I only bought it 4 years ago and was practically new then.
That auctioneer must have lied to you.
I don't want to hear another word about it, Rochester. That trunk isn't so old.
It's got a bustle compartment.
That's for sure. Now, hang up, Rochester. I got a program to do.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, say, boss.
What?
Did you see our new picture yet?
Yes, they ran Buck Benny for me at the studio last night.
How am I in it?
Very good, Rochester. You're swell. You're a big hit.
I think I'll treat you to a new trunk, boss. So long.
Wait a minute. Rochester. And he hung up. Oh, well, if he wants to, he wants to. Bless his little heart. Play, Phil. I Hear Bluebird, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the 24th episode in our Western melodrama entitled Buck Benny Rides Again, or Strange Cargo. The opening scene is the office of Sheriff Buck Benny in the thriving little cow town of East Moo, Texas. Curtain. Music. Hello? Sheriff's office, Buck Benny speaking. Oh, hello, Red. What? Did I hear about Deadeye? Oh, did I hear about Deadeye? Plugged, eh? What did Deadeye die? I mean, is he dead, Red? Oh, his dad. Deadeye's dad's dead. Red. Well, how'd he happen to get shot? Oh, he thought he found a horse. Well, thanks, Red. Goodbye.
What's up, Sheriff?
Deadeye's dad's dead. Deadeye's father just sold his last horse. Too bad.
Good riddance, all. Now, if we could just get rid of Frank Carson, this town would be fit to live in.
Now, hold on there, Deputy. That low-down, no-good skunk is my gal's father. Besides, he's reformed.
Reformed? Why, last night he slept in the gutter in front of the East Move Biltmore.
Well, that's the best hotel in town, ain't it? I remember when Frank used to sleep in front of the firehouse. They had to take the hook and ladder out the back door. Where's Deputy Day? Oh, Day?
Yes, please.
Not too low, Deputy. You're liable to stay there. Now, look here, Day. I want you to go out and catch some crooks. We ain't got a single prisoner in this jail.
With these beds, no wonder.
Never mind that and hang out the vacancy sign. That always helps. And remember, Dave, the next time you go out...
Did you hear that shooting, Buck?
Yep, that's either 5 aces or her husband came home. But that's life, I guess.
Say, Sheriff, I hate to keep harping on this, but when are we going to catch Cactus Face Elmer? We've been looking for him for 3 years.
I don't know, Wilson. That varmint is harder to find than art in the Mighty Allen art player. But I'll get him one of these days. Well, see you later, Deputy.
Where you going, Sheriff?
Next door to Deadeye's barber shop and get a haircut. Then I'm going over and propose to Daisy Carson.
Why, you've been proposing to her for over 10 years. When's she going to say yes?
I don't know, but if she don't say it soon, it won't be worth it. So long, Deputy. Hello, Deadeye.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Did you hear about your father getting shot a few minutes ago?
No, was it fatal?
Yep.
Too bad. What'll it be, haircut or shave?
Haircut. Put the bowl on and let's get going. Hello, Goldie. Give me one of them manicures, will you?
Okay, Sheriff. Slip me your paw.
There you are. Watch out for my ears, Deadeye. I declare, Goldie, you're getting prettier every day.
I am?
Yep, but you've got a long way to go. A mighty long way. How was that, Deadeye?
That's a good one. Say, Buck, at the time they plugged my old man, was he stealing a horse?
Yes, he was, Deadeye.
Bad habit. Sure you don't want to shave now?
No, not today.
There's a long hair growing out of your ear, Sheriff. Should I pull it out?
Sure, go ahead.
Now hold steady.
I'm a-holding.
Here we go.
Yikes! That got it. Well, I guess I'll run over to Daisy's now. What do I owe you for that manicure, Goldie?
15 cents, and that's final.
15 cents for all the other boys only pay a dime. What's the extra nickel for?
You're the only guy in town with 10 fingers.
That's right. There is a lot of shooting going on here. Well, so long, Deadeye. I'm going over and see Daisy.
So long.
Come on. Giddy up there. Well, here's the Carson house now. Whoa, partner. Whoa. Steady, partner. Steady now, and here's a note to chew while I'm gone. Hope Daisy likes my haircut.
Come in.
Hello, Daisy.
Hello, tall, dark, and bow-legged.
Well, gal, you don't exactly have to detour when you come to a fire hydrant yourself. I just came from the barber shop, Daisy. What do you think of my haircut?
I can't tell with that beanie you're wearing.
That's the haircut.
Oh.
Well, Daisy, I suppose you know what I came here for. I've been a-courting you now for over 10 years. You meant everything to me, and you still do. Now, what do you say, gal? Will you marry me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute! No use rushing into this like a couple of school kids.
Buck, I was only kidding. I told you before I can't never marry you as long as Pappy is alive. I gotta stay home and take care of him.
Well, don't you care for me?
Yes, but I care more for him.
Same old story. Where's your pappy now?
Upstairs. He filled the bathtub full of dry martinis, and he's diving for olives.
Doggone him. You know, Daisy, if your old man don't give up drinking, he's going to start seeing things.
Start seeing things? He runs all over the house now trying to trap them.
No fooling.
Why, Buck, you know that big empty closet we got upstairs in the attic with nothing hanging on the walls?
Yes?
That's his trophy room.
Well, I think I better have a talk with Frank and see if I can straighten him out. Well, hello, Buck. Have an olive. Thanks.
Come on, Buck. I think we better go downstairs and join Daisy.
You're downstairs now.
Then I'm going to take them steps out. I don't need them.
Well, Frank Carson, I'm disgusted with you. Look at him, Daisy. Look at him standing there with a jug in each hand.
If I take one away, you'll fall over.
I'll say you will. Now, you go back upstairs, Frank, and get some sleep. It'll do you good.
Okay. Come on, boys.
Boys? I don't see anyone.
That's his elephants. He's got a herd of them.
Well, Daisy, now that we're alone again, how about a kiss? Come on, pucker up, gal.
Open up! Open up the door, Sheriff!
Yeah, open up!
Unpucker, Daisy. We got company. Come in. What's the trouble, boys?
Sheriff, we got bad news for you. Catch-his face Elmer's back in town. He's just robbed the First National Bank.
He did?
Yep, he got $8,000 in my gun.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go after him.
We'll never find him, Sheriff. We don't know where his hideout is.
That's right. That varmint always gets away.
You better do something, Buck. If you don't find Cactus Face this time, it'll cost you your job.
I know it will. Doggone, I wish I could find him. I wish I knew where his hideout was. Can't anyone help me?
I'll help you, kid.
What?
I am the Blue Fairy.
That was last week. This ain't Pinocchio. What are you doing back here?
I didn't get paid yet.
Oh. Well, wait a minute. Maybe you can help me. Do you know where Cactus Face Elmer is hiding?
Yes.
Where?
You will find Cactus Face Elmer at the...
This, ladies and gentlemen, will not be continued next week. If you want to know the ending of this little play, eat a Welsh rarebit, a dish of chocolate ice cream, 4 dill pickles, doze off, and go to town. Play, Phil.
Here's a real prize winner of a recipe that's sure to prove a real praise winner every time you serve it. It's Jell-O Swell New Dessert, Cherry Pie Glacé. A rich, colorful combination of bright red cherry Jell-O and ripe, juicy cherries with a gay, beguiling flavor that will make everybody pass their plates for more. All you have to do is just make up a package of cherry Jell-O and fold in 2 1/2 cups of canned red cherries, which have been drained and sweetened. Then after you've poured it into a cold baked pie shell and let it chill until firm, serve it up plain or with whipped cream. And take it from me, you'll have a grand treat that will win smiles and cheers from the whole family. So plan to have this tempting dessert for tomorrow night's dinner. Cherry Pie Glacé, a striking blend of delicious red cherries and rich crimson cherry Jell-O.
The last number of the 27th program in the current Jell-O series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And, Dennis, that's the way we used to do Buck Benny. Did you like it?
Yes, but I'd like to know where Cactus Face is.
You're the only one that cares. Good night, folks.
and enjoyment for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment, the famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie and radio guide for time and station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I invite you now to listen to Fibber McGee and Molly.
The Johnson Wax Program. Presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with My Red Letter Day. You should see the great stacks of letters we get from women who use Johnson's Glow Coat and write us just to say how much they like this labor-saving floor polish. They say that Glow Coat is so easy to use, saves them so much work, makes their floors and linoleum look better than ever before. Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat is never sticky or gummy. It gives a beautiful polish that stays clean and bright. Perhaps your own linoleum is looking dull and faded. Then go over it with Glow Coat and watch the floor take on new life and beauty. Glow Coat dries in just 20 minutes and shines as it dries without help from you. If you want an easy-to-use floor polish that gives brighter luster, longer wear, insist on Johnson's Glow Coat, made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. And by the way, remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes. Well, it's a beautiful, sunny, and mild winter day in Wistful Vista, and Molly has been trying to get Fibber on his feet for a little stroll after lunch. But he's got a detective story he wants to finish, and he'd rather stay inside. So, here, walking along 14th Street near Oak, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Now then, didn't I tell you, McGee? Isn't it wonderful out?
Oh, it is at that, Molly. An hour of this air, and I'll be a different man.
Who?
Who do you want?
Robert Taylor.
That'll take an hour and a half.
Well, never mind then. Say, isn't the department store over there decorated up beautifully? You know, I always wondered why holly got to be selected as Christmas trimming. Why not maple leaves or roses or something? Why holly?
Why, that's easy, Molly. Holly is the only plant they could find that stays green and still has sharp points on it. That's symbolical.
Symbolical of what?
Christmas. That's when all us men get stuck in it.
Oh, you're just an old cynic, McGee. You're like every other man. You pretend you hate Christmas until the night before, and then you go crazy. Where's some tissue? Who's got a red sticker? Will somebody wrap this up for me? Is it too late to get into a store? Give me some more ribbon.
Don't worry, I'll get plenty of ribbon.
Ribbon? If you don't look out, you might get shot for such bum puns.
Why, Molly, that's the risk a fellow takes with any game. There's just the difference of one little apostrophe between man's laughter and man's slaughter.
My, I've seen more real Christmas spirit this year than any time since 1929.
Sure, that's 7 years ago. It's the seventh wave that's biggest, and I ought to know I got washed up by the last one.
Oh, forget it.
Hi there, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Say, I just met Mort Toop, and he told me a good one.
Yeah?
It's old, but you've probably never heard it.
I see.
It's old, but we probably never heard it. Well, go ahead.
Well, now look. How do you spell folk?
F-O-L-K, of course.
All right. How do you spell joke?
J-O-K-E.
All right, then. How do you spell the white of an egg?
Y-O-L-K. Ask me something hard.
You're wrong.
Huh?
The yolk of an egg is not white, it's yellow. So long, folks.
The white part of the egg is what? How do you spell white?
Well, you certainly bit on that one, McGee.
Okay.
Come on, walk a little faster. Exercise is no good if you take it so easy.
Well, I don't know, Molly.
Hi, mister. Will you pull my sled away?
Oh, hi there, sis. Cute, ain't she, Molly? Which way you going, sis? I says, which way you going?
Why?
Well, you wanted me to pull your sled, didn't you?
Sure I do, I bet.
Well, I'm sorry, but I got other plans. I says, I got other things to do.
Name 3.
Well, first, Dad, why should I? You're pretty smart, aren't you?
I bet you I am, I bet you.
Oh, you are, huh? Listen to this, Molly. Can you spell, sis?
Spell what?
Just spell. Are you a good speller?
Sure I am.
Okay. How do you spell folk?
F-O-L-K, I bet you.
Good. Now then, how do you spell joke?
J-O-K-E.
Wonderful. Get this now, Molly. All right, sis. How do you spell the white of an egg?
A-L-B-U-M-E-N. So long, mister.
Can you beat that?
You should have pulled the sled instead of the gag, McGee.
Oh, hey, Molly, look.
Where?
At the poster on the wall there.
Oh, come on. Let's walk.
Oh, wait a minute, Molly. There's a rodeo going on right here in the stadium. Look at the poster. Roping, riding, bulldogging, trick shooting, bucking contest. Bucking contest. $100 in cash and a silver cup to any local boy who can stay on a bucking horse for 3 minutes. Hot dog. I could use $100 about now.
Oh, now, McGee, you're not thinking of...
Oh, I ain't I? Come on in the stadium a minute.
Oh, dear.
Hi there, Bud. I want to enter this bucking contest. Are you in charge of this rodeo?
Yes, my boy. Glad to enter your name. You can have your choice of any horse in the corral. There's Dynamite, Torpedo, the Killer, Bloody Bill, and Widowmaker. Yes, a fine string of animals, too.
Well, they sound delightful. How'll you take your homicide, McGee?
Oh, sign me up for Torpedo, Bud.
Oh.
Certainly, Torpedo. I'll make out the entry blank right away, Mr.
McGee, Bud. Fibber McGee.
Yes. Let me see now. Torpedo, waiver of responsibility, blue eyes and dark hair, raspberry birthmark on the left hip and a short beard. See. Just sign here, Mr. McGee. Name and address.
Address? I suppose you want the address so you'll know where to send McGee the $100.
Not so, my little optimist. It's so we'll know where to send McGee.
Oh.
Ted Weems and his orchestra play It's De Lovely, featuring Perry Como.
Night is young, the skies are clear, and if you want to go walking, dear, it's delightful, delicious, it's de-lovely. I understand the reason why you're sentimental, 'cause so am I. It's delightful, delicious, it's de-lovely. You can tell at a glance what a swell night this is for romance. You can hear dear Mother Nature murmuring low. Let yourself go so sweet, 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 like sugar-dee. And when I kiss you, just say to me, it's delightful,
Delicious, it's delectable, it's delirious, it's dilemma, it's dilemma, it's deluxe, it's lovely.
Up to ride Torpedo, the Mad Mustang, at the rodeo tonight for the honor of Wistful Vista and $100 in cash. Here are Fibber and Molly in the stadium for the evening rodeo performance. The bucking contests are the closing feature of the show, so they have plenty of time to look around.
McGee, I don't know why you're always getting yourself into something like this. Heavenly days, suppose you break your neck.
Who, me? Go on, don't worry about me. I can ride anything on 4 legs.
Especially an easy chair. Why, even experienced cowboys can't stay on some of those wild horses.
Why, that's because they're the physical type, Molly. It takes a mental type to dominate a horse.
Mental type.
Betcha.
You're putting the emphasis on the wrong end of your spine, McGee.
No. Just the same, Molly, when a horse feels you're his master, you got him half licked already.
Oh, sure. I can just see Torpedo trotting back to his stall and whispering to the other horses. Hey, boys, I had the brainiest rider tonight. He must have been a Phi Beta Kappa. The best I could do was bust his collarbone.
Hi,
ma'am. How are you, boss?
Oh, silly Watson.
Hi, Still. What you doing down here at the rodeo?
Rodeo it is, please.
Oh. I see. Correcting my English, eh?
No, sir.
Oh, no?
No, sir, that's Spanish, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Why, sure, McGee, you ought to know that, being the mental type. What are you doing down here, silly?
Well, I'm the best man at the stables, please, ma'am.
What do you mean you're the best man in the stable?
Well, you see, Mr. McGee, the head man, he is the groom.
Yeah?
I'm next after him. That makes me the best man, don't it?
How did you acquire the position, silly?
What?
She says, how'd you get the job?
Oh, well, they got a string of wicked bad horses with this little rodeo, please, sir.
Bad horses, huh?
Yes, sir. Last man they had working here got kicked by one of the horses.
Oh, my. Was he hurt bad?
They don't know, ma'am. He ain't come down yet.
Well, not to be inquisitive, silly, but which horse? I mean, would you happen to know, offhand, that is?
Who was the horse, silly?
Yeah.
What?
Was it a horse named...
Torpedo?
Yes, ma'am. I don't think so.
Why? Well, I'll tell you, Phil, I signed up to ride one of these nags tonight.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh?
I mean, that's fine, please.
Looks like easy dough to me, Phil. A proposition like that always appeals to me. Give me $100 and I'm on every time.
Yes, sir, but with these horses are $2 and you is off. So goodbye, man. Goodbye.
Well, heavenly days, Eddie Cantor, why are you wearing that old derby hat pulled down over your ears like that?
Why? What's the matter with it?
Well, pull it off your ears.
I can't. I got it jammed on. You see, Molly, I filled the hat full of absorbent cotton so it'll act as a crash helmet, you see?
I see.
Yeah.
Sort of a chapeau de concussion.
Yeah. Don't worry about my horsemanship, Molly. I got a definite flair for that sort of thing.
And the definite thing for your flares and linoleum is Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
What are you doing in this radio, Harpo?
Look out, McGee. Get out of the way.
Hey, what's the idea there, cowgirl? Why don't you blow your horn?
Oh, why don't you blow your nose, you cook shack cake eater? Where'd you get that hat? Is this Derby Day on your track?
Hey, Grandma. Ain't you a little brittle to be doing the karaoke on that corn cruncher? You ought to be home on the range with your knitting.
Pull up your hat, Skippy. With your ears out like that, you look like the China Clipper. Oh, there, taxpayers.
Taxpayer? Why do you call that nag taxpayer, Grandma?
Because he's always trying to get out from under.
out to show her versatility.
At her age?
Are you, Digger?
As another splendid feature of the hoof-beat and hornswoggle combined rodeo...
Rodeo.
Pipe down, my little Heckleberry. As I was about to say, Miss Gallus will now demonstrate her amazing virtuosity with firearms. She will fire across her shoulder at the other side of the arena and burst the small balloons on the board at the far end. Don't be nervous. Gallus never misses. Or practically never anyway. Are you ready?
Ready, Skipper? Yippee!
Go on, that's a fake. That's a fake. Where do they get that stuff? They can't see me.
It's a fake, is it? Well, let's see you do it, Shorty.
Oh, you think I can't, eh?
McGee, please,
And
don't.
what is the name of the suspicious citizen, Dallas, my dear?
Give him your name, Skippy.
I was always known down south as Sure Trigger McGee, the Kentucky crack shot.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now witness an attempt at fancy rifle shooting by the short stranger in the black diving helmet. He believes he can beat Miss Peppertwitch at her own game. Just sort of a friendly riflery, you might say. What did you say the name was?
Sure Trigger McGee.
Oh, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we present Mr. Seward Digger McGee, the Kentucky crackpot.
Crack shot, not crackpot. Get that.
You may fire when ready, Griddle Cake.
Okay. Watch this.
Be careful, McGee.
Don't distract me, Molly.
Hey, who broke my glasses?
I'm sorry, Bud. This is the wrong trajectory. Watch this.
Say, listen, what's the idea?
What's the idea of what, Ted?
Oh, hello, Ted.
Hello, Molly. What's the idea of shooting my baton in two?
Hey, did I do that? I'm sorry. Can you still use it, Ted?
Well, I can, but it ain't right. Play that, boys.
to do what you do to me. It ain't fine to be so untrue to me. It ain't fine, so baby, farewell. It ain't fun to hand it out to me. It ain't fun, I don't stop shout to me. It ain't fun, so baby, farewell. I go on look once to you. You have killed your golden goose. From now on, I'm on the loose. Comes a revolution for me. It ain't right to give me the kick around. It ain't right, I'm not gonna stick around. It ain't right, so baby, farewell. To you, you have killed your golden goose. From now on, I'm on the news. Comes a revolution for me. It ain't right to give me the kick around. It ain't right, I'm not gonna stick around. It ain't right, so baby, farewell. It ain't right, I ain't wrong, it ain't right.
Here are a few questions recently asked of a dealer who sells different types of household products. I'll give you the questions and you'll hear the dealer's answers. What floor polish of the no-rubbing type is the most popular with your customers?
Johnson's Glow Coat far outsells all other no-rubbing polishes for floors and linoleum.
How do you account for the fact that Glow Coat has become the leader in only a few years' time?
Well, in the first place, Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. So women knew from the start that it must be a good polish. Then they discovered it was so easy to use Glow Coat. It dries in only 20 minutes, and it's self-polishing. Doesn't require any rubbing or buffing.
Can you give any other reasons for preferring Glowcoat?
I think I can. Glowcoat gives brighter luster and longer wear, and it keeps floors so fresh and clean that it saves women a lot of work.
Glowcoat certainly saves time and work because it is self-polishing, and it keeps linoleum and floors sparkling like new. Well, the rodeo has proceeded to the point where the bucking bronco contest is about to be presented. Now, we wouldn't say that Fibber is exactly nervous about riding Torpedo, but he keeps reassuring himself that his old derby hat is still on and full of cotton.
McGee, if you only knew how ridiculous you look with that awful derby.
Okay, but it's that derby, Molly, that's going to keep me from getting percussion of the brain.
Percussion?
Yeah.
Why, I always thought you were a wind instrument, McGee.
Molly, don't be like that. Where do you get that?
Oh, he's a tame horse, huh?
Listen, McGee.
Yeah. This Palooka thinks he's getting a real wild Mustang to ride. Yeah, that sure is rich, Wyoming. Can't blame the boss, though, for not wanting no greenhorns claiming damages. What are they calling the horse tonight? Torpedo. Ain't that rich? Torpedo, huh? Well, if he ever blows up, it'll be because he ate too much hay.
Hey, just a minute there, gent. I couldn't help overhearing what you were saying, and...
Well, we come from, stranger. We don't take kindly to eavesdropping.
Oh, but you don't understand, gentlemen. Me husband here is the one that's going to ride Torpedo tonight.
Yeah.
Him? Huh? Well, did you hear that? That one for the bunkhouse wall, ain't it, Wyoming?
Just a minute there, gent. I think you owe me an explanation.
He probably heard too much already, Wyoming. We better spill it.
Okay, but listen, partner, don't tell any of these cowpokes around here that we told you.
Oh, okay.
Heavenly days, what is it?
Well, listen, this hay-burner Torpedo, he ain't no wild coyote.
Huh?
He's a horse we borrowed off in a milk wagon this morning.
Oh,
yeah, you see, the boss don't want no damage suit from tenderfeet getting hurt. So he gives him an easy ride, pays the dough, and charges it off to advertising, you see?
You mean the horse ain't a real bucker?
Oh, he'll buck a couple, partner, but that's 'cause they'll have a little burr under the saddle. He can't toss you.
Oh, dear. Well, that's the load off of mine.
Why, shucks, well, thanks, Bud. I certainly appreciate the information. I'm going to make some dough out of this rodeo.
McGee.
R-O-D-E-O
is pronounced rodeo.
And GLO-COAT is pronounced Glowcoat.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo. What you doing here?
Well, I'll tell you, I tried to get into the bucking contest, but somebody beat me to it. Somebody's going to ride Torpedo, and they say he's a pretty mean animal.
That's me, Harpo. I'm riding Torpedo. You? Yeah. And when you see me touch a match to his tail, you'll know I'm lighting old Torpedo's shoes.
Well, say, for only $100, boy, you've got a lot of nerve.
You think so, huh? Well, I don't mind being churned up a bit if I can just skim the cream. Get it, Molly? Skim the cream? Milk wagon
Ain't
horse?
funny, McGee.
Okay. This is going to be rich. Well, much obliged, fellas.
That's okay, partner.
Come on, Molly.
Keep it quiet, partner. Boy, he took his pick-packing poncho, didn't he?
That flat heel's going to have that iron hat pounded down so far, he'll have Stetson stamped on his stomach. Milk wagon horse. That devil's pumped more guys than a drunken cab driver.
Well, come on, we better go lay a bet, Wyoming. 500 to 1, it don't last 30 seconds.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to present the novelty attraction of the rodeo.
Rodeo!
Thank you, you rat. We are about to give you that excruciating, exciting, exhilarating exhibition of amateur equestrianism which has proved so popular, if slightly fatal, in the past. Folks, Torpedo, the wildest horse of this generation, is about to conquer or be conquered by this fellow citizen of yours, Mr. Fibber McGee.
Hey, Molly, does the cotton show under my hat?
No. Well, say something, McGee. Say something.
Folks? Folks? Before I explode this torpedo, I want you to know that you're not dealing with a tenderfoot. I was once the greatest horse breaker and steer bulldogger north of the Rio Grande. Lightning McGee, I was known as in them days. Lightning McGee, the last of the legendary longhorn loopers and leader of the leather-lunged lariat larrapers of the lazy lizard.
Say, McGee, you better get back into the loading chute.
Okay. Shucks. It's a shame, though, to take the dough, you know. A milk wagon horse. Just before the bottle, Mother.
Madam, we have reserved a seat for you up here in the judges' stand, where you'll have a perfect view of the goings-on. And I might say the comings-on. All right back there?
Okay.
They're off. Yes, folks. Torpedo is booking hard. Now Torpedo sunfishes. He swaps in. McGee's hanging on bravely, though he seems puzzled.
Oh, dear, there's something wrong here.
Now Torpedo lunges. He rears. He plunges. Oh, McGee has left the saddle. There he goes. Up, up, up.
Dear, he's killed. He's unconscious.
Give him air.
Give him water. Take that derby off of him.
McGee, speak to me. Darling.
Oh. Now, who threw that?
Be quiet. Don't talk. Oh, let me take that old derby off. There.
Imagine that. His hair is turned completely white.
That's cotton, stupid. McGee, are you all right?
Yeah.
Are you, McGee?
Yeah, I'm all right, but where are the fellas that told us that milk wagon yarn about torpedo?
There's one of them there.
Oh.
Come here, you Nugan. Here he is, McGee.
Hey, listen, Bud. Are you the guy that said torpedo was a milk wagon horse?
Well,
Are you or are you not?
Yes, but I didn't mean
That's
that.
okay, Bud. Every day, starting tomorrow, you can leave a quart at 79 Wistful Vista. I could go for that kind of milk. I'm sorry I couldn't win that $100 for Christmas.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I wanted to do something with it. I could have bought you some of that period furniture you wanted. Wouldn't you like to have some nice period furniture?
I'd like to have some nice furniture, period.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Next week at this same time, and saying until then, good night.
Among the musical selections heard in this program was Who from Jerome Kern's Sonny. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, the Chicago Daily News Station. Tickets are available for the 11 o'clock Fibber McGee rebroadcast. If you would like to attend one of these late performances, write the Johnson Program, care of WMAQ, Chicago.
This is Ronald Coleman, inviting you to radio's most dramatic half hour, Favorite Story. According to that connoisseur of mysteries, Alexander Wolcott, the story we're bringing you in this half hour is the best whodunit ever written. Mr. Russell Krauss, the distinguished playwright, chose it as his favorite story, The Moonstone of Wilkie Collins. In certain parts of India, there are rumors in hushed tones about a certain yellow diamond, larger than the Koh-i-Noor, more perfect than the Cullinan, more richly storied than the Sancy, which once hung about the throat of Queen Elizabeth of England. The earliest known traditions of this gem describe it as gleaming from the forehead of the four-handed Indian goddess of the moon. From its color, which grew and faded in brilliance with the waxing and waning of the moon, it became known as the Moonstone. In a shrine inlaid with precious stones, under a roof supported by pillars of gold, sits the moon goddess, her eyes closed, the ever-wakeful diamond in her forehead, looking out over the bowed heads of worshippers in her temple. The Brahmins say that Vishnu, the preserver, breathed divinity into the moonstone, and whatever mortal shall touch that sinister stone will find disaster and sudden death. Genghis Khan tried to carry the moonstone back to Xanadu, but he died before it reached his caves of ice. The Islam conqueror Mahmud of Ghizni tore the stone from the statue's forehead and was found strangled in his sleep at the dark of the moon. For another awesome adventure of the Moonstone, I commend you to Mr. Wilkie Collins.
What is it?
I must have words with you.
You'll have to excuse me. My boat sails in an hour. I have very little time.
Oh, Mr. Blake, you have no less time than I, and no more. Here in India, you must have learned that time is as endless as the river Ganges, which cannot be hurried in its course and cannot be stayed.
Who are you? Why do you come uninvited to my hotel room?
I've come to warn you your life is in great danger.
Why?
You have offended the goddess of the moon.
I have no time for superstitious ravings. Now get out. I have bags to pack. I'm leaving for England.
You will die, Franklin Blake.
Very well, I shall die. Men do.
You and whoever touches it shall be cursed. It will wither you as the frost withers the lotus in the desert night. To touch it is to go mad.
To touch what?
In the Hindu temple of the moon in the province of Kathiawar sits the granite image of the moon goddess, her forearms stretching toward the four corners of the earth. And for 11 centuries she has worn in her forehead the moonstone.
I know nothing of this.
You know nothing of a yellow-white diamond which shimmers with the luster of the Queen of Night?
Get out!
You do not know that the shrine of Kathiawar has been robbed, desecrated, and the diamond snatched from the forehead of the moon goddess?
You accuse me?
I accuse no one. But do you imagine, Franklin Blake, that the moon goddess will suffer to lose her moonstone on revenge?
Don't prattle to me of moon goddesses.
Do you fancy that the priest of Kathiawar will rest until the moonstone again reposes in its sacred shrine?
If you do not leave me, I shall ask the hotel authorities to remove you forcibly.
I shall go. Have a pleasant voyage to England, Mr. Blake. For I promise you, it is a voyage to disaster.
Darling.
Rachel, my
my
sweet.
dear, precious,
I
adorable
want a kiss for
Franklin.
every hour I've been away from you.
Oh, it's been an eternity.
Yes.
You have no idea how difficult it is for a girl, Franklin, to be 10,000 miles away from the man she's going to marry.
But I'm home, darling. That's all that matters. We'll publish the banns immediately. And in a month, the Church of England will miraculously transform Miss Rachel Verinder into Mrs. Franklin Blake.
Now you must tell me what's in the boxes.
Presents for the loveliest young lady in the British Empire. Here, this one's from me.
Oh, it has the scent of India about it. Oh, Franklin, it's precious.
It's a good luck Buddha. Rub his tummy, and he'll bring you the best luck in the world.
Guaranteed?
So the natives say.
Oh, thank you, dear. I shall treasure this always. What's in the little black box?
I don't know. It's from your great-uncle Jonathan.
Uncle Jonathan? But he's been dead for 3 years.
Well, his solicitor in Calcutta said I must deliver this to you.
How odd.
He warned me to take particularly good care of it, so I didn't trust it with my trunks. I kept it with my personal things.
From Uncle Jonathan. Whatever could it...
Good Lord.
Can it be real?
I don't know.
I've never seen a diamond so yellow. See how it glitters in the candlelight.
I had no idea I was carrying anything so priceless.
Oh, it must be worth a fortune.
Wait, there's a note. What does it say?
It's from Uncle Jonathan. It must have been written just before he died. To my dearest Rachel, I bequeath my love and the moonstone.
The moonstone? What was that?
Oh, my little good luck Buddha. It's split in two.
Staggeringly beautiful. Do you think it's genuine, Mr. Ablewhite?
Yes, Godfrey. Do you think it's real?
Oh, unquestionably. I'm quite a judge of gems, especially diamonds. I purchased a valuable pendant as a Christmas present for the late Mrs. Ablewhite. May God rest her. Cost me 200,000 guineas, but this stone, why, I would estimate it is even more perfect than the Koh-i-Noor and of greater size.
Worth, how much would you say?
My dear Franklin, I'm not a diamond merchant. I'm a mere dabbler in charities. But I should guess this moonstone of yours, Rachel, would fetch £1 million. £1 million? Possibly £1 million, too. A handsome dowry, I must say.
I'm a very fortunate young lady, Godfrey.
And Franklin is a very fortunate young man.
Ablewhite, I trust that you don't insinuate I would marry Rachel for her fortune.
I insinuate? You gave the thought words, Mr. Blake.
See here, I won't be insulted by anyone who pretends
Gentlemen, stop this bickering. Franklin, I'm surprised. Cousin Godfrey said nothing to offend you. Now shake hands and say you're sorry.
I'm sorry. Forgive me, Ablewhite. Didn't mean to say anything out of line. I've just been, a little jumpy since I got back from India.
That's all right, old man. Well, I'll say good night.
Good night, Cousin Godfrey.
Have to get some sleep, you know. That's what you need, Blake. Sleep.
Sleep? Oh.
Poor Franklin. What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing but India fever, darling. A few more weeks of bracing English air, a few more weeks of being with you, and I'll be myself again. But I've had the most dreadful time sleeping.
I promise you shall sleep tonight.
Oh, if I only could.
Rosanna! Rosanna! Yes, Miss Rachel? Will you bring a packet of sleeping powders for Mr. Blake? For Mr. Blake?
If you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Strange child. Is she new to the household?
No, Franklin. Don't you remember her? Before you went away to India.
Little Rosanna? Oh, she's quite grown up now.
Quite.
Now, darling, where are you going to keep the moonstone?
I don't know. In my jewel casket, I suppose.
Oh, but you mustn't.
Well, why not?
Or would you leave £1 million where any servant girl could pop it under her apron while she dusted your room?
Well, would you have me lock it up in a safe?
Naturally.
Oh, how distrustful you are, my dear. This is not a hotel. No one's going to run off with my diamond.
But a little caution, Rachel, after all.
Why are you so concerned about the moonstone, Franklin? It's mine, darling, not yours.
Well...
Mr. Blake.
Oh, the sleeping powders, Franklin.
Oh, thank you.
Here you are, sir.
Why, Rosanna, how your hand is shaking.
Why, it's nothing. I'm quite all right. Forgive me, sir. Forgive me, Mr. Blake.
Well, what's wrong with her?
Don't you recognize the symptoms, my dear?
No.
The girl's falling in love with you. Go to bed, darling. Sleep well.
Good heavens, what's wrong here? What time is it?
Past 3 a.m., Blake.
Godfrey saw Rosanna on the stairs, so he wakened the whole house.
Well, perhaps she was sleepwalking. Were you sleepwalking, child?
I hardly think so, Blake, because I saw her coming out of your bedroom.
What? I've been sound asleep, had a heavy dosage of sleeping powders. I would have... Good Lord, the moonstone. Where did you put it, Rachel?
You know where I put it.
Your jewel casket. Quick. We must find out if it's still there.
No, Franklin, don't go in my room.
I must. Darling, if your diamond has been stolen, we... Good Lord.
What is it, Blake?
Look in the jewel casket.
I know. The moonstone is gone.
I'm a respectable gentleman, sir. I refuse to be questioned like a common thief.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ablewhite, but the priceless diamond belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder has vanished. You were in the house at the time it was stolen. The government authorities insist that you cooperate with us in attempting to locate the gem.
I do not understand how this is any concern of the government authorities.
I called Sergeant Cuff into this investigation, Rachel. He's here at my request.
You had no business calling him, Franklin.
I would gather from your tone, Miss Verinder, that you have no desire to recover the moonstone, as it's called.
I refuse to answer.
Hmm? Was the gem insured?
No. I had just arrived with it from India. We hadn't had time to insure it.
Could it have been mislaid? Miss Verinder, with your permission, I'd like to look through your closets and wardrobe, just to make sure.
No.
Rachel.
Sergeant Cuff may not examine any part of my wardrobe.
But my...
Well, this makes things rather difficult. What about the servant girl, Rosanna?
You may search my room, sir. I don't know anything about the diamond. Not anything. I didn't even know there was such a thing in the house.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Ablewhite?
I am a wealthy man, sir. I've no need to steal diamonds to increase my fortune.
Mr. Blake, what have you to say?
Well, I...
What's that?
There was a face. I saw a face near the window.
Night prowler.
Quick, Sergeant, out the back way.
Whoever it is, we must hold them. Question them.
Stop, whoever you are.
Don't try to run away. We'll fire on you.
The Indian.
May I introduce myself? My name is Baru, priest of the goddess of the moon. Ah, Mr. Blake. I believe we have met before in your hotel room in Calcutta.
What are you doing here?
My mission is identical with the one that concerns you, Sergeant Cuff. I, too, am looking for the moonstone.
Whenever a jewel disappears, there you have a story. Whether it happens in the Daily News, a novel by your bedside, or on this program. A gem belonging to Miss Rachel Verinder, the moonstone, has vanished, and the eminent Sergeant Cuff of Scotland Yard is on the trail of the famous diamond. we bring you Act Two of Mr. Russell Krause's favorite story, The Moonstone.
Mr. Blake. How's Miss Verinder this afternoon?
I don't know, Sergeant. She won't see me. She won't speak to me. She's locked herself in her room.
Why?
I don't know. I have no idea. Came back here to England expecting to be married at once, expecting to find happiness. Instead...
What's the matter, Mr. Blake?
The Indian. This is exactly what he predicted. A voyage to disaster. Where is he? Do you have him in custody, Sergeant?
Our Indian friend, of course not.
But don't you suspect him of the robbery?
Oh, I suspect everyone, Mr. Blake. I can't throw every suspect into prison. And frankly, I don't think that the Indian could possibly have stolen the Moonstone.
But he followed me all the way from Calcutta. He had every reason to steal the diamond.
Yes, he has every reason to depart for India the instant the diamond's delivered into his hands. He's still here. Therefore, I conclude he is not the thief.
Then who did steal it? Where is the diamond now? It's your responsibility, Sergeant, to have it returned to Miss Verinder.
Even though the lady herself shows no interest in helping us find the stone. Such is the lot of a British detective. But no matter.
Rachel.
I will answer no questions.
Rachel, for the love of heaven, don't treat me like a stranger. What have I done to you? Why are you so cold?
I will answer no questions. I'm leaving the house for London immediately.
Miss Verinder.
Yes, Sergeant Cuff.
This, unseemly haste cannot help arousing certain suspicions.
You suspect me of stealing my own diamond?
I only suspect that you know a great deal more about the disappearance of the Moonstone than you're willing to tell.
I have nothing whatsoever to say. I shall be in the garden, Franklin. Will you call me when the carriage arrives?
Yes, of course, Rachel.
Now, come with me, Blake. Hurry.
Where?
To Miss Rachel's room. This may be our only chance to find what she's hiding from us. Locked.
Of course it's locked.
Rosanna.
Miss Verinder's things are all packed and ready to be taken to London.
Rosanna, we must find Miss Rachel's diamond. You have a key to your mistress's room, haven't you?
But you can't have it. I won't let you in.
But for the sake of recovering a fortune, Rosanna. Something worth £1 million has been stolen.
I won't let you in. Please don't ask it. Please, Mr. Blake. For your own sake.
For my sake?
Hello.
What is it, Sergeant?
This door. Has it been freshly painted?
Why, yes, I believe Rachel said something to me about it. The door to her room was freshly lacquered just yesterday evening.
Then the paint would not have been dry at the time the robbery was committed.
Quite right. This sort of lacquer takes about 12 hours to set, I believe.
And this paint smear by the edge of the door may very well have been made by the person who stole the Moonstone from Miss Verinder's jewel case.
No, don't listen to him, Mr. Blake. He's talking nonsense.
Quiet, Rosanna. Why, you're quite right, Sergeant. The paint is smeared.
And if we can find a garment with a paint smear on it, the chances are excellent that the owner of that garment is the person who stole the Moonstone.
Rosanna, come back!
Stop her! Don't let her get away!
Rosanna!
Oh, you're hurting me.
What do you know about this? Tell me.
Don't threaten her, Blake. Get the keys from her if she has them.
No, I beg you, Mr. Blake. Don't go into Miss Rachel's room.
Give me those keys. There you are, Sergeant.
Here's her luggage. Let's go through it together, quickly.
All right. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything here.
Keep looking in the other bags. Look for a garment with a brown paint smear on it.
Ah, here's something.
No,
That's
please.
what she's been hiding.
A dressing gown.
Uh-huh. The paint smear seems to match. Are there any initials on it? F.B.
Sergeant Cuff. This dressing gown belongs to me. This is ridiculous. I couldn't have stolen the Moonstone. I was asleep.
Were you, Mr. Blake?
Certainly. I didn't wake up until I heard Rosanna scream in the hallway. Let me think. I'd complained about not sleeping, and Rachel rang for the servant, and Rosanna came and brought me some sleeping powders.
Ah.
I remember her hand shook as she handed me the glass. I thought it was curious, and Rachel offered the absurd explanation that poor Rosanna was infatuated with me.
Mr. Blake, I think I have a solution to this mystery.
You know who stole the moonstone?
Not exactly, but I have a plan which may tell us how the diamond disappeared. It is very kind of you to postpone your trip to London by this one night, Miss Verinder.
Kind. You left me no alternative, Sergeant. You take complete charge of my own house, refuse to summon me a carriage.
It's for your benefit, Miss Verinder, that I've asked you to watch with me here tonight.
What do you expect to see?
I don't know precisely. But we've tried this evening to reenact, as nearly as possible, the events which took place on the night the diamond was stolen. Mr. Blake is retired at the same time as he did on that night. He took exactly the same sleeping potion. We have placed a paste replica of the moonstone in your jewel case. And now we have nothing to do but wait, watch the hallway, and see what happens.
Sergeant, no matter what happens, no matter what you see, I want you to know that Franklin Blake is not a thief.
We'll soon know. The door to his room is opening.
Franklin!
He's wearing the dressing gown. He's going straight to your room.
His eyes are so glassy.
He's sleepwalking. He doesn't know what he's doing. Now, see? He brushes against the door of your room, the door which was covered with wet paint.
He'll take the diamond out of the jewel box, just as he did before.
You saw him steal it then, the night the moonstone disappeared?
Yes.
But you wouldn't tell anyone because...
Because I love him. Oh, if he'd steal from me, he could never be a faithful husband, so how could I marry him? But I could never accuse Franklin as a criminal.
He's not a criminal. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's completely asleep.
If Franklin took the diamond in his sleep, then what became of it?
That's what we hope to find out.
But how can we find the...
Put the diamond in a safe place.
It's an anxiety complex. He's worried about your leaving the moonstone in a jewel box unlocked.
Get the diamond and lock it in the safe.
That's exactly the way he did it. He lifted the lid of my jewel box and took the stone out. But I didn't know he was sleepwalking.
What did you do after that?
Well, I noticed the paint smear on the door, and I knew Franklin's dressing gown must have done it. I knew this would incriminate him, and so I called my maidservant.
Rosanna?
Yes. She went into Franklin's room and took his dressing gown, and I hid it among my things.
And Abel White saw Rosanna leaving Blake's room. But where was Abel White?
Abel White. Cousin Godfrey. Where are you? You were here before.
Godfrey?
You took the diamond, Godfrey.
He's dropped it.
Just as he did before. Only Abel White was there to snatch it away.
But why would Cousin Godfrey steal my diamond?
Why? Because he was desperate for money. His philanthropies were just a cover-up, Miss Verinder, the whitewash for his financial manipulations. He'd suffered bad reverses. He was seriously in debt. He was in the hall that night, waiting to steal the gem himself, when Blake became his unknowing accomplice. Yes, Abel White is the man who stole your moonstone.
Oh, thank heaven it wasn't Franklin. Franklin! Oh, my darling.
What is... I don't understand. What am I doing here?
You've been sleepwalking, Mr. Blake.
I have?
Oh, Franklin, darling. And I thought you had stolen my diamond.
You can understand, I think, how delighted I was to have Rachel embrace me, to know that the marriage I'd looked forward to during the long months in India was soon to take place. As for the moonstone, well, Godfrey Ablewhite took it to London, then attempted to leave with it for Amsterdam. But he was found murdered, and the gem was taken from him. The murderer was never discovered. But Sergeant Cuff uncovered evidence that the man was of swarthy complexion and answered to the description of the Hindu high priest who had followed me from Calcutta to England. No one knows where the Moonstone is today, but travelers from the inland plateaus of Kathiawar tell me that there stands behind a curtain of trees a shrine to the goddess of the moon. On a high throne is the dreadful statue, its 4 arms reaching toward the 4 corners of the earth, and in its forehead, the gleaming yellow diamond called the Moonstone.
Is it still there, the Moonstone? I do not know. The years pass and repeat each other. The same events revolve in the cycles of time. What will be the next adventures of the Moonstone? Who can tell? You've been listening to The Moonstone by Wilkie Collins, the favorite story of Mr. Russell Krauss. Sergeant Cuff was a versatile young man from Chicago named Marvin Miller, and from Weems, Scotland, equally versatile, came Thomas Freeburn Smith, who played Franklin Blake. We all hope you enjoyed our favorite story production of The Moonstone. If you dial this way next week, you'll hear Jane Austen's touching and amusing story about how a mother succeeded in marrying off a house full of daughters. Pride and Prejudice, the favorite story choice of the famous American artist and scenic designer, Mr. Oliver Smith. We hope you'll be listening.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you George Burns and Gracie Allen in Our Husbands Necessary. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One cold winter's night 12 years ago, an unsuspecting nation turned on the radio and discovered George Burns and Gracie Allen. The microphone hasn't been the same since. Naturally, we're all a bit nervous in the Lux Radio Theater tonight, but you understand that if anything unusual happens, it's due to circumstances entirely beyond our control. This week, we've borrowed George and Gracie from their usual Tuesday night habitat to appear in a full-length play. What they'll do to it, no one can predict. But though the setting is different, it's the same George and Gracie you've always known and loved, who star in the Paramount comedy success, Our Husbands Necessary. In the play, George works in a bank, and Gracie considers it her duty as a wife to help his career along, as if bankers didn't have enough trouble on their hands already. We have a little complaint on our hands tonight, too. It's from a lady in Toronto who writes, "We listen every Monday to your Lux Radio Theater. You always talk about women and Lux. We think you're overlooking something important. My daughter and I are volunteer workers at the Air Force lunch canteens. When the boys step up to our counters to get coffee and sandwiches, we frequently see a box of Lux Flakes tucked under one arm. We've come to the conclusion that some mother, wife, or sweetheart has told them how to take care of those socks and sweaters that have been knitted for them. My own son, an engineer officer in the Canadian Navy, takes Lux Flakes on board ship with him. I'd say the lady from Toronto has something there, and so have the boys. Now we'll turn the microphone over to the tender mercies of George Burns and Gracie Allen as the curtain rises for the first act of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George as Jim Cugat and Gracie as Jane Cugat. Mr. and Mrs. Cugat are normal, everyday man and wife. Well, Mr. Cugat is normal. His wife is either above or below. It's hard to tell. On a normal, everyday morning, Jim Cugat jumps out of bed at 8 sharp, rushes through his shaving, rushes through his breakfast, rushes upstairs to kiss his wife goodbye. This being a normal, everyday morning, Jim Cugat is rushing.
Oh, Janie, I'm leaving, Janie.
Oh, good morning, Jim, dear. Are you ready for me to pick out your necktie?
Oh, never mind, sweetheart. I've already got one on.
Oh, well, let me see the one you picked out. I knew you needed me. Take it off, dear.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's red, and you should never wear red with green. They clash.
Janie, I've got on a white shirt and a blue serge suit. I'm not wearing anything green.
Oh, yes, you are. I laid out your shorts myself.
Oh, those. Well, thanks for saving me from a terrible social blunder.
You're welcome, dear. My goodness, I hate to think what you look like after Junior arrives. I won't have much time for you then.
Yeah, probably put on a hat that doesn't match my suspenders. And everybody will laugh at me.
Ah, but it'll be worth it. We'll have a little boy of our very own.
Do you still think you'd rather adopt one?
Yes, Jim. I suppose I should be ashamed of myself. I suppose I'm just weak, but I couldn't stand to see you suffer.
Well, maybe I wouldn't suffer so much.
Oh, well, all fathers do, especially the first time. The husband of a friend of mine almost lost his mind.
Really?
Yes, he was afraid he wouldn't be there to call a doctor. So for days he just sat by the telephone and ate nothing but a few radishes and a small chunk out of the mouthpiece.
I guess it's pretty hard on a man.
My friend finally told him to call the doctor, and he did. But when the doctor got there, he couldn't do a thing for her.
He couldn't?
No, he was a veterinary.
Well, goodbye, Janie.
I couldn't take a chance in making a nervous wreck out of you. You've got to be at your very best when Mr. Atterbury makes you the new vice president of the bank.
Well, don't count on that job too much, Jane. Chuck Raley is being considered, too.
But you're the smartest, cleverest, most brilliant man in town.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Oh, it's true, Jim. I tell that to everybody when they ask me what I ever saw in you.
Well, that's nice.
You just lack confidence, that's all. If you go right into the president's office and say, Mr. Atterbury, Oh, wait. I've got a wonderful idea.
What?
I'll go to Mr. Atterbury and tell him you're the only man for the job. I'll make him listen.
Oh, no, you won't.
Well, why not? You know how clever I am.
That's exactly what I mean. You stay away from Atterbury. Don't ever let me catch you talking to him.
All right, dear. But if I had the chance, I still think bless you, I still think I could wrap Mr. Atterbury... Jim, did you sneeze?
Yes.
Oh, you poor darling.
Don't get excited. I've sneezed before.
Jim, you better not go to the bank today. You may be dangerously ill.
Oh, stop being silly.
Oh, I mean it. Tell me the truth, dear. When you first got up this morning, did the floor feel cold to your bare feet?
Well, yes, but...
I knew it. And when you took a hot shower, did the water feel warm?
Well, yes, but...
You see, you've got all the symptoms.
Symptoms of what?
Oh, well, they could develop into anything. Stick out your tongue, dear.
Ah.
Oh, my goodness. You've got a temperature of 104.
You can tell that from my tongue?
Oh, sure. All you do with a thermometer is put it in your mouth, and your tongue is already in your mouth.
But I don't feel...
You get your clothes off and get back to bed, Jim. I'll bring you some medicine. Oh, Millicent! Oh, Millicent!
Yes, sir? Here I am.
Where do we keep our medicine, Millie?
Well, I put it in the medicine cabinet, ma'am.
Well, what a clever idea. Before you came, I just put it any old place. Well, come along into the bathroom and help me pick out some medicine for Mr. Cugat.
What ails Mr. Cugat, ma'am?
Nothing. He's perfectly healthy.
But healthy folks don't need no medicine.
I'll tell you a little secret, Millie. Yeah. I want him to think he's sick so I can run down to the bank and have a talk with his boss.
You sure is a caution.
Well, open the cabinet and let's see what we have.
Yes.
As long as he's not sick, I'd rather give him something that tastes nice.
Well, the pink stuff in that big bottle is mighty sweet and soothing. I took some when I had a misery in my tooth.
All right, I'll try it. The label is full of things with funny Latin names. But I don't suppose they could hurt him. After all, it says 97% alcohol. That only leaves 3% Latin. Now, don't you breathe a word of this, Millie.
Oh, I won't, ma'am.
Well, here's your medicine. Listen, Jim, how are you feeling now?
Gee, it's the darndest thing. I felt swell when I got up. And now I'm starting to ache all over.
Oh, naturally, but I think we caught it in time. Now, keep covered up, Jim. You can't afford to have a cold when we adopt Junior. It might be hereditary.
Oh, sure.
Well, I've got some errands to go do downtown, so I'll go along. I won't be long.
Jane, wait a minute.
Yes?
Remember what I said. Don't go near Mr. Atterbury.
Jim, you don't trust me. He was very brave, Miss Atterbury. He wanted to come to work, but I forced him to stay in bed.
Oh, poor boy. Well, tell him he needn't worry, Jane. Tell him to take a week off, or even a month off. Without pay, of course.
Without pay?
Yes, money isn't everything.
Oh, I'm afraid we couldn't afford that, Miss Atterbury. Not with Junior on the way.
Junior? You mean a baby? When do you expect it?
Oh, whenever it's convenient.
When it's convenient.
That's right. Naturally, I'll wait until after Dollar Day.
Well, I'll be.
Oh, as a matter of fact, I'll probably adopt him the day after the sale.
Oh, adopt him. You had me worried for a minute.
Jim's a little worried, too. He thinks he doesn't make enough to support Junior until Junior is old enough to support him. Well, I told him you'd fix that and make him the new vice president. You will, won't you?
Well, frankly, at the moment, Chuck Rayleigh is very much in the running.
Oh.
You see, Chuck made a shrewd move recently. He bought a piece of property in which an out-of-town financier, Mr. O'Toole, is interested as a factory site. The consummation of the deal will bring an important account to this bank.
Oh, he may be shrewd, but I don't like that Chuck Rayleigh. He never dances when they play a rumba at the club. He just stands behind some girl and watches.
I don't want you to feel that Jim has no chance, Jane. My final decision is yet to be made and will naturally be a fair, square, and honest one.
Oh, thank you, Miss Atterbury, and I'm sure Jim will make a wonderful vice president. Home again, dear. How is my precious patient feeling now?
Not so bad. I guess I was pretty sick. But I'm the type that fights back.
Ah, you're sweet.
Where have you been?
I've been fine. I guess your disease isn't contagious.
No. I said, where have you been?
Oh, where?
Uh-huh.
Well, I've been, to the market.
Are you asking me or telling me?
No, I'm telling you. I went to the market to get you a big, thick T-bone steak.
Jane.
But all I could find was a big, thick fish. I don't know if it had a T-bone, but it had lots of other bones.
Jane,
so I decided...
Jane, are you sure you went to the market?
Have you been taking your medicine, dear?
Yes. Are you sure that you didn't...
How much have you taken?
3 spoonsfuls.
Oh, that's not nearly enough. I'll pour you a big glassful.
Oh, I don't think I'd better, Jane. That stuff seems to make me kind of dizzy.
Here, drink it down.
Oh, all right. Gee, it's awful. Now, what were we talking about?
Oh, nothing important. Any mail this morning, dear?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. I got a notice that another installment is due on those silly lots you bought last year. Of all the idiotic things you've ever done...
How about another glass of medicine, dear?
No. Of all the idiotic things you've ever done, buying those lots was the worst. 16 of them. Right on top of a swamp that was filled in 1888.
Here's your medicine, dear.
Oh, all right. Now, how did you ever let... Say, that's the darndest stuff. How did you ever let that crooked real estate dealer rope you in?
Well, I wanted a place to build a home of our own, Jim, and that development had such a lovely name, Peekaboo Acres.
Fine thing to call a swamp. Honestly, Jane, there are times... Say, that medicine is beginning to hit the spot. I've got sort of a warm, healthy glow.
More, dear?
Sure, fill her up. Stuff's a regular tonic. Must have the prescription renewed. Well, here goes.
Oh, well, I'm sorry you're so mad about the lot.
Oh, never mind, sweetheart. Just forget the whole thing.
You're such a nice husband, Jim. But I'm so stupid.
You're nothing of the kind. You're the best little world in a wife.
What did you say?
I said you're the best little world in a wife. What's the matter? Can't you understand English?
Don't you mean understand English?
That's Pruatly I said.
Jim, are you getting a fever? An honest-to-goodness fever?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Never felt better. Never felt better and better and better.
Well, you certainly act sort of... Oh, dear. Millie, will you answer the door? Jim, are you sure you're all right?
Absolutely. And I owe it all to the ever-loving medicine.
Announcing Mr. Waldo J. Atterbury.
Mr. Atterbury?
Well, hello, Jane. I just dropped in to cheer up the patient. Oh, I see he's no longer confined to his bed.
Aye, Atterbury, old man. Pull up a chair and rest your surplus.
Well, I must say, Jim, that you scarcely sound like a man whose health is impaired.
Who said it was? There's nothing wrong with my health, Mr. Attitude, and I resent your Atterbury.
Well, you see, Mr. Atterbury...
Yes, I do see. I've been harboring a drunken viper in the bosom of the Fidelity Bank and Trust Company.
But if you'd only listen...
I've heard enough. Sick, huh? Bah! Wants to be vice president, eh? Bah!
Atterbury, if all you can do is burp, I don't want you around.
I'm leaving at once. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, Jim, this is dreadful. What a terrible thing.
Yeah, pretty bad. Poor old Atterbury. Tight as an owl.
Hello? This is who? Would you repeat that? Oh, I'm afraid you better spell it. M-O-T-H-E-R? Oh, Mother! Oh, how are you, darling? That's good. No, Jim and I won't be able to have dinner with you tonight. We're going to a dance at the country club. Yeah, Jim is kind of upset, and it'll take his mind off things. No, nothing serious. He took some medicine with a lot of alcohol in it, and it made him tipsy. Imagine alcohol doing that. I only thought whiskey did it. Mr. Atterbury saw him and got awfully mad, but I called him up on the phone later and straightened everything out. Honestly, I don't know what Jim would do without me.
Thanks for the dance, sweetheart. Let's go out on the terrace and find our table.
All right.
Well, good evening, Jim. And how is my unworthy opponent this evening?
Now, see here, Chuck Raley.
Shove off, Chuck. You're not wanted.
Well, those are harsh words, my boy, especially from one of the hired help, who will soon be taking orders from me.
You're celebrating a little too soon, Chuck.
Really? Don't forget, I own the land that means a big account for old WJ. That makes me the fair-haired boy.
Oh, ignore him, Jim. He may think he has influence, but so did Mussolini's son-in-law.
You said it.
Well, have your laugh now, Jim. I'll have mine when you're licking stamps to put on the vice president's mail.
Listen, you conceited bag of wind.
It's Jimsy! Oh, my sweet old Jimsy Whimsy Boojum!
Huh? What?
It's me, Myra. Don't tell me you've forgotten little Myra.
Well,
I'll bet one of my special kisses will take that blank look off your face.
Hey, wait a minute.
There. Remember me now?
Someone you know, dear?
Yeah, it's Myra from my hometown. Went to school together. Myra Rutledge.
Yes, I'm spending a week with some friends here. Oh, gosh, what a dull town. But it won't be now that I've met my sweet old Boojum.
Just what makes you so sure that he's your sweet old Boojum?
Who's she, Jimsy?
My wife.
Oh. Well, that's Myra, always putting her foot in it. Who's your handsome boyfriend?
That's Mr. Raley, Chuck Raley. Why don't you and Myra have a dance, Chuck, old man?
Sure. Let's go inside, beautiful, and be the handsomest couple on the floor.
In a minute, Chucky. Jimsy and I want to talk over old times. Don't we, you old Boojums?
Well,
So you're actually a married man? Well, gee, am I surprised.
What's so surprising about it?
Well, he used to be so bashful. Of course, he's had his moments.
Myra, why don't you and Chuck have that dance now?
All right. But I'll be back, you old Boojum. Come on, Chucky.
Okay, beautiful. Oh, boy. What a relief.
Your friend Myra is very lovely, Jim. Such big eyes with circles to match.
That man-crazy female is no friend of mine. I never could stand her. Don't you believe me?
No, I don't, you old Boojum.
Oh, now, please don't cry. There's nothing to cry about.
If she's what you want, you can have her. I won't stand in your way.
She's not what I want.
Oh, but don't try to spare me, Jim. See, you don't need me now that the old flame has been rekindled. You can't burn your candle at both ends.
Sweetheart, if you'll only listen.
Well, back again, Jimsy.
Oh, yeah, so soon.
Yes.
I was telling Chucky about that tricky little step we used to do, and he wants to see it.
Yeah. Look, Myra, I'm kind of tired.
Oh, go, Jim. Dance with her.
But, sweetheart,
Oh, dance with her, Jim. Dance the night away. I'll just sit here with my memories.
Oh.
Now, you see, your wife says it's all right. Well, come on, Jimsy.
Okay, but you don't have to yank my arm off.
Jealous, Janie?
No, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters now.
Well, you sound pretty low. How about a drink to drown your sorrow?
A drink? A drink? Yes, I'll have one. I'll show him that I don't care. Order me a cherry phosphate.
Jane, may I have the pleasure of this dance if your husband... Oh, it's Chuck. Where is Jim?
Oh, he's gone, Mr. Atterbury. Gone like rats that pass a sinking ship in the night.
What? She means he's inside cutting up capers with an old girlfriend.
Oh, he is, huh?
Yes, Mr. Atterbury, but you mustn't blame him. He's just weak.
There, my child. He's not worth your tears.
Oh, sweetheart, I finally ditched Myra. Oh, hello, WJ.
Don't speak to me, you scoundrel. Huh? Shame on you for bringing grief to this brave little woman. You'll never be our vice president, Cougat. A philanderer will never be an officer of the Fidelity Bank and Trust Company.
Philanderer?
Too bad, old man. Of course, you never were much competition.
Now, you keep out of this unless you want a punch in the nose. Now, see here,
Oh,
Jane.
a tough guy, huh?
Yeah, tough enough to slap you down. All right, Rayleigh, you've been asking for this a long time, and now you're going to get it.
Oh. Jim Cougat, you should be ashamed of yourself. Now get up off that floor and let's go home.
George Burns and Gracie Allen will return in a moment for Act Two of Our Husbands Necessary. Now, let's listen a minute. Here's a message for you. New improved Lux is the mildest, safest ever made. Yes, right now, when fabrics may be irreplaceable, there's a better-than-ever Lux to help you save them. Give more of your washables this super-safe Lux care. Not only underthings, stockings, and dresses, but children's clothes, gay cottons, all your colored things.
Save colors the Lux way. Never put them in the family wash.
And sweaters, knitwear, blankets,
Gentle Lux Care guards against shrinking, matting.
household things.
Washable slipcovers, curtains, table linens last longer with Lux Care.
All these things are more precious in wartime. And Gentle Lux has been improved 3 ways to help you save them.
It's the mildest, safest Lux ever made.
Its suds are richer, more cleansing.
They're longer-lasting suds that do more work. They're very thrifty.
Your dealer has new improved Lux now in the same familiar box. Buy it tomorrow and see for yourself that Lux things last longer. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George Burns as Jim and Gracie Allen as Jane. Having been knocked cold by Chuck Rayleigh, his rival for the vice presidency of the bank, Jim is at home the following morning, nursing a black eye and an overtired temper. Consoling him is the cause of all his woes, Jane.
Is that piece of steak helping your eye, darling?
I guess so.
I never could have gotten it, but I told the butcher we needed it for medicinal purposes.
Darn that Chuck Rayleigh anyhow.
Are you going to pick another fight with him, Jim?
Why?
Well, if you are, I wish you'd pick it Thursday. We're having company, and another piece of steak would come in handy.
That's right. Joke about it. Fine mess you got me in. I'm ashamed to go to the bank. Everyone will laugh at me for letting a cream puff like Chuck Rayleigh give me a black eye.
Oh, don't worry, dear. They'll never know the truth. I've already fixed an alibi for you.
You have?
Uh-huh. I told everybody at the bank that I did it.
Look, honey, will you please stop trying to fix things for me?
But, Jim, a wife is supposed to help her husband. My mother told me that the day I married you.
I thought your mother didn't like me.
Oh. Oh, you just got that impression because she won't speak to you.
Yeah, that's how I got that impression.
Mother said to me, she says, Jane, always help Jim. If he has to struggle for a living, help him. If the brakes go against him and he has troubles, help him. And if he gets so discouraged he wants to jump off the bridge, help him.
I know your mother. Jane, will you please stay out of my business? Look what you've done to me. All my money is sunk in swampland. I've got a black eye. I'm in bad with the boss. I've lost the vice presidency of the bank. I'm the laughing stock of my friends, all because of your meddling.
Oh, Jim, I believe you're a little annoyed with me.
Well, I certainly am.
Oh, bet you're sorry you married me.
I certainly am.
Bet you wish you'd married Myra Rutledge instead of me.
I certainly do.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, now, honey, I lost my temper. I didn't mean it.
You hate me. You want me to go back to my mother.
Oh, no, I don't. I wouldn't wish that on anybody. I mean, oh, please. Oh, well, I'm going upstairs. Millie, bring Mrs. Cougat a cup of tea.
Oh, Betty goes right out and marries Myra Rutledge. Well, if he goes, I'll leave him.
My goodness, Miss Cougat, you look like you lost your last friend. What's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Cougat is mad at me. He says I interfere with his work and cause him trouble.
You do seem to have a knack for lousing that man up. Now, if you don't mind my saying so, ma'am, the quicker you adopt that baby, the better.
Do you think so, Millie?
Oh, yes. You know, there ain't nothing like a little baby to see me in a home. Why, my husband was fixing to throw me out, and then before his baby came.
And that stopped him?
Oh, yes, and I had 9 more before he finally threw me out.
Oh, Millie. 10 children?
Yes,
Oh, I don't think Jim would like that many. Although, come to think of it, there were 12 children in his family, 6 sets of twins.
Nothing but twins?
Uh-huh. Jim's father made bookends for a living, and it affected his whole life.
Oh. Well, now, if I was you, ma'am, I'd get right over to that home where they has the babies and pick me out a little bundle of sunshine.
Oh, all right, Millie. I'll go right away. And I hope you're right about that description. The last time I held a baby on my lap, it wasn't exactly sunshine.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cougat, but there's a waiting period of 6 months between the time you apply for a baby and the time we can let you have one.
Oh, dear, 6 months. Couldn't we cut that down just a teeny little bit?
Possibly. When would you want the child?
Today.
I'm afraid that's impossible. You see, we have to make a complete and thorough investigation of both you and your husband.
Oh, well, I can tell you everything you want to know. Let's start with Jim. He's honest, dependable, brown hair. He doesn't drink. He smokes a little, but he doesn't inhale. And he dances divinely, and, he's very cuddly.
That is not exactly the type of information we need. Our questions concern your husband's character, his position, his finances. Is he financially able to care for a child?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Jim does very well. He earns money almost as fast as I can spend it.
I see. What does your husband do?
He's a banker.
Oh.
Yes, he's practically the president. They couldn't get along without him.
I see. Well, we can confirm that by telephoning the bank.
Oh, don't call the bank and ask about Jim.
Why not?
They think he's a dope.
I am becoming more and more convinced that a complete investigation is necessary in this case. However, as long as you're here, we might as well fill out the questionnaire. Which would you prefer to adopt? A girl baby or a boy baby?
Oh, a boy. I thought it would be nice if I could find one that resembles my husband.
Wives frequently make that request. Could you describe your husband?
Oh, better than that. Here's a picture of Jim.
If I were you, I believe I'd abandon the idea.
Well, don't you have any babies right now that look like him?
To my knowledge, we never have had one.
Well, maybe one will show up. Maybe you just missed it.
Possibly. I've only been here 30 years. Let's get on with the questions. Have you got a yard for the child to play in?
Well, it's... Oh, yes. I've got a real playground for the baby.
You have?
Yes, it's a piece of property I bought. It's just the place for the baby to play. There are no houses, no people, no traffic.
Really?
Yes, it's a swamp.
Mrs. Cougar, I don't believe we need go further with the questionnaire. I am convinced that you are not the type of person with whom I could entrust a baby.
Oh, but I'm wonderful with babies. Honestly, I am. I know how long to boil a bassinet and how to fold its little three-cornered formulas. I know all
I
those...
am sorry, but the matter is closed. We cannot consider your adopting one of our babies.
Oh, dear. Well, I have to get in good with Jim some way. I either have to get a baby or make him a vice president.
I'd suggest you try the vice presidency.
But, Mr. Atterbury, I'm not asking for the moon.
Jane, you're a brave little woman to stand up for that man after the way he's treated you, but I cannot entrust a vice presidency to that wolf.
Jim isn't a wolf.
Not much. I watched him dancing with that Rutledge woman last night. I saw how tight he held her.
Oh, well, that wasn't Jim's fault. He has to hold on when they play a fast number.
There you go, protecting him again. You better tell Jim to forget the vice presidency, Jane. I'm sorry, but Chuck Raley is the man for the job.
Oh, Chuck Raley. He's nothing but a big bully, hitting my poor Jimmy in the eye.
If Jim's as big as he is, why didn't he hit him back?
Because Jim happens to be a gentleman and a very poor fighter.
Well, you tell Jim that he's lucky to have a job in this bank at all. Chuck Raley had the foresight to buy up the very best factory location in town. And once that factory is built, we get the O'Toole account. That's why I'm making Raley the vice president.
Well, it certainly doesn't sound fair.
That's one of the first laws of business, Jane. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours. Yes, we'll probably cinch the whole deal at the party I'm giving for Mr. O'Toole this weekend.
Oh, a party. Oh, that's wonderful. Jim is a scream at parties. He rolls his pants up so his garters show, and then he sings The Last Time I Saw Paris. Oh, he's wonderful.
Yes, I'm sure it's very hilarious, but Jim won't be there.
Oh, yes, he will. I'll bring him myself.
I'm sorry, Jane, but Jim is not invited. I can't risk having him mess up this deal with O'Toole.
But, Mr. Atterbury...
I'll be glad to invite Jim to a party if he ever brings me a big account like Chuck did. Remember what I said about business, Jane. You scratch my back, and I'll scratch yours.
Gee, this is wonderful.
Yes.
Are you sure Mr. Atterbury insisted on my coming to the party?
Oh, he was very definite about you, Jim.
Well, I'll be darned. Maybe I'll get that vice presidency yet.
Jim.
Yes?
Why don't you ever scratch Miss Atterbury's back?
Huh?
Well, that's the only way you're going to get it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, that's one of the big laws of business. You scratch Miss Atterbury's back, and he'll scratch mine.
Janie, are you feeling all right?
Oh, well, never mind, Jim. Oh, stop. You almost passed Miss Atterbury's house.
Boy, what a mansion. That's the kind of place we're going to have when I'm running the bank. Come on, Janie. Here comes Chuck Raley.
Oh, quick, Jim, put on your glasses.
I'm not afraid of him. Gee, where are they?
Well, hiya, Cougat. How's the eye? Oh, hello, Jane. Mighty sporting of you folks to come and see me get the vice presidency.
You haven't got it yet.
Are you kidding? O'Toole is drooling for my property to build his factory on. He will give me the bank and throw in his house, his stocks, and probably his wife. In fact, everything but his new Austin. He thinks more of that than he does his wife.
Oh, that's terrible.
Oh, yeah? Show me a wife that gets 57 miles to the gallon.
Oh, come on, Jane. Let's go in the house.
Yes, sir, O'Toole.
Oh, here comes Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, that must be Mr. O'Toole with him.
Decorations are forgotten now. Stephen Sorrell, educated at Eton and Oxford. That's a little better. Except that it isn't what you know anymore. It's what you've done. I've got to realize that. I've got to take my place in this scramble everybody's got into. This new job ought to help. It isn't much, but when you start at the bottom, you've at least got the satisfaction of knowing you can't drop any further. The main thing is to keep your feet and not get trampled in the dust. Thank heaven I've only got one kid.
Father, are you busy?
Be vile and smile, and your eyes as blue as the lakes of Killarney.
Hush, stop with your blarney now. Sure, and it's me you've got blushing. In front of James, whom I'm hoping you'll use your influence to make vice president of Mr. Atterbury's bank.
About my Austin, O'Toole. 57 miles to the gallon. I wouldn't sell it for 5,000.
Yes, I know. Carly, who did you say you were after wanting to be vice president of the bank?
Mr. James O. Cougat.
Oh, Cougat?
I've got an idea, O'Toole. Hop in and I'll take you for a ride in my new Austin. 57 miles to the gallon. I wouldn't sell it for $5,000. No, sir, I wouldn't.
Atterbury, dinner is served.
Oh. Come along in the house, Mr. O'Toole. We mustn't let dinner get cold.
Jane, don't you think you overdid that a little bit? Telling him my name was O'Cougat?
It's the law of business, Jim. Chuck Raley may be scratching Mr. Atterbury's back, but I'm scratching Mr. O'Toole's back with a shamrock.
Did you enjoy your dinner, Mr. O'Toole?
Oh, fine. But I'd have enjoyed it more if you'd have seated me next to that little Irish girl. I think she wanted to talk to me.
Well, you see, I thought we could discuss a little business, Mr. O'Toole.
Oh, here she comes. Well, Carly.
Oh, Mr. O'Toole. Sure, and we got separated in such a hurry, I didn't even get a chance to introduce myself. I'm Jane O'Cougat, and this is the man I mentioned, Mr. O'Cougat.
How do you do?
Mr. O'Cougat, a pleasure to shake your hand, sir.
Thanks.
Oh, it is a mighty pretty daughter you have here.
Jim is my husband. He's the man I want you to use your influence to make the vice
A
president.
toast, ladies and gentlemen. I propose a toast to that brilliant young man whose foresight provided the property Mr. O'Toole needs for his factory. The next vice president of the bank, Chuck Rayleigh.
Jane, Mrs. Cougat.
Well, I don't care. I think my husband ought to be vice president. Chuck Rayleigh has pulled the wool over your eyes long enough. Now, why don't you give Jim a chance?
Oh, fine.
Another toast, ladies and gentlemen. A toast to Mr. Terence O'Toole, a great man, a self-made man.
Come, Mr. Atterbury. There's nothing so great about being a self-made man. I never mentioned the fact that when I was a lad, every morning of my life I had to crack ice in a pitcher to wash myself and then trudge 6 miles through the freezing snow to school. I never mentioned that.
That's nice never mentioning.
Nevertheless, I say you are a great man. And I say great, ladies and gentlemen, because, believe it or not, Mr. O'Toole never got past the 8th grade in school.
Jim is even greater. He never got past the 5th grade.
Oh, come on, Jane. We're getting out of here right now.
Oh, goodbye, everybody. Nice party.
Well, Jane, this time you really fixed me good.
Oh, thanks, Jim. I thought I handled it very well.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on, let's go home.
Oh, wait, Jim. Just for a minute. I want to see what it's like to be the wife of a bank president.
And how can you do that?
Well, I'll sit in Mr. Atterbury's Austin and make believe I'm driving to the Ritz. You know, to have lunch with some other bank president's wife, like Mrs. First National or Mrs. Farmer's Trust.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Piggy will be there, too. Her husband owns all the piggy banks.
Oh, Jim.
Jane, don't touch that Austin. You know how much Atterbury thinks of it.
Well, I won't hurt it, dear. Oh, look at all these cute little gadgets.
Now, Jane, come out of that car. Hey, don't touch that thing.
Oh, look, Jim.
Jane, that's the starter. Janie, you're moving.
Yeah, I know, and so is the car.
Janie, stop. Stop the car.
Oh, there are too many gadgets.
Janie, look out. You're headed for a tree.
Oh, Jimmy.
Janie.
I hope nothing's damaged.
Janie, are you all right? Are you hurt?
Oh, sure, I'm all right. Of all places to have a tree right in the middle of the yard.
Oh.
What's the matter here? What happened? What? Oh, my Austin.
Well, you see, there's been an accident.
An accident? Cougat, this is the last straw. You're through, Cougat. You're fired.
But Jim didn't do it. It was all my fault.
Too late to protect him now. Oh, my beautiful Austin that gets 57 miles to the gallon. My lovely Austin that I wouldn't sell for $5,000.
I would if I were you.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Act 3 of Our Husbands Necessary, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen, follows after a brief intermission. Now, here's what Mrs. Marion Frederick said.
I knew Lux was gentle, of course, but I'd no idea it was so much kinder to hands than other soaps.
Mrs. Frederick is the wife of an Army Air Corps lieutenant, and she's one of the many women who made the famous Lux test of dishwashing soaps. She saw for herself that merely changing from a strong soap to gentle Lux gets rid of dishpan redness. Within a week after she'd changed to Lux, the redness and irritation caused by the strong soap began to clear, and soon her hands were soft and lovely again. Here's how she describes it.
My hands got so red and horrid looking in the other soap, my husband almost had a fit. And I don't blame him. They did look awful. It's really wonderful how just changing to Lux made my hands soft and smooth again. I didn't use any creams or lotions, just changed to Lux. These tests certainly prove to me it doesn't pay to use ordinary dishwashing soaps when Lux is so kind to hands, and so inexpensive, too.
New improved Lux is the mildest, safest ever made. Its suds are richer, longer lasting than ever. So it's very thrifty, too. Get a generous big box of Lux Flakes from your dealer tomorrow. Use it for your dishes every day to save your hands. And if you've let them get that ugly dishpan look, see how quickly it disappears in these gentler-than-ever suds. New improved Lux comes in the same familiar box. Your dealer has it now. Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll make a strong attempt to find out what Gracie Allen is really like. But here's the third act of Our Husband's Necessary, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Jim Cougat's chance of becoming vice president has been completely wrecked, along with Mr. Atterbury's car. Now, with fear and trembling, Jim approaches the great man's office and knocks timidly on the door.
Come in. Oh, so it's you, Cougat.
Yes, sir. I want to apologize for what happened last night, and Mr. Atterbury, would you please give me my job back?
Give you your job back?
Oh, you don't have to answer right away. Just consider it for a while. Will you, Mr. Atterbury?
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, Cougat. If you get another job during the next week, take it. But if you don't get another job, look for one. In the meantime, if you don't get in touch with us, we won't get in touch with you. Good day.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Atterbury. I've been with this bank a long time. I started here as an office boy and worked my way up step by step to what I am now.
Are you kidding? That's one step.
But I've been here 11 years, Mr. Atterbury. I've seen a lot of men come and go in this bank. And a few of them with the cash drawer under their arm.
Yes, I wonder how Cousin Harry's getting along in South America.
Mr. Atterbury, won't you take me back?
Well, all right. But you've got to start at the bottom again, Cougat.
You mean...
Exactly. Take that wastepaper basket out and empty it.
Oh, no. Office boy again?
Yes.
Mr. Atterbury.
Good morning, Chuck, my boy.
Well. Good morning, W.J. Oh, and Cougat. Good morning, Cougat. Although I don't know that a vice president should be on such familiar terms with a clerk.
Cougat is now the office boy.
No. Back where you belong, eh?
You are the biggest heel I ever met. Oh, pardon me. You are the biggest heel I ever met, sir.
That's better. But to show you there's no hard feelings, Jim, old man, I'm giving a little party at the house tonight to celebrate my new job and announce my engagement to Myra. And I'd like to have you and your wife come, too.
Well, now, that's mighty decent of you, Chuck.
Yeah, he's a prince.
I know you'll both be very happy when you watch Mr. O'Toole hand me his personal check for that factory site I sold him. Cougat, drop in my office around noon. I'll send you out for my lunch.
Fine. I'll bring back a piece of cheese for you to nibble on. I wish I hadn't come to this darn party.
Oh, now, Jim, they'd only think we were poor sports if we hadn't. Come on, smile. Don't let them see you sulking. Be gay.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, look, here comes your friend Myra. Probably wants to crow a little bit. Hello, Myra.
Oh, hello, Janie. Having a good time, Jim?
Yeah, fine.
You wouldn't like to sit down, would you, Myra?
Yes, thanks, I would.
Your hair looks lovely, Myra. I like it so much better than the other night when it was red.
Jim used to love red hair. Didn't you, Jim?
Well,
It's so strange to think I almost married him. But I certainly wouldn't want to be Jim's wife right now.
Oh, I don't blame you. We'd all be messed up in an awful bigamy case, wouldn't we?
I meant that my Chucky seems to be getting on so well, while Jim's only going backwards.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, don't you worry about Jim. Once he starts moving forward, nothing will ever stop him.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it about time he started?
Oh, he's always been a slow starter. He didn't kiss me until the third week of our honeymoon.
Well, for goodness sake, why not?
Well, Jim's very honorable, you know. We were all alone in the mountains, and he just didn't want to take advantage of the situation.
I see. Oh, here comes my Chucky.
Well, so here you are. Get ready for the big doings, Myra. In 10 minutes, we're going to be rich and famous. O'Toole is inside getting ready to make his speech.
Oh, Chucky, I'm so proud of you. Come on.
Now remember, dear, don't be discouraged. Keep a stiff upper chin. Lip up.
Thanks.
Great man and a self-made man. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Mr. Terence O'Toole.
Thank you, one and all. I never dreamt when I was a lad that someday I would be addressing such a grand assemblage of ladies and gentlemen. But when I was a lad, every morning of my life, I had to crack ice in a pitcher to wash myself and then tread 6 miles through the freezing snow to get to school.
Oh, no, not again.
But here I am about to become one of you. And all of this was made possible by a young man who is with us tonight. One of the smartest young fellows I've met since my early youth. When I had to crack ice in a pitcher to wash myself and trudge 6 miles through the freezing snow to get to school. So here he is, the man who made my factory site possible, Chuck Rayleigh.
Thank you, friends. Thank you.
Chuck, my boy, it's a great privilege to present you with this personal check of mine in payment for the land you had the foresight to buy. I never thought when I was a lad breaking ice in pitcher to wash myself.
Yes, I know, Mr.
and
O'Toole. And
trudging through the
anyway,
snow.
thanks for the check. I don't want any credit for this deal, folks. It was nothing any fellow as brainy as myself couldn't have done. As I was saying to our office boy only the other day, Jim, I said...
Cut it out, Rayleigh.
Jim, I said, some men are lucky and smart. Some men are lucky and dumb. Some men are unlucky and smart. And then there's you. So he kind of looked
Rayleigh,
at
you've
me.
been asking for this.
Jim, don't.
Cougat, do you realize what you've done? Yeah. Gee, maybe I could have been a commando after all.
Jim, run for your life. He's getting
Why,
up.
Rayleigh, Cougat, act like gentlemen. Out of my way, Atterbury. I'm going to give it to him again.
Now listen, you.
Jim, you gave it to Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, gosh. Mr. Atterbury.
Oh, my nose. You broke my nose. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for assault and battery.
Now, wait, Mr. Atterbury.
Chuck, you're my witness.
WJ, I'd rather not.
You're an employee and you'll be my witness. This man tried to murder me.
No, it was a mistake.
Oh, well, don't you worry, Jim. Let him sue you. I'll be your witness. I'll help you.
Janie, please.
Oh, but my testimony will fix things for you.
That's what I'm afraid of. Oh, well, they say you don't feel a thing with electrocution.
Order! I want order in this court. Mr. Prosecutor, this trial is preposterous. What should have been a 10-minute affair is now in its 4th hour.
I can't help it, Your Honor. Heaven knows I've tried, but I simply cannot get a coherent story from this witness.
Well, I'm doing the best I can.
Your best, madam, is none too good. I'm warning you, Mr. Prosecutor. Unless you can get some sense out of this witness, I will be forced to dismiss the case.
All right, Mrs. Cougat, we'll try again. From the beginning, and in words of one syllable.
From the very beginning?
Yes.
All right. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth.
No. We don't have to go all the way back to that.
Is that a new suit you have on? It's awfully pretty.
Thank you. Now, Mrs. Cougat, your husband is accused of assault and battery.
Jim used to have one exactly like it.
Oh, you don't say. Now, the chief witness...
He gave it away, though. He hated it.
Mrs. Cougat, will you stick to the facts?
Well, you don't think I'm lying to you, do you?
I mean to the facts of this case.
Oh.
Now then, the chief witness for the complainant is Mr. Chuck Rayleigh. You're acquainted with him, are you not?
Oh, yes. Hello, Chuck.
Hello, Janie.
See?
Yes. Yes, I see. Naturally, it would be superfluous to ask you whether you know the defendant also, since he is your husband.
Oh, well, I know him all right. As a matter of fact, I knew him even before we were married.
Yes. Obviously, though, he didn't know you too well.
Your Honor, can't we do something to hurry this case along? I've got to make a train.
Yes, Mr. Rayleigh and I are leaving for Mexico to be married.
Well, if Mr. Atterbury will withdraw the charge, I shall be glad to dismiss the case. After which I will retire to my private chamber and get plastered.
I will not withdraw the charge. I want justice.
Well, I'd be glad to let Mr. Rayleigh leave if you have any other witnesses. Have you?
No, Your Honor. The only other witness I have is Mr. Terence O'Toole, who is not in court. He's out at the factory site looking over the land he purchased from the witness, Mr. Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh will have to stay.
But, WJ, I ought to catch that train.
What's the matter with you, Chuck? You've got hours before your train leaves.
Yeah, I know, but, well, all right.
Look, friends, I hate to interrupt my trial like this, but would it help if I pleaded guilty and got this thing over with?
You would do us all a great favor, Mr. Cougar.
Oh, no, Jim, you'll do nothing of the kind.
But it will save me the trouble of convicting you, Mrs. Cougar.
What trouble is it? I'm helping you.
Mrs. Cougar, do you mind if I make a statement?
No, go right ahead, Judge. After all, it's your court.
Thank you. Mrs. Cougat, I have been sitting on this bench for 20 years.
Would you like a cushion?
Mrs. Cougat, I have been a judge for 20 years, and in all that time I have never met a witness whose testimony or whose mental processes could even remotely be compared with yours.
Oh, Judge, you're sweet.
Yes, I am an old doll. In the first place, you had the effrontery to walk in here 40 minutes late this morning.
Well, I couldn't help that, Your Honor. I had to go to the doctor.
Indeed. And may I ask why?
Well, because I had a dizzy spell.
Really? How could you tell?
Goodness, people know when they're dizzy, don't they?
Some people. Mr. Prosecutor, we will get on with the case, if you please. You may take your little shovel and continue digging your political grave with this witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mrs. Cougat, this alleged attack on Mr. Atterbury was made at precisely 10:15 last night. Can you tell me what you were doing at that time?
10:15 last night. Let's see now. I got up yesterday morning about 9, and then I had breakfast, and right after breakfast...
I'm only interested in last night.
Well, I know, but I have to sort of sneak up on it.
Your Honor, I think this has gone far enough. I'm going to change my plea.
Now, thank heavens, I've got to get out of here.
Well, if it pleases the court, I would like to plead guilty as charged.
Brother, does it please the court? Very well, Mr. Cougat. The defendant, having pled guilty to the charges brought by the complainant, it is my duty in law to pronounce sentence upon him. It is therefore my...
Just a minute. Where is that Chuck Riley?
What is the meaning of this interruption?
I'll tell you what the meaning of it is. I want that Riley arrested right now.
Silence! Order!
Why, Mr. O'Toole, you're completely covered with mud.
You're darn right I am. I'm mud from my head to my feet.
Oh, don't you think you better break the ice in the pitcher and wash yourself?
Are you going to arrest that Riley, or aren't you?
Arrest Chuck? What for?
He knows what for. Don't you, Riley?
Well, why no? Haven't the faintest idea. Well, I've got to catch that train.
Grab him, grab him. Me and my foreman just drove out to that land he sold us for my factory. We drove out there in a truck.
Well?
Well, as soon as we turned off the road onto my factory site, the truck sank through the ground and disappeared into a swamp.
What? Holy smoke, Janie. You didn't have the filled-in swampland after all. Chuck had it.
No.
Is this true, Riley?
Oh, what's the use? Sure, it's true. I tried to turn an honest dollar, that's all.
I suppose you realize our engagement is off, Chuck.
Yeah, I guess so. Here's your ring back.
It also means that I'll be taking my factory to some other town.
Just a second, Mr. O'Toole. Not so fast. I understand that Mrs. Cougat owns a splendid piece of land right next to the railroad. Jane?
Oh, sure. Shrewd of me, don't you think?
Yes, indeed. And I know you wouldn't mind selling it to Mr. O'Toole. At a profit, of course.
Well, I wouldn't mind if it were an exorbitant profit. Would you, dear?
Oh, no. Getting rich is one of my hobbies.
Well, that's fine. I knew Jim wouldn't mind. After all, as vice president
Vice president?
Mr. Atterbury.
Pardon me for interrupting this beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe we were trying a case at law. Remember?
Oh, my goodness. I forgot all about it. Well, we'll start all over again from the beginning. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Case dismissed.
What's that? Really, Doctor? Oh, isn't that wonderful? I'm so excited. So that's why I had dizzy spells. Oh, yes, I'll tell him right away, Doctor. Goodbye. Oh, Jim, I have the most marvelous news.
Really? I think you've done pretty well already for
Oh,
one day.
but this is the best news yet. We're going to have Junior after all.
Oh, swell. How soon before we get him?
October.
Well, why wait that long to adopt a baby?
Adopt him? Oh, no, we're not going to adopt him, darling.
You mean... Gee, you must mean.
Yeah, I do mean.
Oh, boy.
Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, boy, I'll say it is. Wait a minute. Wait. It might be twins. Twins run in my family, you know. Remember? My father used to make bookends.
Oh, my goodness. family.
Well, what if it does?
My father made Thousand Island dressing.
In a moment, our stars will be back for a curtain call. But now, Sally wants you to hear a signal. See if you know what it is.
It's a run in your stocking. And when you hear that signal, the time will be...
A bad time for stockings, I'd say, Sally.
Well, for that pair it certainly is. But if you'll take it as a signal that it's time to give stockings the gentle care they deserve, you can cut way down on runs like that.
Recent tests show that Luxing cuts down runs over 50%. Yes, in a series of tests made by the United States Testing Company, Incorporated, rayon stockings were washed repeatedly in different ways, then tested on an amazing machine that strains them as you do an actual wear. Results showed Luxing cut runs in half.
The stockings washed with new, improved Lux didn't go into runs nearly as quickly as stockings washed with a strong soap or rubbed with cake soap. You see, the Lux ones kept their elasticity, so they could give with the strain instead of breaking into runs.
Strong soap and cake soap rubbing weaken elasticity. Luxing saves it. Lux stockings after every wearing, and Lux them promptly, so perspiration doesn't weaken the fibers. They'll last longer and fit more flatteringly, too. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
Are husbands necessary is still the $64 question. And here's the answer. George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Judge, isn't Mr. DeMille cute?
Gracie, Mr. DeMille is a famous producer and director. He makes wonderful pictures, but he definitely is not cute.
Now, who asked you?
You see?
By the way, Gracie, your own radio program, and in real life, you are actually married to George. So how about answering tonight's question for us? Confidentially. Are husbands necessary?
Well, confidentially.
Gracie, remember that new hat you want?
Oh, I was going to say yes.
Oh, thanks.
Husbands must be necessary. Practically every married woman has one.
Well, thanks, kid.
Mr. DeMille, how do you think George and I would be in one of those pictures of yours? You know, a big outdoor picture with lots of action and cowboys and bandits.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, I can see it now. The bandit Cesar Romero comes galloping up, jumps off his horse, sweeps me into his arms and kisses me. And then, just in the nick of time, George, you come rushing up.
Yeah?
Yeah, and you hold his horse.
The horse might get away.
Well, it's a very expensive
I
horse.
see what you mean. Well, forget it. Well, thanks for putting up with us tonight, CB. What's the show next week?
George, tonight we're going to tell the news about next week in music with one of the most thrilling melodies of our day. Listen and see if you can guess the name of the show.
This is the Army Christmas show. No private rooms or telephone. You had your breakfast in bed before.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week the Lux Radio Theater has the honor and good fortune to bring you Irving Berlin's This Is the Army. The New York Times calls it the best show of a generation. And we'll have the same all-soldier cast that appeared on Broadway, and Irving Berlin himself. The show is now touring the country, playing to packed theaters everywhere. And next Monday night, this tour leads to the stage of the Lux Radio Theater and the radio presentation of Irving Berlin's This Is the Army.
CB, that's the biggest radio news of the year. Well, naturally, we'll all be listening. Good night.
And we'll be listening to your show tomorrow night, George, too.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night. Don't forget that picture, Gracie. Lincoln's birthday has just passed. Washington's birthday is coming. And there is one way those two men would want you to celebrate this year: by buying all the extra war bonds you can. So fill up all the war stamp books you have around the house and turn them in for bonds right away. 4 25-cent stamps will buy a hand grenade. Why don't you toss a few grenades at the enemy tomorrow? Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irving Berlin's This Is the Army. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
The picture, Our Husband's Necessary, was based on the novel Mr. and Mrs. Cougat and was produced by Paramount. Paramount's latest screen hit is the musical success Star Spangled Rhythm. Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Mr. Atterbury, John Mather as Chuck, Paula Winslow as Myra, Ruby Dandridge as Millie, Leo Cleary as Mr. O'Toole, and Verna Felton, Norman Field, Griff Barnett, and Fred Mackay. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Irving Berlin's This Is the Army.
This is the story of Mary Brown.
Mary was tired, nervous, vitamin deficient. Then Mary started taking Vim.
V-I-M-M-S, Vim.
Vim supply all the essential vitamins and minerals, and now Mary feels swell. She's got that Vim's feeling. So, folks, try Vim. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vim. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program.
Sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir.
You said it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select the riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And sworn records show that auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we take you to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. It's Saturday night, and Jack has invited Mary over to spend a pleasant evening.
Gee, Mary, I'm glad you came over to help me straighten out my household expenses. These bills have accumulated all summer while I was away.
Oh, Jack, this is Saturday night, and I want to go dancing. Let's go to the Palladium.
The Palladium, Mary, with all these bills I'm paying. Gee.
But, Jack, it doesn't cost much to go to the Palladium. They charge $1.50 for men and 75 cents for women.
I know. For you, it's cheap. Take of me $1.55 just to go dancing.
$1.55? It's only $1.50.
Mary, only a cheapskate doesn't check his hat. let's get on with these bills.
Okay.
Let's see. $12.85 for vitamin pills.
$12.85 for vitamin pills.
$9.72 for Samson's concentrated iron capsule.
$9.72 for Samson's concentrated iron capsules.
$10.35 for Dr. Berman's bodybuilder.
$10.35 for Dr. Berman's bodybuilder.
$7.96 for Dr. Horton's health tonic.
$7.96 for Dr. Horton's health tonic.
$22.50 for muscles.
Muscles?
Yes. $16.
Imagine buying muscles again. What happened to the ones you bought last year?
Oh, I wore them in the shower and the buckles rusted. Wish I could get some of that pre-war stuff. Now, let's see. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Remember the time you bought those build-up shoes to make you look taller? Oh, boy, did you overdo it.
Overdo it. Those shoes didn't lift me so high.
Then why was your nose always bleeding?
Oh, Mary.
I'll never forget how silly you looked patting Gary Cooper on the head.
Mary, stop being ridiculous. Now, let's get back to the bills. Here, read this stack to me here.
Okay. Homeway dry cleaners, $18 for cleaning rug.
$18 for cleaning a rug? How could a rug get that dirty? I was away all summer. There was nobody here but Rochester. I can't understand it.
Jack, here's another bill signed by Rochester. It's from Scratch, Match, and Patch, Interior Decorators.
Interior Decorators?
$78 for patching ceiling and repapering living room.
Patching ceiling, repapering living room. I'm going to ask Rochester about this.
You don't have to. Here's a bill that explains it. $7 for 18 bottles of gin.
18 bottles of gin. Let me see who that bill is from. The Central Avenue Personality Shop. I'm going to find out about this. Oh, Rochester!
Yes,
There's something I want to talk to you about.
Couldn't you write me a letter?
No, I couldn't. And come right out here.
Okay.
Rochester, take a look at this rug cleaning bill. Now take a look at this bill for repapering the living room. And this bill for 18 bottles of gin. Well, say something.
What a soiree!
You don't have to tell me. And that party almost ruined my house. What happened?
Well, boss, it was kind of a dull evening, so I invited a few friends over.
Uh-huh.
And some of them got, well, to use the medical term, coagulated.
Well, that explains the rug and the wallpaper. What happened? What about the ceiling?
Some of them were higher than others.
What?
Man, were they flying.
Rochester, that still doesn't explain the ceiling. How did you get those holes in it?
I told you my friends did that.
Oh, the ones that were flying.
No, the ones that were shooting them down.
Rochester, this is the last straw. I'm going to punish you.
Oh, Jack, put down that hairbrush. He's too old for that.
Okay. Anyway, it always hurts me more than it does him. Now, Rochester, this is the final warning. I don't want your friends holding those kind of parties in my house anymore. My goodness, in their condition, how do they get home?
Oh, it was easy. You know that white line down the middle of the street?
You mean they followed it?
Followed it, boss. They were holding on to it.
I don't doubt it, and I'm going to talk with you later about your... Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Benny.
I'll take it, boy.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Here's a tip for you.
Mr. Benny, these blue tokens aren't good anymore.
Well, I'm all out of red ones. Goodbye.
Jack, who's the telegram from?
Let me see. Look, Mary, it's from my sponsor, George W. Hill. It says, Dear Jack, please forget about what happened in my office last week. You have nothing to worry about. You have a 3-year contract, and my lawyers told me I can't get out of it. Unless you breach clause number 3A regarding a singer. Sincerely yours, George W. Hill. See, Mary, isn't that a nice telegram?
But, Jack, he said if you don't get a singer, he'll break your contract.
I'm way ahead of him, Mary. I've not only got a singer in mind, but I wrote him a letter asking him to come over for an interview tonight.
Oh, you and your singers. Who is it this time?
Well, if you must know, Smarty, it's Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra?
Yeah.
Won't you tell me when we will meet again?
That's him, Rochester.
Monday or always.
That's enough, Rochester. That's enough! That's enough! Come on, Mary, let's finish these bills before Sinatra gets here.
Tell me now what makes the world go round.
Rochester.
When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound and pound.
Rochester, I said that's enough. Come on, Mary, let's finish these bills.
All right, but next Saturday night, you got to take me to the Palladium.
The Palladium.
Oh, Jack, don't be so...
Mary, it's a matter of principle. Why should they charge $1.50 for men and only 75 cents for women?
Well, Jack, you got in for 75 cents once.
That was an accident. I just happened to go to the Palladium right from the studio when I was made up as Charlie's aunt.
That's what I mean. You still got that dress here. Why couldn't you
Mary, I'm not dressing up like a girl again. I'll never forget what happened last time. Guy buys you a drink, he thinks he owns you. What I went through.
Jack. Jack, it was bad enough being dressed like a girl to get in, but you didn't have to let a fella buy you a drink.
Well, for goodness sake, Mary, I danced with him all evening. I deserve something. What a rotten dancer he was. Say, Mary, I wonder what he'd have thought if he knew who I really was, especially when he tried to put his arm around me.
He tried to put his arm around you. Well, gosh, Jack, why didn't you tell him?
I didn't have the heart to. He was a Marine, and he was going overseas in the morning. Now, let's get back to these bills. Say, that must be Frank Sinatra. Come in, please.
Hiya, Jackson. Hiya, Mary. Hello, Rod.
Oh, it's you, Phil.
Yeah, Jackson, I dropped in to talk to you about a new singer.
Phil, don't worry about it. I got one lined up.
Yeah, but who've you got? You can't get just anybody. I ain't gonna let you hurt the dignity of my band.
The dignity of your band? Phil, I don't want to disillusion you, but just because your boys were taken off parole doesn't mean they're dignified. And here's another thing about your band that ought to make you ashamed of yourself.
What's that?
Well, when I was in the South Pacific, I saw 15 natives with rings in their noses banging on hollow coconuts with overripe bananas.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
They were singing, "That's What I Like About the Solomon."
You and your dignity.
Phil, don't worry about it. Jack has a singer in mind who will lend plenty of dignity to your band.
Like who?
Like Frank Sinatra. Jack's expecting him over tonight.
Now, wait a minute. This is a trick, Jackson. You're just trying to get my band to wear Bobby socks.
Well, I'd be happy if those guys wore any kind of socks. So just take my advice and don't... Come in.
Hello. Remember me? I'm Hyman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello, Herman. Herman, I'm glad to see you, but I'm busy. I wish you'd come over some other time. I'm expecting someone.
Well, okay. But before I go, I'd like to leave this folder with you.
Folder?
Yeah, it tells all about a new life insurance policy we're putting out.
Well, thanks, Herman. I'll read it when I get a chance.
Costs $2 a month, and you only have to pay on it until you die.
I'll read it when I get a chance, Herman.
After you die, you only have to pay 25 cents a month.
That's ridiculous. After you're dead and buried, why pay 25 cents a month?
For that, we keep the weeds out of your daisies.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard of.
I don't think so. Just because you're dead, you don't have to stop being neat.
All right, Herman. I'll let you know about this policy as soon as...
Should I answer the phone, boss?
That's all right. I'll get it, Rochester. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Oh, Don, right now.
I just thought of a terrific idea for a contest. Boy, you'll be crazy about it.
Well, look, Don, right now...
Get this, Jack. Why don't you give a prize of $5,000 to anyone who knows the meaning of LSMFT?
Don, are you crazy? Why, if I gave $5,000 to everyone who knows what LSMFT means, I'd have to pay out $800 billion.
Don't do it, boss. It'll leave you with practically nothing.
Now, Don, don't be silly. Everybody knows that LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
Well, you know it and I know it, but I'm going to phone some people at random and find out if they know it.
Okay, Don, okay. Imagine suggesting I should give away $800 billion. Say, fellas, I'm getting kind of worried about Sinatra. It's time he got here.
Yeah, I'd like to audition the kid.
Phil, believe me, he won't hurt
Hey, Jack, wait a minute. I just thought of something.
What?
Frank Sinatra isn't even in town. He's in New York.
All right, so he'll come... What?
Hey, Jackson, Mary's right. Sinatra is in New York. This is Saturday night, and he's doing the Hit Parade program.
But that's impossible.
His program is on right now. Tune in the radio and see.
Okay, I will.
And in the fourth race at Bay Meadows, the winner was...
That's the wrong station. Maybe this is it, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you suffer from upper plate wobble? Do your friends avoid meeting you because your uppers avoid meeting your lowers? If so, try a bottle of Sympathy Soothing Syrup. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is your Tapamis. YHTAPMYS.
You get your Tapamis, you get your Tapamis, you get your Tapamis, drive your blues away.
So remember, friends, years of research in our own private laboratories has established the fact that when you pass the age of 35, you will be 36.
Mary, don't fool with the dial. I'll get Sinatra. Here, I think I've got it.
And now for his final selection on tonight's Lucky Strike Hit Parade, Frank Sinatra sings...
Gee, that was wonderful. You know, he'd be great on my show. I'm going to phone New York right now. Maybe I can catch Sinatra before he leaves the studio. Hand me the phone, Mary.
Long distance.
Oh, operator, I want to speak to New York. I'd like to get Frank Sinatra.
So when I poopsie.
Look, miss, will you please ring Mr. Sinatra for me, person to person? He's on the hit parade in New York.
Just a moment, sir. I'll try the New York circuit. Los Angeles calling New York. Los Angeles calling New York.
Hello, Los Angeles. This is New York. How are you, Los Angeles?
Fine, thanks. And how are you, New York?
Oh, I'm feeling grand. But Brooklyn's got the mumps.
Look, operator, I don't care if San Francisco's got water under the bridge. I want to speak to Frank Sinatra. Now, please hurry.
All right. Keep your shirt on. I haven't talked to New York since she had a baby.
Congratulations. Get me my number.
Just a moment.
I'm sorry, sir. The lion is busy. Will you call back when it's clear?
Okay, call back. Goodbye. Well, kids, the line is busy, but I'll get him in a minute.
Say, Mr. Benny, when you talk to Mr. Sinatra, will you let me say hello to him?
All right, Herman, all right, but don't bother me now.
Gee whiz. Well, my wife finds out I talked to Frank Sinatra. Gee whiz.
I'll bet you'd be thrilled, eh, Herman?
No, she'll beat the stuffings out of me. She likes Crosby.
Herman, I wish that you'd... Oh, that must be him now. Quiet, kid. Hello?
How do you do, sir? I'm conducting a survey. Do you know what LSMFT means?
Hey, kid, it's Don Wilson. He called my number by mistake. I want to have some fun with him.
Eh, what was that?
I said I'm conducting a survey. Do you know what LSMFT means?
No, can't say that I do.
Well, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, imagine that.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Do tell.
So free and easy on the draw.
Well, I'll be darned.
Thank you, sir. And give my regards.
Regards to who?
To Mary. Who else, you dope?
Hey, kids, while we're waiting for Sinatra's call, I'll go in the kitchen and make some lemonade.
Good, I'd like some.
Me too, Jackson. Would you like some lemonade?
Gotta drive home.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Say, Mary, Jackson must really be excited. This is the first time he ever offered us anything for nothing.
Still, we're not out of the house yet. Anyway, Jack isn't quite as bad as he... I'll answer it. Hello?
I have Mr. Sinatra in New York now.
Oh, well, put him on. I'll talk to him.
And please limit your call to 3 minutes.
Don't worry. If you talk over 3 minutes on Benny's phone, a time bomb goes off.
Okay, here's your party. Go ahead, Mr. Sinatra.
Hello?
Hello, Frankie. This is Mary. Mary Livingston.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you?
Fine. Gee, Frankie, your voice sounds just as nice over the phone as it does on the radio.
Well, thanks, Mary.
You know, the reason Jack put in this call for you is that he'd like to have you as a singer on his program.
Gee, that would be swell. I'd love to be on Jack's show. Then I'd get to see you a little more often.
Oh, Frankie, it's a good thing I'm not the type of girl that gets excited, because if I was, I'd be so excited.
Mary, who in the world are you talking to?
Frank Sinatra.
Sinatra, give me that phone. Hello? Hello, Frank. This is Jack Benny.
Hello, Jack.
Now, Frank, I won't beat around the bush. How would you like to sing on my program?
Well, Jack, it sounds interesting, but, of course, there's the question of money.
Money?
This call ain't gonna last no 3 minutes.
Quiet, Phil. What did you say, Frankie?
I said, Jack, that I'd like to sing on your program, but there's the question of money.
Money? Oh, a minor matter, to be sure. A minor matter.
Yes, I know, but unfortunately, I'm not a minor.
No kidding, Frank. You come on my program and you'll go places. You know, when Dennis Day left me to join the Navy, he was doing okay. Although I will admit he started for a modest salary.
Jack, that salary wasn't modest. It was just ashamed of itself.
Now, Frankie, look. After Dennis was with me for 5 years, he worked himself up to $35 a week. Now, I'm willing to give you the same money to start with that he got the hard way. How is that?
$35 a week?
Frankie, look. All you have to do for that $35 is sing a song that takes 2 minutes, which means you get paid $17.50 a minute or $25,000 a day, which means I'm paying you a weekly salary of $186,000.
I know, Jack. I know all about that. You see, there were lots of times that Dennis told me about you paying him $186,000.
Oh, really? When did Dennis tell you that?
Every time he borrowed lunch money from me.
Well, Frankie, I can't help it if Dennis didn't know how to handle his finances. Well, what do you say, Frank? Is it a deal?
I'm sorry, Jack, but I can't accept that salary. You see, a man gets into the habit of eating 3 meals a day.
What? What did you say, Frankie?
I said I'm in the habit of eating 3 meals a day.
Well, brother, I've seen you, and you... No, I'm not going to say Now, Frankie, why don't you say okay and accept the proposition?
Well...
Look, to clinch the deal, I'll send you $5 in advance. And remember, there's plenty more where that comes from. What do you say, kid? Just give me the word and we'll have
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. Your 3 minutes are up.
What do you mean, 3 minutes? Listen, operator, it's only 2 minutes and 41 seconds. I got my watch right here in my hand.
Well, I've got a watch, too, and it's 3 minutes.
You're wrong. It's 2:41.
It's 3 minutes.
It's 2:41. Oh, darn it. There goes that time bomb. I must have said it a little too early.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Mr. F.E. Boone.
At 45 sold American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So the next time you buy cigarettes, remember Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44 sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Hey, 43 sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
For real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Jack, where are we going to do our broadcast from next Sunday?
Next Sunday, well, Mary, we'll be broadcasting from the Army Air Base at Gardner Field.
Well, what are you going to do about a singer? You didn't finish talking to Frank Sinatra.
Oh, I'll get somebody. Gosh, Mary, if I hadn't set that time bomb so early, I might have gotten Sinatra.
Well, there's no use talking about it now, so hang up the receiver.
I would, but there's nothing left to hang it on. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is broadcast to armed forces overseas. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is KFI, Los Angeles.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. My story explores the dark, uncharted area of the human brain. Despite medical research, scientists admit that there is much that is still unknown about the flesh and blood computer which guides our conscious and unconscious lives. Let us listen as Colonel Edmund Plant of the CMI warns Dr. Gentry what dangers exist when we attempt to control this complicated human mechanism.
Let me explain, Doctor. Your patient, Kent Hatcher here, may be a time bomb. We have no idea what was done to him. But we do know, from other cases, what to expect.
You mean, brainwash?
Perhaps. It's very likely Kent may have been subjected to deep and continual hypnosis. His mind washed as clean as a sheet of white paper, then programmed to commit some terrible act against his own people.
Our mystery drama, Prognosis Negative, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sidney Sloan and stars William Redfield and Bryna Rayburn. Colonel Edmund Plant was on an unpleasant errand. As he walked into the big, dirty gray building, the military hospital for the insane, known to the brass as the Pit, he could think of many places he'd rather be. But this was a duty he had to perform, part of his job, and he wanted to get it over with as fast as possible.
I hope this won't take too long, Dr. Gentry.
No, not too long, Colonel Plant. All we need is your official identification. We've been able to identify him from his fingerprints, but the official rules call for your observation and signature.
I know.
Right this way. We've got him in a private room because of his condition. Yeah, here we are. Step inside, please. I'll speak to him. I don't know if he'll respond. Kent, can you hear me? Colonel Plant, your commanding officer, is here to see you. You want to talk to him?
6, 5, 3, listen to me. Listen to me.
What does that mean?
Well, we don't know. That's the only response we've been able to get from him.
Kent, do you remember me? Kent.
See? Look at his eyes. No focus. He doesn't hear you. He's in a world of his own.
Kent Hatcher disappeared on a mission behind enemy lines 8 years ago. 2 months ago, he showed up in a prisoner exchange. We had believed him dead in action. After 7 years, he was declared officially dead.
Well, does he have any relatives? A wife?
Yeah, he had a wife. She's remarried. Moved away. Left the state, I believe.
Anyone else, Colonel?
No.
So, here he is. Mindless, mutilated, tortured. No relatives, no friends. And his superiors embarrassed or annoyed that he's still alive.
Now, I did not make the rules, nor did I persuade Kent Hatcher to take the mission. It was purely voluntary.
I know. Well, what do we do now? Of course, we will do our best to bring him back.
Mentally and physically?
Both, if possible, but it is doubtful. He has an overstrained heart condition. It's quite serious. So permanent physical recovery is doubtful.
Perhaps it's all for the good.
You would rather that he die?
Let me explain. Kent Hatcher may be a time bomb. We have no idea what was done to him, but we do know from other cases what to expect.
You mean, brainwash?
Perhaps. It's very likely Kent may have been subjected to deep and continual hypnosis. His mind washed as clean as a sheet of white paper, and then programmed to commit some terrible act against his own people.
6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Doctor, I want this man kept under surveillance day and night. We cannot take any chances. CMI, Colonel Plant here.
Oh, Colonel, this is Dr. Gentry. Paul Gentry.
Yes?
Remember we were talking just last week about the case of Kent Hatcher, one of your agents?
Oh, yes, that. Well, yes.
I'm afraid I'm going to puncture that theory of yours about Hatcher being something of a time bomb ready to blow up. I'm certain that he's not dangerous.
On what do you base your findings?
Well, he's been under intense treatment and has begun to respond very rapidly. He's mild and cooperative. He's almost childlike.
I see.
I've reduced the guard to 1 8-hour shift, midnight to 8 in the morning, and at all other times he is constantly in the hands of our nurses and therapists and other personnel.
Well, you are something of a gambler, Doctor.
What, gambler?
Taking that kind of a risk.
No. I don't think so.
Doctor, has it occurred to you that this entire mild convalescence may have been programmed into the mind of this man to throw you off guard?
Oh, nonsense. I know a harmless man when I see one.
To leave him unguarded is taking chances with the lives of many people. Heaven only knows what has been fed into his receptive and willing mind.
You know your name is Kent, don't you?
Yes, Doctor.
Do you know your full name? Can you remember?
Yes. Kent Hatcher.
Very good. Now, how do you know that is your name?
You told me.
You had a life before you were brought here. You were married. Can you remember that?
No, Doctor.
You had a daughter, Mary. She was very ill.
I don't remember.
You loved her very much. When she died, you were heartbroken.
Heartbroken?
You don't recall anything?
No.
Oh, Doctor, I just wanted to remind you have a lecture today at the university.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you, Evelyn. Look, I'm working with Hatcher. You know the case?
I should know it. I've been transcribing all your notes.
Well, I'm in the midst of giving him a series of perception tests, all very simple, just a matter of timing them.
Yes, I know them, Doctor.
You think you could finish them while I'm at the university?
Well, yes, I guess I could, but...
What?
I'm just a bit afraid of him. I was in the office the last time you spoke with Colonel Plant.
Now, look, if you don't want the assignment, I'll just get...
No, I want it. As long as you say he's... Well, okay.
Good. I'll expect you in 10 minutes.
Excellent, Mr. Hatcher. Excellent. Well, I'll have a good report for Dr. Gentry. Now, suppose we put all the equipment, the puzzles and the cards, back into their proper boxes.
Proper boxes?
The boxes they came in. You understand, don't you?
Understand.
I think you understand more than you pretend. Are you pretending?
No.
Oh, don't get upset. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings.
6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Please,
6,
sit down.
5,
we have more
3.
to do, more
Listen
games to play.
me.
Please.
Now.
Stay back. Stay back.
Now.
Please,
Now.
stay with me.
Now. Please. 6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm grateful to the officials who have given me this airtime to explain a very serious matter. I am or was Ken Hatcher's doctor, and I must add my warning to the hundreds of others you have read in your newspapers and heard over the air. Ken Hatcher is dangerous, frighteningly dangerous. Do not, under any circumstances, attempt to apprehend him yourself. Call the special numbers that have been set up for this purpose. Do not let his mild manner deceive you. He is a killer who will act without even the slightest provocation. The police have orders to shoot on sight.
Morning, mister. What can I do for you? You want to buy a $200 coat for you 18?
I want some clothes. Different clothes.
Oh, well, I don't blame you. You're wearing old painter's overalls. And where did you pick up that raincoat? At the automat?
Give me clothes.
Sure, mister. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings or nothing. Look, I figure you about a 40 long, right on this rack over here. So, you just go ahead and help yourself, huh? You pick out what you want. I gotta go to the back of the store to, do a little alteration, okay? You just pick out what you want, and then call me, right? Okay. I'll see you in a minute. What was that number I seen in the paper? Where is it? Here. Hello, listen. He's right in my store. I recognize him in a picture in the paper. Also, I've seen it 4 times on the news. I don't know how long...
6, 5, 3. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Now, the way I see it, Archie, the old girl's prime for the taking right now, with the right approach.
It's the booze talking, Freddie girl. You ain't got a cent out of you, Mrs. Mowbray. And you ain't gonna because you ain't sharp enough to convince her.
Look, Archie, you gotta work these big jobs slow. You rush them, you end up with an empty hand.
Look, Freddie, that old tea leaves bit and the table knocking routine ain't gonna fool no one, not even your stupid Mrs. Mowbray, who wants to get in touch with the spirit of her dear dead departed.
Hey, take the bottle and get in the other room. Might be a customer for a reading.
This hour, 11:45? Yeah, it's probably some drunk.
Oh, the better. They give bigger fees. And no complaints. Now, get out.
All right. I'll be sitting behind the curtain in the kitchen.
Yes? Oh, step inside, friend, and let Frederica Gillis solve your problems.
You have...
Yes. Oh, look. Step inside, please. That's better. Now, what's troubling you, friend? Money matters, domestic difficulties, fear of the future.
There is a sign in your window.
Spiritual reader, forecaster of the future, palms red.
No, not that.
Not what?
The sign, the sign, room to rent.
Oh, that. Well, that's a mistake, mister. We had a room vacant, but we really don't have it.
I took that room 3 months ago. I'm the lodger here. There ain't no more room. But the sign is still in the window. Just a mistake. It should have been taken down. No room? No room, chum. So, this way out.
Wait. Maybe we have got a room for this gentleman.
What? Freddie, have you got...
Top floor, sort of an attic room, if you don't mind the climb.
What? Wait a minute, you can't get in that room. Now, I've got all the photographic equipment in there.
Well, you better clear it out, because I've just rented the room to this here nice gentleman. You want to take a look at it, sir?
I'll take it.
Without even looking at it? I think you'd better go up and then decide. I want to be fair about it. Right up them stairs, top floor, first door on the left.
Well, I don't need to look.
Now, do as you're told. Go upstairs.
Yes, I'll go. I'll do as you say. What is the crazy idea of that? Now, what do you want him around here for?
For a very definite reason. I recognized him immediately.
You did? Well, who is he?
He's Kent Hatcher, the man the entire country is searching for.
That one? And you let him in?
Oh, put down that phone, you fool. Put it down. Now, this guy, Hatcher, is going to be the one thing we need to pull off that caper with Mrs. Mowbray. This is the biggest piece of luck we've had.
Frederica Gillis, in her own canny way, recognized more than just the features of the hunted man. She knew intuitively that he was susceptible to hypnosis and made up her mind to use this susceptibility to further her own nefarious plans. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Several days have passed since Kent Hatcher, the hunted man, found refuge with Frederica Gillis and her accomplice, Archie. She has not permitted him to leave the house, and, in fact, has been working to disguise his much-publicized, scarred face.
That you, Archie?
Right, Freddie girl.
Come out here in the kitchen. I want you to see something.
Coming.
Well, Archie, how do you like him?
Good. What a change you made in his appearance. You've even given him a new hairdo.
Looks a lot different with the dye job.
Takes years off his age, blacking it up like that.
Wait till his beard grows out. That'll cover most of the scars.
It's terrific. Well, Kent, how do you like your new look? I like it. Thank you.
Only his name is not Kent, Archie. That had to be changed. His name is Mazumodar.
What?
He's going to be Mazumodar, the Indian mystic. He'll darken his face, let his beard grow out, and then with a fancy, what do you call them things they wrap around their heads?
Turban,
that's it. Oh, can't you just see him in a rich-looking robe with a turban on his head?
Now, wait, well, what's on your mind, Freddie girl?
Oh, you're not very quick, Archie. Now, look, what I have in mind is Mazumodar, do you hear me?
I hear you.
What is your name? Tell me your name.
I am Mazumodar.
Now, I want you to go to your room, and you are to stay there until I call you. Repeat what I have told you.
Go to my room and stay until you call me.
Now, go.
I go to my room and stay. That's amazing. To me, he's behaving like a little lamb.
Oh, I could sense right from the moment I laid eyes on him that he was an easy subject. Oh, we're going to give Mrs. Mowbray the greatest spirit show she's ever seen in her life. She'll hand us her money in a bushel basket. Everything ready, Archie?
Yeah, I think so. Now let's run over the list. Wind effect, whistling sound, eerie music.
Okay, but not too much.
When she does get in touch with her dear departed Kenneth, what's she going to ask him? And what's our phony medium Kent going to reply?
Mazumodar. Remember that?
Okay, Mazumodar. What's he going to say? Now, you can't guess what the old gal might ask when the seance starts.
Look, I've been working with him all week. If the going gets too rough for him and he can't give a good answer, I'll just break things up, stop the seance. Say that the contact with the spirit world is broken.
Okay. What time's she coming?
Oh, I told her 8 o'clock.
Well, now, just to get things straight, now, I'll be in the kitchen. All the sound effects will be piped into here where the seance is taking place, right?
Right. And when I want the sound out, I'll say, Mazumodar, do you feel a presence in this room?
Then I fade sound out and Mazumodar takes over.
That's all there is to it. And Mrs. Mowbray will be here in 30 minutes. Mrs. Mowbray, this is the great Mazumodar.
Oh, does he speak English?
Oh, yes. I've asked him to conduct the seance in English. He's agreed, though he'd rather do it in his own language.
Oh, I understand. Thank him for me. If he is able to reach out into the great void and bring my son, my dear son Kenneth, back to me, even for an instant.
Mazumodar will do his best. I told him of your great sorrow, and he was sympathetic. Weren't you all-seeing one?
I am sympathetic to the sorrows of a grieving mother.
Oh, bless you. Bless you. Please help me. Let us begin. Sit here at this table, Mrs. Mowbray.
Yes.
You there. I will sit opposite you. The great Mazumodar will sit between us. Let the seance begin.
What is it?
Silence. Mazumodar must reach out into the spirit world. He is entering his trance.
I call to you. I order you to come. Spirits, obey the command of Mazumodar.
Do you feel a presence, all-seeing one?
There is one here who demands to speak.
Then let him speak.
Mother, where are you?
It's Kenneth. He's calling to me.
You may speak to him.
Oh, Kenneth, darling, I miss you terribly. Are you happy?
I am happy, Mother.
Oh, this is so alone, darling. I want you with me always. I have felt your presence near me.
I have been with you from the moment of my death. It has been difficult reaching you, difficult to let you hear my voice. Now you are being helped by kind and gentle people. Be good to them, Mother. Without them, our thin thread of contact will dissolve. I will return to you, and we will talk again. I will return.
Oh, what happened? Why has he gone? Oh, call him back, I beg you. Mother Modar, I will give you anything you want, but please let me speak to him again.
Now, stop that. You want to ruin everything? Stop, I say. The seance is at an end.
Oh, please.
Ask Mazumodar to forgive me for my outburst. Mazumodar understands, Mrs. Mowbray.
Oh, I hope he does. When may I come again?
I will call you after I consult with him.
I want to... Well, I don't quite know how to say this, but can I give him something? I mean, will he accept?
The all-seeing one is a holy man and may not accept money. It is unclean.
Oh, well, in that case...
But he must live, and I must live. That is, I will accept for him.
Oh, yes, of course. Here. Oh, you are a good person, Mrs. Gillis. I'm so lucky to have found you. Goodbye. Thank you again, and please call me soon.
Soon. Goodbye. Archie?
She's gone finally, huh? Yeah, you didn't let the seance go too long, did you?
Just long enough to make her want more. Oh, it was a complete success. Mazumodar was perfect.
She loosened up the purse strings a wee bit, too, didn't she? I heard her say something about money.
Yeah, 500. Take your cut.
500? Whew, it's better than I thought.
Peanuts. That's just a down payment on what she's going to give us. Beg us to take.
You got something big on your mind?
Well, the next time, she's not going to be taken in quite so much by the atmosphere of the seance. She wants something more definite, more tangible.
Well, we got all that info we collected from the Army files about her son. You know, flyer shot down. Body never recovered. Final report of his burial in enemy territory.
Oh, nothing in that stuff will have any influence on her. Now, just take a look at this snapshot, taken with his buddies overseas. Take a good look at it.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, what's so important about this photo?
Look at his right wrist. What do you see? Here, use this magnifying glass. Here.
Yeah. Looks like he's wearing one of them identity bracelets this guys wore at the time. You know, especially flyers.
That's correct. It was specially made for him, she told me, by a fancy jeweler. At the time of his death, it was destroyed or stolen. She never got it back.
So what?
We are going to reproduce that bracelet. And at the next seance, Mazumodar will ask the dear departed Kenneth for some proof that he is really Mrs. Mowbray's son.
And then old Mazumi will drop the identity bracelet right into Mrs. Mowbray's sweating hands. Oh, that's great. That's really a great idea, Frederica, girl.
Well, now, look, you take this photo and blow it up as large as you can. And then blow up the portion that takes in the right wrist.
Yeah, then blow that up again. Yeah. Then get all the details.
And then we find a jeweler who can reproduce the identification bracelet exactly. What do you think that'll be worth to the rich Mrs. Mowbray?
Now, open up, Kent. Now, will you be a good guy? Good guy, now open up the door, huh? Look, I gotta get in there, Kent. Now, I got all my photographic equipment in there. Well, thanks, old man. Hey, I'm sorry if I disturbed you. It won't take me a minute. No, what? No. Wait a minute, Kent, or Massimo, whatever your name. Now, listen.
No.
Stop now. Don't look at me like that. Frederica!
No.
Frederica, help!
6.
No.
5.
No.
3.
Stop.
Listen to me.
Stop.
Frederica. To
help.
me.
Help.
No. You hear me? You hear me and you obey. Tell me that you hear me.
I hear you.
Well, now go back into your room and stay there until I order you to leave. Repeat what I have said.
Go back to my room. Stay there.
Until I order you to leave.
Until you order me to leave.
Feeling better, Archie?
Well, my throat feels like a horse stepped out of something. But playing with dynamite. The best thing we can do is turn him in before we all wake up dead some morning.
Yeah. Wait till we make the big caper. To the next seance. And we're able to drop the identification bracelet into the center of the table.
Yeah, can we take the chance? Can we wait that long?
Look, just go to work. Take your pictures. How long will it take to have the bracelet made?
Well, I know a guy who does great work.
Good. Can you get to him?
He's just a telephone call away. He owes me a couple of favors.
Well, call him. And then start working with your camera. I got all your equipment out of Mazumodar's room.
Here. Feast your eyes on that.
Oh, the bracelet. You got it.
Told you the jeweler was a friend, huh? Did it in 2 days. Now, ain't it beautiful?
Let me see the photo. The blow-up you made.
Here. Spitting image.
Oh, perfect. Looks like the original.
Yeah. Look how he made it look as though it had been in a fire, eh? Mulberry went down in flames, you know.
Yeah. Oh, good touch. Makes it look authentic. Look, I'll call Mrs. Mowbray and set up the seance as soon as possible.
Listen, there's one little fly in the ointment, Freddie girl.
What?
Maybe we ought to get a new medium to run the show, huh?
What are you talking about? New medium? No. We've got to use Mazumodar. We've established him.
Well, you got to unestablish him. He's gone.
Gone? When? How? We'll just have to find him. Come on. He didn't have much money, so he couldn't have gone far.
Well, wouldn't it be better to report the whole thing to the police?
And throw away enough money to keep us in the good things for the rest of our life? Are you crazy?
But now...
No buts. Mazumodar is the key that will unlock Mrs. Mowbray's bank account. And we're not going to let that slip out of our hands.
Kent Hatcher loose in the city again. No one to control his homicidal urges. His changed appearance would make it difficult for the police to recognize and to apprehend him. Will they? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. have gone by since Kent Hatcher broke through the bombs of hypnotic suggestion and fled from the house of Frederica Gillis. Mrs. Gillis and Archie have been hunting for him for hours. But the tortured man wanders through the big city. Something urges him onward. Something that defies even to himself.
Hello. May I speak to Carl Shearson, please? This is his wife, Alma. I know you don't like me calling the office, but I think I saw him. No. Carl, I'm sure. He's changed, but I knew him. Yes, I know I said that before, but this time he followed me. Yes, I tried to get away. I ran into Fletcher's grocery store, quickly ordered some groceries, and asked them to let me slip out the back entrance. I didn't see him after that. Call the police. No, I couldn't. They'll kill him. They're searching for him, and they'll take no chances. Oh, someone at the door. Must be my grocery order. I told them to send it up. Call me back in a few minutes, Carl. Coming. Oh, no. No. Please, don't come in here. Get your foot out of the door. Let me close it, please.
Alma, I want to talk to you. Alma, don't hold the door. I won't hurt you.
Come in.
Alma, I've been following you. At first, I didn't know why. And then the name Alma kept repeating in my head. Then I knew who Alma was. Do you know who I am?
Yes. I know you can't. They told me you were dead. I was alone all those years. I'm remarried.
Remarried?
You were declared legally dead. Even then I hesitated, but Carl insisted that we marry. He's a good man, kind. I need him. He loves me.
Our daughter, Mary, dead, isn't she?
Pneumonia. The year after you disappeared.
Dead. Everything dead, or gone, or over.
Kent, you must go away. Hide. They're looking for you. They may find you here.
All over. You know, Alma, I can hardly remember what you used to look like. I can hardly remember my life. There's nothing here in the papers. Nothing on the radio or TV. All it says is, fugitive killer still at large. Seems he ran into his ex-missus and her new husband reported it to the police.
No, that means he's still in town.
And worse luck. I wish he'd take off with the great open spaces. I hope we never see him again.
What are you talking about, Archie? We need him. I'm hoping he'll come back here.
Here?
Yeah, where else can he go? He hasn't a cent. He knows he's safe here.
Question is, Freddie, are we?
I can control him, and we need him. I've stalled Mrs. Mowbray twice. I can't keep doing it without her losing interest. If he walked in that door today, we could schedule the seance for tonight, and Clear out of here, Archie. It's a client wants a reading. I'll go in the kitchen.
All right. Call me if you want.
Yeah. You, Mazumoda. Oh, come in. Archie, come here.
What is it? What? Why, it's him. What? He was right. He did come back.
Mazumoda, listen to me. Listen. You are to go to your room.
Go to my room.
You will change your street clothes to Mazumoda's robe and turban. Do you understand?
I understand.
Now, go to your room.
I go to my room.
It's amazing. That's truly amazing. You got him like a monkey on a string.
I told you I could control him.
You going to pull it off tonight?
Why should we wait? As soon as we get our money, we'll get rid of him, turn him in.
Well, it's my sentiments exactly. Now, he is too hot to handle. The sooner the cops get him, the better.
Hand me the phone. Mrs. Mowbray, right on time. Come in. Come in.
Thank you for calling me. I began to think that all contact with my son Kenneth was broken. I thought perhaps I had disturbed Mazumoda by my outburst.
Oh, no, nothing like that. But I must tell you, his efforts on your behalf have taken their toll of his strength.
I don't quite understand.
Well, every night, Mazumoda has reached out into the darkness of death to touch the spirit of your son.
Oh, has he really?
The effort has drained his strength. He is not well.
Oh, then perhaps
it may take him months, perhaps years to recuperate, and the expenses incurred are very high.
I will pay them anything.
Well, I am certain that he will be successful tonight.
I have been in communion with the spirit of your son. I have informed him that he must appear to you and must give you some evidence known only to the two of you to prove without any doubt that it is truly he.
Oh, if he could. We will begin. Sit here at this table, as we did the last time.
Yes.
You there, I across from you, and Mazumoda sitting between us. Yes. Now, I will dim the lights. Let us join hands and complete the mystic circle. Oh, Mazumoda, do you feel a presence?
I feel there is one here who has traveled a long way.
Do you know him by name?
This is not simple. He is trying. He is trying to...
Mazumoda, are you all right? Can you continue?
I can't continue. I must. The spirit is here in our midst. He wants to speak.
Let him speak.
Mother! Mother! I call out to you across the long reaches of infinity.
Oh, Kenneth!
I have spoken several times to this holy man who has made it possible to be near you.
Yes, Kenneth.
He has informed me that I must give you substantial proof of my presence here. What should it be?
Oh, anything. I believe it is really you.
No, I will give you proof. Proof of my love for you, dear mother. Do you remember your loving gift to me?
What gift?
Shortly before I left to go overseas on my last furlough home.
The bracelet. The identification bracelet.
Yes.
It was never found, never returned to me. I wanted that more than anything else.
I knew that, and I return it to you now.
It's his bracelet. Oh, my son. Lights, let us turn on the lights. The seance is over. Oh, my dear son. Oh, could you all be to me?
bracelet. Oh, this is all I have left of him. Oh, thank you, Mother Modoc. How can I ever adequately thank you?
I am sympathetic to the grief of a lonely mother.
Mother Modoc, he's fallen. Quick, help me. Help me lift him. Archie, come in here quickly.
What is it? Hey, what's happened?
Mother Modoc has fainted, collapsed. Here, help me.
Here. I'll get him under the right arm now.
Yes.
And then you get him. Wait a minute. It's no use. Just leave him there.
Leave him?
He's dead.
Come in. Oh, yes, Colonel Plant. I've been expecting you.
Yes. Official identification of the body, I know.
Well, I don't make the rules.
I realize that, Doctor. Let's get on with it. I have another appointment.
Very well. If you'll come this way. Here, after you, Colonel. We, keep the bodies here prior to identification.
Of course.
Right this way, please. And here we are, number 31416. Do you identify this man, Colonel Plant?
I do. His name was Kent Hatcher. His serial number...
No, that won't be necessary, Colonel. It's all here on this form. May I have your signature, please?
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you.
Is that all?
No, that's all that's required officially, Colonel. But do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead.
That business with the identification bracelet?
Oh, it was a fake, a reproduction. Mrs. Gillis' accomplice, Archie, had it made from a photograph. We got all that in their confessions.
They had made it look as though the dead son, Kenneth, had sent the bracelet to his mother from the great beyond?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a common trick played by people of this type to bilk naive women. However, there was one aspect of the matter that has not been satisfactorily explained.
You mean about the inscription on the inside of the identification band?
To my son, forever and ever, Mother. Doctor, there was no way they could have known what that was, or whether there was even an inscription. In some mysterious way, that engraving appeared on the inner face of the silver bracelets. How? We shall never know.
And the tortured, troubled man finally found his rest on a cold slab in the morgue. Unmourned, unwanted, unwept for. I'll be back shortly. So we've had a look at the terrifying results of tampering with the human brain. All the experts agreed pretty much on the methods that had been used, but not one had an answer for Kent Hatcher's mysterious extrasensory knowledge of the inscription on the inside of the bracelet. That he took to his grave. Our cast included William Redfield, Bryna Rayburn, Mason Adams, Earl Hammond, and Martha Greenhouse. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You see this writing?
Yes.
It is the runic alphabet. It represents an ancient death curse.
And those figures on it?
The date of your death.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
It has earned the reputation of being one of the most powerful of all the ancient spells. The drawback, of course, was the absolute necessity of having the man or woman casting the runes to pass the curse on directly and have it accepted.
Oh, no, I won't believe that. This is the 20th century.
Careful. Lose this paper and you lose your only chance.
You mean there's something I can do?
One thing.
What is it?
Pass the curse to someone else.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a fantastic parable about the dehumanization of human beings. In the negative utopia described in my story, man has been subordinated to his own inventions. Science, technology, social organization, these things have ceased to serve man. They have become his masters. A quarter of a century has passed since the book was published. In that time, our world has taken so many steps in the wrong direction that if I were writing today, I would date my story not 600 years in the future, but at the most 200. The price of liberty and even of common humanity is eternal vigilance.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System and its 217 affiliated stations, present the premiere broadcast of the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Part 1 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. We are proud to have Mr. Huxley as narrator for these broadcasts. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley, and these are the sounds of the brave new world, of test tube and decanter, of hissing injectors and gurgling blood substitute. The year is AF 632, 632 years after Ford. We are inside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, and this is the fertilizing room, an enormous laboratory where the temperature is never allowed to fall below 98.6. And here comes the director of hatcheries and conditioning in person, bringing with him a group of young students.
Tomorrow you will be settling down to serious work. Today I just want to give you a general idea of things. These are the incubators, and here is the week's supply of ova, kept at blood heat. Come along, boys. Now here, we immerse the eggs into a warm bouillon containing free-swimming spermatozoa. Immersion continues until the eggs are all fertilized. And over here is where we bottle the alphas and betas. In short, gentlemen, the perfect process for manufacturing healthy babies. Are there any questions?
Sir, will you explain the Bakhanovsky process?
I'm glad you asked that. Students, take this down. Bakhanovsky's process. Where in olden times one egg made one embryo which made one baby. Today we've improved on all that. Now the egg will bud, will divide, from 8 to 96 buds, and every bud will grow into a perfectly formed embryo, and every embryo into a mature baby, making 96 human beings grow where only one grew before. Progress.
But what advantage is it, sir?
Oh, my good boy, can't you see? Where in olden times nature allowed us only to have twins or perhaps triplets or so, today we can create scores, yes, scores of identical individuals. We can manufacture men and women in uniform batches. Think of it. An entire factory staffed with the product of one single egg. 96 identical individuals working 96 identical machines. At last, society really knows where it stands. Remember, it was our Ford who gave us the concept of the assembly line when he was on Earth many centuries ago. And now, boys, we will go up to the bottling room where we shall see how we create each class of society, alphas, betas, deltas, etc. Come with me. Well, Lenina.
Oh, Director.
Oh, charming, charming. What are you injecting into our embryos today, my dear? Typhoid antitoxins?
Yes, sir.
Are you busy this afternoon?
Oh, not after 5, sir.
Good. Suppose we get together then on the roof.
That would be fine.
I've admired you for some time, Lenina. I'm looking forward to a closer acquaintance.
Thank you, sir.
And now, boys, we're off to the bottling room.
You are a lucky girl. The director of hatcheries and conditioning.
Oh, hello, Fanny.
Oh, you can trust the director to be the perfect gentleman. I saw him pat you.
He wants me.
You see? That shows what he stands for. The strictest conventionality. And it's about time you started belonging to someone else, my dear.
But I like Henry Foster. We've only been with each other 4 months.
4 months? Well, what would the district world controller say? You know how he disapproves anything intense or long-drawn. And it isn't as though there were anything painful or disagreeable about being with 1 or 2 other men besides Henry. After all, everyone belongs to everyone else.
You're quite right, Fanny, as usual.
Good girl.
Fanny, do you know Bernard Marx?
Bernard
Marx? Why not? Bernard's an Alpha Plus. Besides, he asked me to go to New Mexico, to the Savage Reservation with him.
But his reputation. They say he doesn't like obstacle golf.
Oh, they say.
And that he spends most of his time by himself alone. They say somebody made a mistake when he was still in the bottle. Thought he was a gamma and put alcohol into his blood substitute. That's why he's so stunted.
Oh, what nonsense.
Oh, very well, Lenina. It's your life, my dear. But I think you're heading for trouble.
And here we have the bottling room. Little embryos carefully bottled being rocked gently to and fro as they did in olden days when carried by their mothers. Now, boys, you must learn to distinguish between smut and science. I am going to use that word again. As scientists of tomorrow, you must learn to cope with it. Mother. Oh. There, that's better. As a matter of fact, there is an area in our world where humans are still viviparous, still give birth to their children. The Savage Reservation in New Mexico. I visited there once myself, many years ago. Dreadful, filthy place. Naturally, civilization has improved on all that. It is here we control the embryo's growth, each batch carefully regulated to produce the exact class of citizen we desire. And here is our Mr. Henry Foster in charge of bottling. Oh, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Please explain the process to the students.
Oh, delighted, sir.
By the way, Henry, before you begin, I made a date with Lenina Crown this afternoon.
Oh, really? I'm delighted, sir. I'm sure you'll enjoy belonging to her.
Good. Very pneumatic girl. Now, please proceed.
This way, gentlemen. Here, we advance the process. One by one, the eggs are transferred from their test tubes into these larger decanters and moved along to the labelers, carefully labeled as to heredity, date of fertilization, sex, name, serial number. Gentlemen, there are 88 cubic feet of card index in this room. Now, here is where we actually predestine and condition. Nothing is so unstabilizing to society as unhappy people. We avoid all that by preconditioning our embryos. And now we are entering the heat conditioning room. Hot tunnels alternating with cool tunnels. Exposure to cold is accompanied by exposure to X-rays. By the time these babies are decanted, they have a perfect horror of cold. Thus, they are perfectly prepared to emigrate to the tropics, to be miners and acetate silk spinners and steel workers.
And that is the secret of happiness and virtue, liking what you have got to do. All conditioning aims at that, making people like their unescapable social destiny. Oh, 10 to 3, boys. Time to visit the nurseries.
And so the director continued on his tour. Meanwhile, in his rooms high above the city, Bernard Marx nervously paced the floor.
I'm taking Lenina Crown in New Mexico with me, Helmholtz, to the Savage Reservation.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be frank, Bernard. There's been a lot of talk about your behavior at the College of Emotional Engineering. Of course, I've been defending you.
And I'm supposed to be grateful? Because you're a successful feelies writer? Because you're tall, well-built, have all the girls you want?
Oh, Bernard. Now, you know how I feel. I want to write. I mean, seriously, not slogans or feelies. I want to write something important. Lately, I've been cutting out my committees and my girls. The director called me in just the other day.
Are you in trouble, too?
There's a poem I wrote, too emotional, he said. He gave me the lecture about being an Alpha Plus, about remembering to behave even as a little infant.
I know. I tried to explain to Lenina, but she doesn't understand, or won't understand. All those other men she belongs to, Henry Foster, Benito Hoover, they treat her like a side of beef. It's disgusting.
It's socially proper. We share and we share alike, remember?
But I want her for myself, alone.
Bernard, you're my closest friend. Now, you listen to me. You can't win this way. Follow the rules. Play the game. Be happy.
The nursery was on the 5th floor. The sign over the door said, Neo-Pavlovian Conditioning Room. It was a large, bare room, very bright and sunny. Half a dozen nurses, trousered and jacketed in the regulation white viscose linen uniform, were engaged in setting out bowls of roses in a long row across the floor. The nurses stiffened to attention as the director of hatcheries and conditioning came in, followed by his students.
Set out the books.
In silence, the nurses obeyed his command. Between the rose bowls, the books were duly set out.
Now bring in the children.
They hurried out of the room and returned in a moment, each pushing a kind of tall, dumb waiter, laden on all its 4 wire-netted shelves, with 8-month-old babies, all exactly alike, a Bokanovsky group, and all, since their caste was Delta, dressed in khaki diapers.
Put them down on the floor. Now turn them so they can see the flowers and books.
Turned, the babies at once fell silent, then began to crawl towards those clusters of sleek colors, those shapes so gay and brilliant. From the ranks of the babies came little squeals of excitement, gurgles and twitterings of pleasure. The swiftest crawlers were already at their goal. Small hands reached out uncertainly, touched, grasped, unpetaling the roses, crumpling the illuminated pages of the books.
Watch carefully, students. All right, nurses, pull the lever. And now we proceed to rub in the lesson with a mild electric shock. That's enough. All right, take them away, nurses. Observe. Henceforth, books and flowers will be associated in their minds with loud, unpleasant noises and electric shock. And after 200 repetitions of the same or a similar lesson, will be wedded forever. What man has joined, nature is powerless to put asunder. They'll be safe from books and botany all their lives.
But, sir, since these are lower caste children anyway and will never read, why bother to condition them against flowers?
Simple economics. If gammas, deltas, or even epsilons like flowers in nature, soon you'd see them wasting their time visiting the countryside. And of what economic use is that? A love of nature keeps no factories busy. It was decided to abolish it, at least among the lower classes. Any further questions?
Sir, would you tell us about sleep teaching?
I'm glad you asked that. The most ingenious development of all, sleep teaching, is given to all our children as they grow to maturity. A little voice murmurs slogans in their ear all the night long while they sleep. Of course, it's useless for teaching, but as a method for giving post-hypnotic suggestions, it is invaluable. It's what conditions our minds to love our future role in life. Now, boys, tell me some of the lessons we've all learned through sleep teaching.
A gram is better than a dam.
A good example. We have learned to take a gram of soma whenever we feel out of sorts. Euphoric, narcotic, pleasantly hallucinant. It transports our minds into a beautiful sleep filled with wonderful images. It gives a soma holiday, thus preventing unnecessary impulses such as anger, jealousy, envy, anxiety. Next.
Ending is better than mending.
Good. It's better to throw away something than to repair it. New clothing, new possessions keep our factories humming and make us happier. Next.
I'm glad I'm not a gamma.
Ah, yes. We're all taught in our sleep to enjoy our own caste, whatever it may be. Gammas are taught to think, I'm glad I'm not an epsilon. Betas learn to be glad they're not deltas or gammas.
And glad they're not alphas, because we alphas sometimes have to use our minds, and that's very painful.
That's very good indeed. Well, students, I think our tour is over for today. I'm sure most of you have dates with pneumatic young ladies. Some, of course, will be wanting to get in a game of obstacle golf. But before we finish, I'd like to add a few footnotes to the things you've seen today. Today, we have a controlled society, a happy society. We have stability. There was a time when these things did not exist.
Didn't people grow old and feeble in those days, sir?
Indeed they did. Old men in the bad old days used to renounce, retire, take to religion, spend their time reading, thinking. Now, such is progress. At 60, we have the tastes and the powers of a 17-year-old. Why, the old men have no time, no leisure from pleasure, not a moment to sit down and think. They're much too busy scampering from feely to feely, from girl to pneumatic girl. Fortunate boys, no pains have been spared to make your lives emotionally easy, to preserve you as far as possible from having emotions at all. Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
Ford's in his flivver, all's well with the world.
And solemnly and devoutly they made the sign of the T and hurried off to join their fellow citizens at play. In spite of Fanny's dire warnings, Lenina Crown made a date that evening with the eccentric Mr. Marks, partly to show Fanny her courage and partly because she was curious. When they were safely in their helicopter and climbing above the city, she turned to him.
Shall we play escalator squash or go to the Feelies?
Escalator squash is a waste of time.
But what else is time for? All right, then, let's go to the Feelies. You know, they're showing love on a bearskin rug, and everyone says it's terribly exciting. You can
Lenina,
actually
please,
feel...
couldn't we just go for a walk and be alone together?
But, Bernard, we'll be alone all night.
Well, I meant alone for talking.
Talking? What about? Oh, you're beginning to feel nasty, I can tell. Take a soma, Bernard.
I'd rather be myself and nasty, not somebody else, however jolly.
A gram in 9 saves 9.
Oh, for Ford's sake, be quiet.
Bernard.
Lenina, don't you ever want to be just you? Not enslaved by your own conditioning, to be free.
But I am free. I'm free to have the most wonderful time. Everybody's happy nowadays.
But wouldn't you like to be free to be happy in your own way and not somebody else's?
I simply don't understand you. Bernard, do you really like me? Everyone says I'm awfully pneumatic.
Eventually, Bernard took Lenina to the Westminster Abbey Cabaret, where Calvin Stopes and his 16 saxophonists were playing. Also featured was London's finest scent and colour organ, and all the latest synthetic music. With the aid of 4 Soma tablets, Bernard managed to spend a successful evening with the girl, and the next morning he agreed to apply at once for a permit to visit the Savage Reservation. He was quite nervous as he stood before the large desk of the Director of Hatcheries and Conditioning.
Oh, going to take Lenina Crown, I see.
Yes, sir.
Very pneumatic.
Yes, sir.
New Mexico Reservation. How long ago was it? Let me see. 25 years? I must have been your age then.
Sir?
I had the same idea as you. Wanted to have a look at the savages. Got a permit for New Mexico and went there for my summer holiday. With my girl of the moment. She was a beta minus, I think. Oh, yes. She had yellow hair and was especially pneumatic. Well, it was terrible. We rode about on horses and all that, and the last day of our stay, she got lost. Somewhere in those horrid mountains. Lost. We never did find her, poor girl. Must have fallen in some crevice. Yes, we searched for days, but no luck. Miserable trip.
You must have had a terrible shock.
What? Oh, don't imagine there was anything unethical about it. Nothing emotional or long drawn. It was all perfectly healthy and normal.
I'm sure it was, sir.
What's that? Oh. Mr. Marks, I should like to take this opportunity of saying I'm not at all pleased with the reports I receive of your behavior outside working hours. Alphas are so conditioned that they do not have to be infantile in their emotional behavior, but that is all the more reason for their making a special effort to conform. And so, Mr. Marks, I give you fair warning.
Yes, sir.
If ever I again hear of any lapse from a proper standard of infantile decorum, I shall ask for your transference to a subcenter, preferably to Iceland. Good morning.
The journey was quite uneventful. The Blue Pacific rocket lost 4 minutes in a tornado over Texas, but was able to land at Santa Fe less than 40 seconds behind schedule. Lenina and Bernard slept that night at Santa Fe, and Lenina was very happy.
Imagine 60 escalator squash racket courts in the hotel, and obstacle and electromagnetic golf, too. Oh, Bernard, it's simply too lovely.
There will be no scent organs, television, or even hot water once we get out on the reservation.
I can stand it. You'll see. Only progress is lovely, isn't it?
They took a rocket ship into the interior, and from there they traveled on horseback. And all Bernard could think about was Iceland, and how cold and barren it would be. The director's warning had made him even quieter and more sullen than usual. And then, that evening, they reached their destination. Before them was the village of Malpais, situated on a mesa. Adobe hovels growing out of the stony ground, dust and squalor, and the smell of wood smoke.
What an awful place. I don't like it. Who's that man coming toward us?
He's to be our guide.
I'm frightened, Bernard.
Quiet.
We shouldn't have come.
Oh, good morrow. You're civilized, aren't you? You come from outside, from the other place?
My name is Bernard Marks. This is Lenina Crown.
My name is John. Come with me.
He speaks English. That's strange.
Probably trained as a guide.
Where is he leading us?
To that hut, I believe. There seems to be some sort of activity over there.
Orgy, porgy. Why, it's like our lower caste community sing. Only look. Now they're beating themselves with whips. Oh, no, Bernard.
It's got something to do with their religion. What a wonderful intensity of feeling it must generate. I often think one may have missed something in not having passions like that.
Nonsense. Bernard, what's wrong with that man?
Where? Oh, he's just old, that's all.
Old? But we don't look like that when we're old. He's so wrinkled, Oh, it's horrible.
That's because we age all at once. We stay 17 until we're 60 or so, and
then we die, and they burn our bodies and recover the phosphorus for the good of the world state, just as it should be. But this...
What is it?
That woman! Oh, Bernard, no! Take me away! Take me away!
She's only nursing her baby, Lenina. That's her child. She's the mother.
Bernard, how can you be so vulgar? Oh, I think I'll be sick. Please, Bernard, anywhere. Anywhere.
Is something wrong?
I think we'd better take Lenina inside.
Over here. Follow me.
My soma. I'm out of soma. Bernard.
I'm sorry, Lenina. I didn't bring any.
Oh.
Here. Inside. This is my home. This is my home. You are welcome to remain here.
John? John?
Yes, Mother?
Mother?
These are people from the outside, Mother. They have come to see the reservation.
From the other place? You're from the other place.
Don't come near me.
But don't you see, I'm from there, too. I'm civilized. I don't belong here. It's all a terrible mistake.
This is my mother, Linda.
Were you born here?
No, I tell you, I was decanted like normal people. Oh, thank Ford, someone has come. At last, thank Ford.
Bernard, please keep her away.
Could you tell us about yourself, please?
Well, I came here 25 years ago with a man. His name was Thomas. We went riding together on horses. There was a terrible storm. I got lost in this horrible place. It was the last day of our stay. He left me here, alone.
Lenina?
Yes?
You will be interested to know that our director of hatcheries and conditioning is named Thomas, and that he came here 25 years ago.
Oh, no.
And that...
It can't be.
But it is. He told me so himself. What a discovery. This boy is our director's son. Our director is a father.
Oh, it's too horrible.
Mother, what is he saying?
Iceland, indeed.
Bernard, stop it.
Well, we'll see who tells who where to go now. John.
Yes, sir?
How would you and your mother like to return to civilization?
Do you mean it? Oh, please, do you? Listen, they're crazy here. I was a beta minus. I always worked in the fertilizing room. I was a good worker. But how can I tell them? They don't understand. They mend things. They don't know what a helicopter is or soma. They have babies like dogs. Oh, it's too revolting. Oh, thank Ford. If it hadn't been for my son, for John, what a comfort he has been to me.
Your son? How can you? You, a beta minus.
I know, but he's been a comfort to me just the same. If only I'd had soma. Oh, do you mean it? Will you take us back to civilization?
Of course. We'll leave tomorrow. You and your son back to civilization.
And Bernard was as good as his word. That very night, he and John and his mother and Lenina took the Blue Pacific rocket to London. For Lenina, it was a happy trip, since she had taken 4 somas the minute they got back to the hotel. For John, it was a voyage of discovery. Poor Linda, his mother, could only weep for joy. But for Bernard, it was a moment of triumph. Triumph such as he had never known before.
Brave New World, Part 1, by Aldous Huxley. A startling, shocking account of what can happen to our civilization 600 years in the future. And more importantly, a warning to all of us against the destruction of moral standards, family life, and the soul of man. Join us next week when we will continue with Part 2 of Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future of what could become the brave new world. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most people look upon their own everyday lives as being routine, without much excitement. But that shouldn't stop anyone from having an active imagination. This is why we make our escape from the humdrum with stories of adventure, mystery, and murder. Another mental activity most people enjoy is fitting together the pieces of a puzzle. The stranger the shapes, the more challenging that puzzle becomes. Our present puzzle concerns a young man who is called upon to use all his wits in figuring out the whereabouts of a string of deadly pearls.
Now, it's absolutely essential, Keith, that you understand the importance of this assignment.
I believe I do, sir.
If those pearls aren't recovered, and recovered soon, it's an established fact that someone else will die.
I understand.
And no matter what happens, no one on that island must have any idea who you really are or what you're doing there.
Check.
You better be a good actor.
I think I can manage that. What do I have to lose?
You could lose your life.
Our mystery drama, The Deadly Pearls, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Paul Hecht and Kate Reed. Although the FBI and the Honolulu police were in on the case, because of certain peculiar circumstances, it was important that the criminal be apprehended by a private investigator. This hazardous assignment went to Keith Spencer, a young man who had proved his physical courage in wartime service. But other qualifications were required for the job, as explained when Keith had his final briefing in San Francisco with the head of the Gordon Investigating Service.
Afraid we've given you a rough time these past few days.
Oh, I didn't mind, sir. Only I am anxious to get going.
You do type, don't you?
Sure.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to prove it, so let's do two things at once. Take over this typewriter, and I'll dictate some paragraphs.
Okay, shoot.
I, Keith Spencer, am unmarried, with no living relatives, and no dependents. From this day forward, and until the completion of this assignment, I have assumed the identity of Robert Keith Ryder, and under no circumstances will I reveal my true identity.
Is that all?
Yeah, if you'll sign it.
Sure, got a pen?
Here. Oh, I suppose you should have signed a statement about your ability to play bridge.
What?
You did assure us that you play at least an average game of contract.
Well, sure, but I didn't realize it was all that important.
It could be crucial. Our 3 suspects are avid bridge players, when they can find a fourth.
Okay. Now, before I leave, let's go over the basic facts once more.
All right. The missing pearls were cultured. A single strand, about 24 inches long.
So they'd hang down about 12 inches if someone was wearing them. They don't sound very spectacular.
Yeah, but they are. Jonathan Kohlmeyer, who bought them, was a partner in a watch company which made radium dials. And somehow he managed to have the pearls treated with radium so they would glow in the dark.
When he first thought up this scheme, did he have an ulterior motive?
Who knows? It was what happened later that we care about.
And you don't think he started out as a murderer?
Well, that's beside the point. He became one. And when he found out how easy it was, he did it again 3 times.
Now, clue me in. Who did he bump off first?
The first woman he gave the pearls to was said to be very frail. When she died in an accident, Kohlmeyer was in a state of shock. So no one accused him of complicity in her death.
Yeah, but apparently he did retrieve whatever presents he'd given her.
Oh, yeah. He was that type. Then he got married. He gave the pearls to his bride, who wore them constantly. She loved that string of pearls.
How long did she last?
Radium can be a slow death. But it caught up with her after a while, and when she was dying, the doctors suspected radium poisoning.
So why didn't they nail her husband right then?
It never occurred to anyone to suspect the pearls.
How could any smart murderer pull the same stunt again?
He fell in love with a young and brainless beauty. Must have really liked her because he didn't give her the pearls for a long time. Not till he retired and they moved to Hawaii.
What did she do to deserve such a present?
Started playing around with another man. That did it. Kohlmeyer gave her the pearls. She moved out, went off with the pearls and her new boyfriend to a scarcely inhabited island, a small one, well offshore from Oahu. And when she developed an unexplained malady, the boyfriend left her.
Big-hearted guy.
Well, after her death, there was an autopsy. And this time, no question. Radium poisoning.
Now, why didn't the police move in and confiscate the pearls?
There were no pearls to be found.
Now, isn't it possible that Kohlmeyer had been there and gotten them?
No way. Kohlmeyer committed suicide without returning to the island.
Without a confession about what he'd done?
Good Lord, no. He was a respected businessman.
Now, you think the pearls are still on the island?
We're sure of it. But more than that, Keith, we've narrowed down to 3 people who lived nearest the cottage where the last victim died.
So my job, then, is to make friends with these 3 people and find out quietly which one of them has the deadly pearls.
Well, you make it sound too easy. Each of these people is highly eccentric. The few people who come and go from that island are under constant surveillance.
Including me.
Naturally. The pearls were usually kept in a narrow box. It looked like an ordinary jeweler's box, but it was made of lead.
Protection against the radium, of course. Means it would be heavier than most boxes that size.
Well, that makes it seem more elegant. The box is covered with purple velvet and lined with satin.
How original.
I know. It won't look much different from any jewel box you've ever seen.
I can't help thinking how useful a Geiger counter would be.
That's totally out of the question. When you bring a Geiger near a suspected object, it starts ticking.
Sure, I know. No gadgets to make life easier.
Just your own ingenuity. And it better be damn good. Well, there's not much more I can say, except to wish you luck.
I did my homework, and the more I read about those 3 characters on the island, the more curious I was to meet them. The Honolulu police cleared me, and then I was completely on my own with a photograph of the cottage and a map that showed how to find it. I was given a putt-putt stocked with a supply of canned goods, stowed the typewriter in duffel bag, and at last I was off. It was a cloudless day, and I found the beaching cove on the island without any trouble. You couldn't see the cottage from the beach, but I knew how to follow directions. Lugging my big canvas bag, I headed up a steep and winding path. And there it was, a neat, modern cottage with an enormous deck from which there must be quite a spectacular view. But I had a spectacular view myself just then, because on that deck was a dazzling blonde, obviously sunbathing. She sprang to her feet in all her glory, and I would have been speechless, except I knew I couldn't be.
Who the hell are you?
This is the Kohlmeyer cottage, isn't it?
What business is that of yours?
I'm the new tenant.
This place is not for rent.
No, that's right. Not anymore. I've signed the papers. It's mine for at least a year.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. How rude of me not to introduce myself. I'm Robert Keith, a writer in search of a quiet place to hang a typewriter.
I don't believe you. The last thing we need around here is a writer.
Lady, I am planning to live here.
Not if I can help it.
Okay. I've answered your questions. How about answering one for me? Who are you?
None of your business. Since you claim the house is yours, let's see you open the door.
Just what I was about to do. I understand it takes 2 keys. And here they are. Both of them.
Where'd you get those keys?
Now, do you believe me?
Big deal. You opened the door. And now I know who you are. You're a policeman. They sent you here to spy on us. Well, I'm not going to stand for it. When the supply boat comes around tomorrow, I'll send a message back to my lawyer. No penny anti-flunky is going to be spying on me.
I assure you I'm not
Don't
going
bother to unpack your things, Robert Keith, because tomorrow...
really, Miss...
Mrs. Walsh. Mrs. Barbara Walsh. And you'll find that I have protection against people like you.
The gorgeously suntanned Mrs. Walsh slipped her feet into sandals, picked up her beach towel from the deck, and started along the path which led from the north side of the cottage. You must understand that during our entire conversation, Barbara Walsh was completely in the buff. No bikini, nothing. Except around her neck and dangling in long loops over her well-formed body. Not pearls, but necklaces made of those decorative native seeds strung together. Ropes and ropes of them.
Robert Keith may have thought he was prepared for anything, but this introduction to his new home was an unsettling experience he hadn't counted on. He has now had a most revealing look at one of the 3 suspects. We'll be there for his encounter with the others when we return shortly with Act 2. Robert Keith found the cottage very much to his liking. He had expected something rather dark and sinister, but one wall of the living room had a big picture window, and in the bedroom there was a slanting skylight directly over the bed. It was certainly no place to hide, and Keith realized that whatever he did could be watched at close range, if anyone cared about what he was doing. He spent the first evening getting settled, and after a late supper of canned goods, he turned in for the night. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, he was sleeping soundly when...
What the devil? Hey, who's out there?
Well, bless my soul.
Hey, would you mind pointing that gun in another direction?
Not until I find out what you're up to.
Now, look, I was sound asleep. I'm living here.
No one lives in this house. Put up your hands.
Now, put down your gun, would you, sir?
Sir, I'm a man of honor. Colonel George Madison's the name, Army retired. And no one sets foot on this island without reporting to me.
Yeah, well, I was sorry. I didn't know that, Colonel. And if you'll come in, I'll show you my credentials. What the hell's that? Is there someone else out there?
No. Wait a minute. I'll check you out later. Right now, I recommend you go back to bed. Oh. There's a wild boar under the deck, and I aim to get him.
When the sun came up, it was another cloudless day. And after breakfast, I decided to pay a visit. Not eager to encounter either the gun-happy colonel or the wild-eyed lady with no clothes, it seemed wise to seek a formal introduction to the 3rd island resident. The path to her property was overgrown with luxuriant shrubbery, but it opened up into an area dotted with palm trees surrounding a small stone house. Squatting in the midst of a flower bed was a gnome of a woman wearing one of those loose garments the Hawaiians call muumuus.
I wondered when you were coming.
You were expecting me?
Of course. You're the writer who's moved into the death cottage.
Moved into the what?
Well, surely the rental agent told you that the 3 former tenants died there.
I think you're just trying to frighten me, but I don't scare easily.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you, Mr. Keith?
Oh, you know my name. Well, since we're going to be neighbors, perhaps you'll tell me...
I'm Nora Babcock. And if you'll help me up, we'll go to my porch where the coffee's perking.
I assisted Miss Babcock to her feet. The aging body was stooped and slow-moving, and her hands were badly crippled, yet she used them capably to pour the coffee when we were seated at a wicker table on her porch.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keith. I've lived on this island for a long time. That house was just a shack when the poor man, a writer like yourself, was stabbed to death in a ghastly pool of blood. The cottage was rebuilt before an unfortunate woman was strangled there. And then it was fixed up with all that glass to let the sun in. But nothing could save the last dear lady who simply wasted away.
Well, here's hoping I'll have better luck.
That depends. When were you born, Mr. Keith?
You mean what year?
No. The date. The day. The hour.
Oh, I was born in August. 14th of August.
Oh.
You sound disappointed.
You certainly don't look like Leo. The lion. And I would have thought that a writer... but no matter. There may be other factors. You belong to the northern sign of the zodiac. The middle point of the magnet of the fire triplicity.
Is that a fact?
Oh, you'd better not laugh at me, Mr. Keith. I'll tell you right now that you and I are destined to be enemies. You belong with Sagittarius, Libra, or Aries.
Oh, come on, Miss Babcock. I'm really not so bad. Now tell me about your sign.
I'm Gemini, the positive people of the air triplicity.
You mean air and fire don't mix?
Dangerously, Mr. Keith, very dangerously. Your sign is governed by the sun, and your gems are carnelian and sardonyx.
Well, I wouldn't know a sardonyx if I stumbled over one.
My governing planet is Mercury. Emeralds, moonstones, and pearls are my sign. And I have a very special affinity for pearls.
Mrs. Walsh had obviously passed along word of my arrival, which was why the colonel had come trying to flush me out, and a reason Miss Babcock knew my name and occupation. So, that afternoon, I became a spy, hidden in the underbrush with binoculars trained on the 3 of them walking along the beach. I was darn sure they were planning some strategy to get me evicted. Then, Colonel Madison left the 2 ladies and headed up the trail toward my house. I went quickly to the typewriter and pretended to be busily at work.
Hello there, Mr. Keith. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Yes, that it is. How are you, Colonel?
Oh, couldn't be better. Say, I'm sorry about last night. Wouldn't want you to think we're not hospitable around here. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, please do. I was beginning to feel like an outcast.
I gather you've met the ladies.
Yes, they didn't exactly give me a warm welcome.
Pay no attention. Batty old Babcock won't be a problem. She's usually off in outer space, talking to the stars.
I gather she's hipped on astrology.
Oh, mad as a hatter, even though she does play a good game of bridge. You say you're also acquainted with Barbara Walsh?
If you mean, have I had a good look at her, you're darn right.
Stunning, isn't she?
You said it. Well, look, tell me, Colonel, what's a woman like that doing all by herself way out here?
Oh, but if this were a British colony, I'd say she's a remittance woman.
She's being paid to stay away?
Yeah, being paid very well. The big man in her life is a mafia type. They nabbed him. My guess is the family's afraid she'll talk unless she's kept well out of the way until he's released from jail.
What's he in for?
Oh, drug traffic, I don't know. Dealing in stolen goods. Let's talk about you, Mr. Keith. You writer fellows interest me. What's your special subject?
I'm a novelist, science fiction sometimes, but mostly light stuff.
Know anything about pearls?
No, not much.
How'd you like to come over to the other side of the island and watch the pearl divers?
Pearl divers? Here?
Oh, well, it's not like Ceylon or the Sulu Sea, but they go through the motions here twice a week during the season. Occasionally they come up with a creditable pearl. Come along if you want to.
Well, I'd like that very much.
Fine. Oh, wear some stout walking shoes, and I'll pick you up in about an hour.
The colonel arrived in his old army uniform carrying a sturdy walking stick. We started off on a barely marked trail, and I marveled at the beauty of the place with its lush flowers and brightly colored birds.
Not that way, Mr. Keith. We take a sharp turn over here. Go up the hill.
Just a minute. This island must be more populated than I thought. I hear music.
Oh, that's just Barbara Walsh with her radio going. She has it on all day long. That or her stereo. Come along. Get ready for a steep climb.
The path went straight up, and I had to scramble to keep the colonel from getting too far ahead. But quite suddenly, all the lush greenery ended, and we came out on a rocky promontory overlooking the sea.
We made it.
That's quite a view.
Now, you see those small boats way out there?
Yeah?
Those are the oyster fishermen. The flat-bottomed boats are dragging nets.
Uh-huh.
And from those kayak-looking things, you may be able to see the young men diving.
Won't they come closer to shore?
No, not much closer. It's too treacherous for the tides are running as high as they are today. Go on, out on that big rock so you can get a better look.
Is it steady?
Oh, like Gibraltar. Go on, Mr. Keith, out further. Don't be afraid. Watch your step, Mr. Keith.
Hey.
Oh, merciful heavens.
Help me, Colonel! Help me!
Hang on, Keith, hang on.
I'm trying to get a foothold.
Here. Grab my walking stick.
I grabbed the stick because I had to, even though I knew it was the same stick that had been pushed into the middle of my back just a moment before.
I'll say you're a brave man, Keith. I like the way you handled yourself back there on the rocks.
I wouldn't say I had much alternative.
It was all the fault of your shoes, Mr. Keith. That's what it was. I warned you to wear walking shoes. I say, Mr. Keith, why don't we stop by to see Barbara?
Right now?
Why not? We need a drink. And she has a good liquor supply.
Oh, I think I better get back and tend to these scratches. Just take a look at my clothes. I'm in no condition to go visiting.
Well, as you wish. I'll leave you then at the foot of this hill. And, yes, I've been meaning to ask you, Keith. Do you play bridge?
Well, I'm not the world's best, but yes, I play.
Oh, splendid.
I'm rather out of practice.
Well, heavens knows, so are we. Well, let's say my house, Friday evening. Come for supper, around 7.
Well, thank you.
Dear me, Mr. Keith, you did get scratched up. Your hands are still bleeding. Perhaps I should go with you.
I'll be all right.
Yes. Well, I'm off then to tell the ladies the good news.
Good news?
Why, yes. The good news that we found a new bridge partner. And I might as well warn you to bring a fat wallet. Our stakes are high.
After a shower and some soothing applications of witch hazel and ointments, I rested on the big bed under the skylight. The front door was wide open for the benefit of a magnificent sea breeze. Suddenly I was on the alert. Someone was on the steps leading to the deck. Then there were slow, heavy footfalls and the tap of a cane.
Mr. Keith? Mr. Keith? Are you all right?
Oh, why, hello, Miss Babcock. Yes, come in.
Oh, I heard you'd had an accident, and I thought you might not be able to fix your own supper. So I've brought you some nice oyster stew.
Oh, well, that's very thoughtful of you.
There. It's one of my specialties. Just warm it up.
Oh, thank you very much. Sit down. Won't you share the stew with me?
No. I've had my dinner. Let me see your injuries.
Oh, they're nothing but scratches. I was lucky.
Could be serious. And you are not lucky, Mr. Keith. I looked at the stars last night, and the heavens do not bode well for anyone born under the sign of Leo.
But you see me alive and well. I could have crashed all the way down those rocks and into the sea.
Look out for more danger ahead. That was simply the first warning.
Miss Babcock knew what she was talking about, and it had nothing to do with the stars. I heated the oyster stew, and it was delicious. In fact, the best I've ever tasted. But about an hour later, I began to feel drained of all energy. I thought it was just a reaction from a rather strenuous day and decided the best thing to do was go to bed and sleep it off. It was a tremendous effort to get undressed, but I managed to drag myself, partially clothed, onto the big bed. In a prone position, I felt as though I were being suffocated, and panic was setting in. I'd been poisoned, and no one was going to save my life this time unless I did it for myself. Literally, I crawled into the bathroom for the well-stocked medicine kit. Yes, I was prepared with antidotes for poison, but time was too short to figure out which one would be appropriate. By now, my hands and feet were growing numb, and breathing was getting more and more difficult. I mixed up a heavy pink liquid in a glass of water, and just before blacking out, I was very, very sick. When I came to, I was lying on the bathroom floor, weak but grateful to find I was still alive. Very slowly, I got to my feet and staggered toward the bedroom, hoping at last to sleep off the effects of whatever had been in that poisonous stew. But my whole body sagged, and I knew I'd never make the bed, so I eased myself down on a narrow couch in the living room and fell instantly into a heavy slumber. Once again, it must have been about 3 o'clock in the morning when there was a sound which would have awakened the dead. The skylight in the bedroom, backed flat against the wall. I waited for minutes that seemed like an eternity. No movement. Absolute silence. So I crept into the next room, armed with a flashlight, and cupping the beam, examined the bed. It was a mass of shattered glass. In the darkness once more, I moved stealthily to the front door, opened it without a sound, and stared into total blackness. Slowly, I raised the flashlight and then snapped it on full beam. Pointing straight down the path, facing directly toward me, stood the statuesque Mrs. Barbara Walsh, fully clothed in a long, dark kimono. And over her breasts hung a necklace of gems which burst into life like 4th of July sparklers.
I must warn you not to jump to conclusions. If you imagine that Mrs. Walsh was wearing the stolen pearls, think again. Diamonds are the jewels that glitter when exposed to light. A pearl is sometimes a gem of great value, but it is not a precious stone. And one can scarcely say that pearls sparkle, while radium... Remember the dial on your watch or bedside clock? Radium glows in the dark. We'll be back shortly with Act 3. Mercifully for Robert Keith, the next 2 nights and 3 days were totally uneventful. He dozed in the sun, occasionally pecked at the typewriter, and did a great deal of thinking. Keith looked forward eagerly to the evening of bridge, and as he approached the colonel's house for the first time, He found a charming, sprawling building with a table set out of doors on what the Hawaiians call a lanai. He was glad he had purchased a colorful sports shirt in Honolulu, although it paled beside the one Colonel Madison was wearing over his white slacks. Even Miss Babcock looked festive in her flowered muumuu.
Hi.
Ah, welcome, my boy, welcome.
You're looking much better, Mr. Keith.
Quite recovered, thank you. This island air will cure anything.
Anything but my arthritis. Where's Barbara?
Oh, always late. I suspect she's getting herself decked out, ready for the kill.
Oh, you expressed things so aptly, Colonel. If it's like old times, Barbara will come prepared for murder at the bridge table. Oh, I'm speaking...
Hello, everybody.
Oh, Barbara. Well, you've outdone yourself. Hey, dazzling. Simply dazzling.
Oh, Colonel. And, Nora, dear.
I believe you've met Mr. Keith.
My lawyer has verified that he exists.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mr. Keith, you may have the right to live on this island, but that doesn't mean that I have to love my neighbor.
No, Barbara.
However, since we have so little opportunity for social occasions, I propose we declare an armed truce.
But I'm not at war with you, Mrs. Walsh.
Speak for yourself. Peace for the evening.
Dinner began with oysters on the half-shell. 6 enormous oysters for each of us.
And I should be interested in your opinion of these, Keith. Delivered by my favorite fisherman, fresh from the beds this morning.
Colonel, look. My horoscope said this would be a lucky day.
Well, bless my soul.
Oh, Nora has nothing on me. I found one, too. But I suspect you, Colonel. Come on, confess.
All right, I confess. Party favors. There's a pearl in every oyster shell.
You rogue. I must say this is rather a good one. Nice sheen.
Oh, I love them. Every one. They feel so good.
I thought the surprise was just for the ladies, but I see you've included me. Very pretty, Colonel.
Well, let that be the beginning of your collection. I hope you won't mind if some of them are already pierced.
You mean a pearl like this one has been removed from a string?
Yes, that's right. Part of my hobby. I seldom find a string that meets my standards for matching, so I rematch them and mix them. But come, let's finish our dinner so we can get on to the battle.
Afraid I'll have to pass.
I say 3 no trump.
Well, 4 hearts.
5 no trump.
Barbara, do you have a ring on every finger?
Only on 8.
Oh, I wish I could wear them. But my poor crippled hands.
Oh, shut up, Nora. You're just trying to distract me. I have a contract to make.
It was a cutthroat game, no question about it. Only, strangely, we were quite evenly matched. We played 3 rubbers, so I had my chance with each one as a partner. By this time, we were on a first-name basis.
Well, that's it. And as usual, top honors go to the ladies. In points, let's see. Barbara's first, then Nora, followed by Bob, and as is proper for a gracious host, I'm last. It'll take a minute to figure out who owes what here.
I think the prize should go to Robert and me for that last small slam. I wouldn't have dreamed that a Leo and Gemini could work so well together. And tell me, Robert, never Bob. Isn't there some way you could find out the hour of your birth?
What rubbish.
Well, if it would please you, Miss Nora, I suppose I could write and ask my mother.
Oh, you do that. It's very important.
Oh, Nora.
Speaking of my mother, you've all given me a very good idea. Look, I'd like to send her a present.
A present for your mother?
You'll think I'm sentimental, but many years ago, my dad gave her a string of pearls as an anniversary present, and, well, they were her greatest treasure. Dad's been dead a long time now, and she was heartbroken when the pearls were stolen from her New York apartment.
Oh, well, say no more. I'll fix you up. How much do you want to pay?
Oh, now, just a minute, Colonel. I'm afraid you deal in merchandise that's too rich for my blood. I'm talking about a simple string of cultured pearls.
Couple of $100?
Now you're on the right track.
Ridiculous.
Excuse me, everybody, but I'm very tired. Time to go home.
Well, I'll be happy to escort the ladies.
Don't bother with me. Perhaps you're not aware that I spend most of every night wandering around the island alone.
Oh, go with them, Barbara. Well, you'll have to help me with the dishes.
That does it.
Walking with Nora Babcock was a tortuous business, and I had a feeling she was in pain every step of the way. And we lost sight of Barbara, although she had an unsettling trick of appearing on the path, sometimes in front of us, sometimes behind. When we reached the door of Nora's house...
She's out there somewhere, and I don't want her to hear. If you'll come to my house tomorrow afternoon, I'd like to talk to you about those pearls for your mother.
Fine. What time?
Around 2 o'clock.
Okay, be seeing you. Good night.
And now you may have the pleasure of seeing me home.
Oh, yeah, this is a pleasure and a surprise.
You want to know what I have against you, don't you?
I am curious.
Well, come to my house for a nightcap, and I'll tell you. What do you think of my pad?
Exotic luxury.
You writers have a way with words. But you don't fit the pattern.
And what pattern is that?
Novelists, I despise them.
Oh, come on. We're no different from anyone else.
My husband was. A woman hater who wrote about women and knew nothing about them. Oh, that man crucified me in his books. I know, you're different. I could tell from the way you talked about your mother. Come over here. Sit on the couch. That's better. Hold my hand. You know, it's been frightfully dull around here.
Pretty hands. But don't your fingers get tired under all those rocks?
Take the rings off. It'll make you feel any more comfortable.
Now, let's see. Rubies, diamonds, sapphires. Suppose you'd never stoop to wearing something as simple as a pearl.
On the contrary, my most prized possession, I own a string of priceless pearls. Over there in that velvet box.
May I see them?
I don't put them on display for just anybody. If you're a good boy, I'll show them to you. Here, let me freshen your drink.
You have some fascinating things in this room. That Buddha, for instance.
It's carved from jade.
And, are these the pearls?
Put down that box.
Oh, you said you'd show them to me.
But it's locked, and I have to get the key. Oh, yes, Bob. I said I'd show you the pearls. If you're a good boy. And I will. Tomorrow morning. After you spent the night.
When I was having breakfast next morning in the sunshine on my deck, yes, I was alone. I had not spent the night with Barbara Walsh. In my line of work, it has to be business before pleasure. There was no need to accept a bribe. You see, when I picked up that purple velvet jewel box, it was light as a feather. But, as I was saying, while eating breakfast...
Well, good morning. You're a late riser.
Yeah, I went to a big party last night, Colonel. Come on, have a cup of coffee.
I brought you something. Don't pay any attention to the looks of the box. The velvet's worn. It's been around for a while. It's what's inside that counts. I'd be glad to sell you the pearls. Open the box.
Oh, they're beautiful. Well, these are not the ones we were talking about last night. I mean, this is a double strand. Obviously far more expensive.
I know. They can be sold for several $1,000s someday. But my price to you still stands.
Oh, no, Colonel. I just can't accept it.
My good man, I'm offering you the kind of bargain that comes once in a lifetime.
But it'll never do for my mother. Don't you have something else?
Yes, of course I do. I thought I owed you a favor.
Oh, you owe me nothing. Now, please, Colonel, if you'll let me go to your house, perhaps you could show me another string that would be...
I'll show you nothing right now. Good morning, sir.
The Colonel stomped off, and I knew I would have to change my approach if I wanted to look at his collection. Then I'd think about that later, because my next appointment was with Nora Babcock.
Come in, Robert. Didn't we have a good time last night?
You can be my bridge partner anytime.
That's very sweet. I meant to ask you, how did you like my oyster stew?
Well, the taste was superb, but...
Didn't it help you to go to sleep?
Look, I'll level with you, Miss B. You put something in that stew, didn't you?
Oh, the usual dash of chili sauce and plenty of rich cream.
No. I mean something bad.
I don't understand.
That stew made me deathly ill.
Why, I wanted you to sleep well after your accident, so I did put in a drop or two of my sedative. The kind that helps me. From one of those bottles. Perhaps it shouldn't have been combined with the seafood.
Yeah, perhaps. I thought you were trying to poison me.
How could you have such thoughts about a poor old lady?
I take them all back.
Mm-hmm. When is your mother's birthday?
It's in June, like yours.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. My pearls were a present, and nothing would please me more than giving them to a Gemini.
Oh, that's very generous of you, but
Please, get the pearls for me, Robert. On that cabinet over there.
Okay.
You'll find the box is rather heavy.
You say these pearls were given to you?
Yes. Yes. By the dear lady who lived in your cottage. I took care of her, poor thing. And before she died, she gave me her dearest treasure. Open the box and tell me what you think.
I think they're perfect.
Oh, you don't know the best part. These pearls have a magical quality. Just wait until you see what happens to them at night.
Uh-huh.
Pick them up, examine them.
I like the way they look against the satin.
Oh, how I love them.
Nora, just when do you wear these pearls?
Oh, they're not for wearing. At least not for me. I like to fondle them. And before my hands got so bad, I used them the way the Greeks do. You know, worry beads. I've often taken them to bed with me.
Nora, these hands of yours...
Oh, it's not my hands. You see how hard it is for me to get around.
Yes, I know. Have you been to a doctor?
No use. I have my medicines, though they don't do much good.
I know a fine doctor in Honolulu. I think he can help you. Will you let me take you to him?
Oh, I couldn't let you do that, Robert. It's not in the stars. How many times have I told you? I've been warned never to trust a Leo.
Look, Nora, for reasons I won't trouble you with, and that, of course, I wouldn't want the Colonel or Barbara to know, I'm not the person I've pretended to be. Would it make any difference to you if I told you I was actually born on January the 2nd?
Why, all the difference in the world. I should have known. We were destined to be friends from the very beginning, Mr. Keith.
Yes. Just Keith. That's my real first name.
I'll go with you wherever you want me to go.
Case closed. Miss Babcock's destiny was not written in the stars, even though she went to her grave believing it was. The deadly pearls were taken out of circulation, and Nora Babcock was given the best of care in a hospital, where they did what they could to ease the pain during the short time she had left to live. It was thought best not to shatter her dream, so she never knew that Keith Spencer was an orphan, or that her treasured pearls had been anything but a comfort. I'll be back shortly. Keith Spencer found a good deal more on that island than the missing pearls. He stepped into the lives of 3 people whose philosophies did not agree with his, yet with each he had at least one point of mutual understanding. Our mystery was solved with the apprehension of a victim rather than a culprit. Our cast included Kate Reed, Paul Hecht, Grace Matthews, and Kurt Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater
for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Whitehall, 1212. Hurry.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files, and only the names of the participants have been changed. The research has been prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in Scotland Yard case number 397 MR381. Stanley Russell, shop clerk.
Mr. Russell is not to be found.
Mrs. Hope Russell, his wife.
Mrs. Russell was reported missing on the day before Good Friday.
Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe. Chief Inspector Bryce Purcell of Scotland Yard.
I should like to introduce Deputy Commander William Bird of Scotland Yard, my superior officer.
Before we proceed, I believe it would be a good idea to visit the Black Museum. Come along with me, if you please.
After you, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? You came about case number 397 MR381, I believe you said, sir?
Right. Will you tell us about it, John?
Well, this is the exhibit. No, don't touch it, please. It's quite fragile. And as you can see, it has already been broken. We have a great many other exhibits of crimes in these rooms. Murder weapons, blood-stained garments, bullets that have snuffed out many lives, death masks and many notorious criminals. Almost every instrument of violence that can be conceived. I should explain that these gruesome objects about us are not merely souvenirs. Many of them have aided our men in solving other crimes and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Now, this one.
Tell us what this thing is, John.
This is Mrs. Hope Russell.
"16 months after the Easter Blitz of 1941, the work of clearing out bombed-out areas of London was still progressing. On the 12th July 1942, the Scotland Yard Information Room received an urgent call from PC John Dunn of the Kennington District. A patrol car in which Chief Inspector Purcell was riding was dispatched to the scene, a partially destroyed Baptist chapel.
I was directed to the spot by P.C. Dunn, who was on point duty at the road intersection.
Right over there, sir, where you see the men standing. They found something, sir. The navvies that's working here.
Right, thank you. Morning, boys.
Morning.
What have you found?
Who are you, mate?
I'm Chief Inspector Purcell, Scotland Yard. What's up?
Down, sir. Down there.
In that hole, sir?
Yeah. It's an old burying vault, sir.
What is it?
A skeleton, sir. He's dead.
Up down, Georgie and Sean with your torch.
All right.
Here he is.
Stand to one side, will you?
He's off under this stone slab, sir. See?
I see him. Well, what's so strange about a skeleton in a burial vault?
There ain't been anybody in there since 1934, sir.
1935.
I was in that gang that moved the old corpses out of here, Herbert. It was 1934. We didn't leave 'em one. God bless you.
It's the quicklime down here, sir.
Quicklime? How'd Quicklime get down there?
You're the detective, mister. We just work here.
The badly burned skeleton was removed to the pathological laboratories at Scotland Yard, together with the other articles found in the vault. A considerable amount of quicklime and a half-burned straw pelleas which had partially covered the remains. There was nothing else. I stood beside Keith Briggs, the Home Office pathologist, while he completed his examination. What do you think, Keith? I asked.
Well, she's dead.
She?
Well, it's a woman, all right. No question about that. The hip bones are characteristically a woman's. So is the sacrum here, and...
How old a woman?
Oh, middle-aged, I'd say. See, the bones are fully developed, so we know she was full-grown. And there were 1 or 2 strands of long gray hair adhering to the skull. Here they are. And then the teeth here.
What about them?
Well, you see, they're pretty well worn. Now, you see here, in the upper jaw, 7 of the uppers are missing. Now, see these ridges?
Yes.
Well, they were caused by a dental plate, which probably consisted of 7 teeth, and then...
What are you looking for?
The measuring tape.
Oh, here. The lady was lying on it. What are you going to do now?
See how tall she was.
She's rather jumbled about. And the feet, where are they?
Oh, the thigh bone's all I need. Oh, hold it, please, sir. This one. Now, let's see. 43 centimeters. Oh, that's all right, sir. Now, 43 centimeters multiplied by 3.6.
What are you doing?
On sediment scale, you multiply the length of the thigh bone by 3.6. Man's, that's 3.7. And you get the exact height. Now, see, that's 154.8 centimeters. We'll call it 1 meter 55. Meters 39.37 and 55 hundredths of 39.37 is 21.65. Now, 39.37 plus 21.65, that's 7, 5, 12, 6, 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 3, 5, 6, 61.02 inches. There. She was 5 feet 1 200 inches tall. In a word, 5'1".
What was her name?
Whatever her name, sir, she was murdered.
Consider that I've asked the question.
Eh? Oh, how do I know? Well, this bone here.
Where does it fit?
This is what she talked with. It's the voice box, the trachea, her throat. Look, see these little wing things up here? Oh, you see this one? See, it's broken.
Well,
this is one of the most significant fractures in all forensic medicine, sir.
Why?
There's only one way to do it.
Oh, come on, man. Don't come Sherlock Holmes on me. How do you do it?
Well, I was about to say by manual pressure on the throat, sir.
Strangulation, you mean?
Intentional strangulation, sir. There's no other way.
And then there's the quicklime.
Surely you know that quicklime will not destroy a body, sir.
Yes, I know it, Keith. But murderers seldom do. Reference to the ARP record showed that every other casualty and missing persons in Kennington had been accounted for. It was apparent that the victim had not been a resident of that district. I caused bulletins and charts of the teeth to be sent to all the dentists in London for identification. No results were forthcoming, and we were forced to conclude that the dentist in question had become an air raid casualty, or that the work had been done in some other city. I gave Purcell a very difficult assignment.
Difficult, sir? Well, it's not so difficult, but it's tedious. It'll take a long time.
I know, but it's got to be done. I'm strongly of the opinion that it was murder.
We checked carefully, sir, and the only quicklime on the entire premises was that in the vault with the skeleton. I thought they might have dusted the entire place with quicklime for sanitary purposes, but they hadn't. Certainly looks as if someone had wanted to dispose of a body.
Until we know who she was, we'll never discover who he is.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll get cracking. I'll need men to go over the missing persons registers, sir, to find the names and addresses.
Every woman 5 feet tall, of middle age with gray hair, who is still missing now.
And then I'll need more men to make inquiries of all the next of kin to see which of them wore false teeth.
And to find out which one wore an upper plate that matches the one in Briggs's chart here.
It'll take a good many men and a good bit of time, sir.
You can get the men, Purcell, and we've got the time. Good luck.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Nothing whatever happened for 2 weeks, except for the unrewarded activities of Purcell's men. I had a minor inspiration about the 7th day. Put me through to Sergeant Bowles, please. Commander Bird here, Sergeant. I should like you to send me all the file copies of the Metro operations for the period 2 weeks before to 2 weeks after the Easter Blitz of last year, please. Yes, at once, if you please. The Metropolitan Informations is a daily newspaper containing digests of all the crime news. It is usually invaluable. I pored over every issue, looking assiduously for an item that might prove of some help. I had reached the end of the first week after the date the Kennington Chapel was destroyed with no results whatever when Purcell reported.
Found, sir.
Oh, good.
Here. Here is the missing plate.
That's much better than I'd hoped for, Purcell.
Apparently the plate hurt her mouth. She often left it at home. As a matter of fact, I found it at her sister's.
Oh?
I stopped upstairs to see Keith Briggs in the laboratory, and they fit exactly, allowing for the fact that there's no flesh on the jawbones. Ah, here's Keith.
Is that right, Keith?
That's right, sir. And the marks on the skeleton's teeth coincide exactly with these little clamps here. I've brought the skull down. Yeah. You see, sir?
Oh, she looks very fine. Congratulations, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. The only thing is, she was reported missing 3 days before the raid that destroyed the chapel.
She was?
It's in all the records, sir.
Where were you, madame?
She might have been hidden in the vault. Immediately she was murdered, sir. And then the fire, when the place was bombed...
It must have been quite a hot fire. Let's see. The Kennington Fire Brigade, please. Yes. Oh, what's her name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
Russell. Hope Russell, did you say... Oh, hello. Is that the Kennington Fire Brigade? The senior company officer, if you please. I'll wait. Hope Russell. I've run across that name somewhere. Yes? Thank you. Hello, this is Commander Bird at Scotland Yard. Do you remember during the Easter Blitz last year when the Baptist chapel was destroyed there in Kennington? What I wanted to know was that a very severe fire... What? There was no fire?
What?
No fire whatever when the chapel was destroyed? Oh, 2 days later. How very curious. It was reported by whom? The Kennington police. Or wasn't there a... Oh, look here, old chap. I'm sending at once for their divisional superintendent. Could you possibly come along with him to my office at the yard? Yes. I'm afraid it is rather important. I'll have him pick you up in his car. Thank you so much. At once, yes.
No fire.
Keith, would you mind? Get him and the fire chap over here at once. Use my name. Ask them both to bring their records for that night. Please.
All right, sir. No fire, eh?
What's that woman's name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
I knew I remembered it. Look at this.
Metro Informations, eh?
Look under Articles Lost and Found. I was just reading it.
Lost and Found.
Here, the third item. Read that.
Found by Postmistress Guilford, Surrey, in the post office yesterday, a woman's purse. Black leather, plain, strap. Contents, lipstick, comb, mirror, 2 London tram tickets, 11pence in coin, ration book, identity card, issued to Mrs. Hope Russell. Well, what was she doing in Guildford?
Look at the date of the paper, Purcell.
April...
What was she doing in Guildford 3 days after the air raid in Kennington? The divisional superintendent and the fire brigade officer from Kennington sat in my office with Purcell and me. I looked at the fire brigade records first.
Now, here, sir. This is the day of the big raid when the chapel was destroyed. Good Friday evening, 11th of April, 1941.
Yes.
Every call is set down in the occurrence book here, sir.
Yes, I know.
Together with all the calls to the auxiliary fire service, the civilians, sir.
Yes, I know.
And you can see there's no report whatever of a fire at the Kennington Baptist Chapel from either source.
Quite.
But over here, sir, on this page, Tuesday the 15th, 4 days later, 11 o'clock p.m. You see, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Chapel and so forth. Report telephoned in by Kennington Police Station.
Do your records correspond, Superintendent?
I'll read it to you, sir. 10:57 p.m., Tuesday, 15th of April. P.C. Allison telephoned to report a fire at the ruins of the Baptist Chapel. Alarm telephone to Kennington Fire Brigade at 11 p.m.
You rang us up yourself, Robert.
I did that indeed. Here's my initials.
What do you think, Percival?
Why did the police constable report it?
Yes, I was just going to ask that.
I don't understand, sir.
Wasn't there a fire watcher?
Wasn't there?
Well, sir, there was a fire watcher.
There was supposed to be.
Well, where was he?
Asleep, sir, probably.
Or out catching a drink somewhere.
Not an ARP man.
No, sir. A private man employed for the wholesale chemist across the road from the chapel. A thoroughly useless man.
Completely undependable.
Yeah, his employers caught up with him at last, sir. He was sacked 6 or 7 weeks ago. I've not seen him since.
Neither have I.
Well, sounds like a spiff to me.
He is, sir. I knew him quite well. Had a great deal of trouble with his wife, and I used to see him quite regularly.
Oh?
He agreed to pay in 18 shillings and ninepence, I think it was, weekly, at the police station for her, which he didn't ever do.
Not ever.
Never once till Easter Monday last year, right after the big raid. He kept it up, too, till he was discharged and left.
I suppose this chemical firm he worked for could put us onto him. I'd like to have a chat with the fellow. Wouldn't you, Percival?
I certainly would. I'll telephone them now and ask them if you'll give me the name of the firm and his name.
Oh, his name is Stanley Russell.
Russell?
I wonder if you'd know his wife's name, Superintendent.
I've seen it often enough. Yes, sir. Her name is Mrs. Hope Russell.
In The Pirates of Penzance, Gilbert and Sullivan complain bitterly that a policeman's lot is not a happy one. I subscribe most heartily to that sentiment. I would like you to hear Chief Inspector Purcell's report to me, just as he gave it, in my office. Well, Purcell, I said, did you find our Mr. Stanley Russell all right?
Not there.
Well, you've left men to wait for him, haven't you?
Sir, I got the address of the place. Sergeant Hatton and I drove there in a yard car driven by Constable Small.
Get on with it, man.
The whole bloody place was gone, sir.
Gone?
The whole bloody block was destroyed. Destroyed by an enemy bomb in an air raid 6 months ago. One day after Russell moved in. Not one person in the whole building's been heard of since. Sir, I respectfully request permission to go somewhere and get howling drunk.
You know, Purcell, I think I'll go with you.
But we didn't. We sat quietly in Commander Bird's office and thought long, dark thoughts. After a while, Keith Briggs, the pathologist, observing the light inside, stopped by, and almost at the same time, John Davidson from the back museum came in to see what was up. Nothing's up, John, I said. On the contrary.
What happened? Purcell was just telling Keith here. The chap is a Blitz casualty.
Dead? And may God have mercy on his soul.
I'd rather hope to hear a bloke in a black cap say that, Keith. I thought we had him, dead to rights.
Oh, don't be so bloody American.
I think we could have proved it. He strangled her, then hid her body in the vault. Took her handbag to Guildford and lost it in the post office there.
Cleverly putting Scotland Yard off the scent.
Timing was a little bad.
And then when the Blitz came...
Tried quicklime first, didn't work.
Blitz came, and he set her afire.
If he'd been a better fire watcher and not hiding in a hole somewhere. He'd have known there was no fire that night.
Yeah, but he was a good fire watcher.
Wasn't good at anything.
I wonder.
What, John?
What do you mean, John?
Well, if I'd strangled my wife and burned her up, which God forbid, because I haven't one, I'd be very happy to have people think I was dead. If I'd hear that my home was destroyed and everybody in it dead, I should be delighted, most delighted. I'd change my name.
Not in wartime, you wouldn't.
That's right. Identity cards and ration books.
Absolutely.
I'd forgotten. Getting new ones in the name of Harry Hawkins or Sam Small would be difficult. But even Scotland Yard would stop looking for me if they thought I was dead. Wouldn't they, Commander Bird?
And you'd go around buying new clothing and whatnot, if you could, and presenting your own ration book in your own name, and... Where are you going, Purcell?
I'm going to stagger home through the blackout, sir, with your permission. I've a large number of men's clothing stores to interview beginning tomorrow, and I'd like to get a good night's sleep. Good night, all.
The Stanley Russell crop was enormous. Chief Inspector Purcell discovered that 234 of them had purchased clothing since the date our Stanley Russell had been reported dead by enemy action. But not one of them was the Stanley Russell we wanted. We made thorough inquiries of all his known acquaintances, all to no avail. The War Office had no record of our man. We were reluctantly forced to the conclusion that he was dead, or that he had heard of our search for him and gone to ground most effectively, as I said to a rather haggard Purcell. Purcell shook his head.
I'd like to keep on looking, sir, if I may. I have a hunch that he'll turn up unexpectedly.
It will certainly be unexpected so far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to keep on trying, sir.
Well, for a few weeks more, but I'm afraid... Commander Bird speaking. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Purcell.
Well, I'll take it outside, sir.
No, don't. Take it here.
Thank you, sir. Chief Inspector Purcell here. Who is he? Oh? Well, I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yes. Will you ask him to wait a moment? I'll ring you back. Sir.
Yeah?
I've never been so shocked in all my life.
Oh, really? What's happened? Somebody dead?
Somebody's alive.
What?
If I'd heard this on the radio, I wouldn't have believed it.
Why, what's happened?
Mr. Stanley Russell is calling on us.
Well, Brother Purcell, let him enter and be received in due form.
Will you show Mr. Stanley Russell in, please? Thank you.
You sound like a spider, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. I feel I am.
And a chair for our guest.
You think I sound like a spider? Come in.
Mr. Stanley Russell, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was looking for Inspector Purcell.
Come in, sir. I'm Chief Inspector Purcell.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Commander Bird.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. May I sit down? Thank you. Does one smoke in here?
Yes, by all means.
Will you try an Abdullah?
I'm afraid I always smoke Woodbines. Now, I hear Scotland Yard is looking for me.
That's true.
Why, may I ask?
You've been extremely hard to find.
Oh, I've been in the country. Derbyshire.
We should have come there eventually.
Oh, I've saved you the trouble. What do you want to see me about?
You were a fire watcher, Mr. Russell, in Kennington.
Yes.
There was an unreported fire at the Baptist chapel there whilst you were on duty.
When?
2 nights after the raid that destroyed the chapel.
I didn't see any fire. Is that all you wanted?
No, Mr. Russell.
Well, I don't recall any fire, sir.
You didn't see or hear the fire brigade?
No, sir.
Near 11 o'clock?
Oh. Well, I must admit I wasn't there.
Where were you?
I did see the fire brigade moving away when I came back, but...
Where were you?
Oh, I was out of cigarettes, and I strolled around the corner to see if I could borrow one or two from the fire watcher at post 4.
He says he never saw you, Mr. Russell.
Oh, he's probably forgotten. It's a long time ago.
He will swear he didn't see you that night.
Well, the fire obviously didn't do any damage.
A woman was burned to death in it.
Murdered?
Do you know anything about it?
Of course not. I'm very sorry to hear that anything like that...
The woman was your wife.
May I have one of your cigarettes, please? Thanks. So that's what became of her.
Do you know anything about it?
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, gentlemen. I wasn't on very good terms with her.
We know that.
I'm afraid I've no tears for her. She was... Oh, well, she's dead now. I shan't say anything. Naturally, I'm shocked,
Naturally.
but I'm afraid I'm not sorry.
Do you know anyone who would have had a motive for murdering him? You had a motive, didn't you, Mr. Russell?
I can see how you might think so, but I didn't murder her, I assure you.
When did you last see her?
I don't really remember. Several months before she was murdered, I think.
How do you know she was murdered?
Why, you said so.
Did I?
Oh, I would have had good cause to, Inspector, but I'd have been a fool to do it now, wouldn't I?
Yes. Well, Mr. Russell, thank you for coming to see us. If there is anything else you remember, please come back and see us again. I think that's all for now. How can we find you if we need you? We may want your corroboration of certain facts.
Well, I'll write down my address, sir.
It's a sad affair, and you have our sympathy.
Thank you, sir. I admit I'm terribly shocked.
Of course.
Well, here's the address and telephone number, sir.
Thank you. Feel free to call on us at any time. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, gentlemen. I was merely trying to do my duty.
Oh, you've done it admirably, sir. Goodbye.
Well, thank you.
Well,
he's a liar.
I know it.
May I ask why you...
Why I let him go? He thinks he's got us completely fooled. He'll be back with more helpful information. Come in, Mr. Russell.
I just remembered something that might be of importance.
Come in.
I remembered that an old straw pelleas, a mattress I used to catch 40 winks on, it was stolen about that time.
Oh.
Could that have been used to stop the fire? Did you find it?
Yes, we found it.
Oh, that's good. Well, I must go now. Oh, by the way, was the body destroyed?
By the quicklime?
Yes. What's the matter?
You are a very clever man, Mr. Russell. Much too clever for your own good.
Why? Why, may I ask?
No one had mentioned quicklime, except you.
Well, I thought... I mean... I didn't... I wasn't even there. I tell you, I didn't touch her.
I said you were much too clever for your own good.
You think I didn't strangle her?
Go ahead, Chief Inspector.
Stanley Russell, I arrest you on the charge of willful murder.
I didn't do it.
And I warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and may be given in evidence.
The crime. The painstaking evidence Scotland Yard had collected, together with Stanley Russell's own statements, were sufficient to convince a jury that he had murdered his wife, Hope Russell, and burned her body. All his allegations of misconduct on her part were proved completely false. It was demonstrated at the trial that he had planned the murder for a long time, and having found a convenient time and place, had committed it.
The verdict.
My Lord, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of willful murder.
The sentence.
Prisoner at the bar, stand up. It is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy mercy on your soul.
You have heard the true story of case number 397MR381 from the files of Scotland Yard. The names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. Starting next week, Whitehall 1212 will be heard at a new time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Research by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Stories for radio written and directed by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
This is the Hour of St. Francis, featuring Ozzie and Harriet Nelson. We'd like you to meet Mr. George McNeil. Age, well, let's say he's about 35. Average height, average weight, medium build, medium-colored hair. I'd say that's a pretty good description of him. He's a pretty average fellow. Right now, he's in church. Right now, he's really worth watching. See how intently he's listening to the sermon. Yes, sir, George is really taking this one in. His eyes are open, likewise his mouth. Every now and then, he nods vigorous agreement to one of Father Albert's sentences. And in concluding this little sermon on patience, I want to give you something to take home with you. It's just one sentence, but it's very powerful. It's taken from the official morning prayer of the church. This is the way it reads. And may the Lord direct our hearts in the love of God and the patience of Christ. When we think of the cross and how much Christ suffered in silence for us, how can we lose patience and complain? Let's try to be more patient. Let's say every morning, may the Lord direct our hearts in the love of God and the patience of Christ. God bless you. Mass over, George McNeil emerges briskly from the church. Not even a leaden sky and a prophetic drop of rain on his new hat can dampen the glow of pious satisfaction which beams from his face. He catches sight of Father Albert at the bottom of the steps.
Good morning, Father Albert.
Oh, good morning, George. Mass alone this morning?
Bessie took the kids to early Mass. I let her have the car today. She's going to pick me up here. Father, I want to tell you that was a wonderful sermon you gave this morning. Really down the alley and right on the beam.
Well, thanks. I don't think it was quite that good, though. What was the sermon about, George?
It was all about patience. Don't you remember, Father?
I just wanted to see if you did.
Yes, sirree. People like us haven't got a thing to complain about. It's just like you said, all we have to put up with is a lot of little things, like getting up on time in the morning, keeping happy when the breakfast is late, and waiting for the streetcars in the rain. Everything you said hit close to home.
Well, that's what I hoped it would do, George.
It really rang the gong with me. You know, I know at least 30 people who should have been sitting right there putting on the shoe because it fit them. They really need it.
Oh, they do.
Confidentially, I wish my wife had been there, Father. Bessie's a wonderful girl, but she likes to blow off steam, and I'm the one who has to take it. In fact, I think I'll recite the whole sermon for her while we're driving home. Oh, excuse me, Father. Here comes my car. No? No, I guess it isn't. Anyway, I better go stand right on the corner, or Bessie'll just keep going round and round the block, burning up my gasoline. Goodbye, Father. It was a beautiful sermon. Sure hit home.
Bye, son. Let's follow this inspired George McNeil down to the corner. The afterglow of the beautiful sermon on patience still shines on his brow. He stands there waiting, with the stray raindrops sliding down his nose. 15 minutes later, George is still waiting. But he isn't standing, and he isn't glowing. He's pacing up and down, glaring at his watch, muttering words that aren't nice to say on Sunday. What's the matter, George? Remember that beautiful sermon you just heard? Sermon on patience? Ah, at last.
Hurry up, George. I'm parked double.
Take it easy, old man.
Where in the world have you been? I've been standing out here in the pouring rain. Move over, will you? Let me drive. We'll never get home.
Oh, George, I'm so sorry. I started in plenty of time.
Well, how is that possible, Bessie? I've been standing on this corner for 45 minutes.
Well, that's very strange unless you got up and walked out when Mass was half over. I started in plenty of time.
Pick me up this evening, maybe.
Well, I went out into the garage to get the car, and it had a flat.
A flat? Another one? Well, that's the third one we've had this month. How did you get it?
How did I get it?
Well, yes, who else?
George Anthony McNeil. When was the last time I drove this car?
Well, that's not the point.
It was exactly 3 days ago. Who's been driving it since then?
I have, but I didn't get a flat tire.
Okay, if it makes you happy. I did it. And you just drove around town for 3 days without noticing at all that the left front tire was flat on the ground with a big nail sticking in it.
Oh, of course. I'm always the one that's wrong.
George, look where you're driving. You almost took that man's fender off.
Well, I can't look and
George, for heaven's sake. George, let me take the wheel. I'll drive and you sneeze.
I'm coming down with bronchitis or pneumonia or something. Standing out there in a downpour for nearly an hour.
Oh, George, stop exaggerating.
As soon as we get home, I'm going to go right to bed. I can feel the pneumonia in my shoulder blades.
Oh, now, George, you know perfectly well you promised to take the children to see that new Western. You've been telling them all week they could go.
I don't remember a thing about it.
And so on and so on. While George scrapes the paint from nearby fenders, jumps red lights, skids around corners between sneezes. Now, George, is that a nice way to act just 40 minutes after you've listened to a beautiful sermon on patience? It's raining cats and dogs now, which doesn't help George any.
Now, what's the matter with that big dope in front of us? What's he parked right out in the middle of the street for, to admire the scenery or something?
George, don't you try passing him. There are cars parked on both sides of the street. You'll have to back up.
I will not back up. I've got as much right as any taxpayer to drive up this street.
Well, paying your taxes doesn't give you the right to get yourself arrested for disturbing the peace.
I'll have somebody arrested for blocking the highway with that piece of junk. Probably some woman stopping to powder her nose.
Well, how do you know it's a woman? I can't see anything for the rain.
Well, who else but a woman had stopped dead in front of me when it's pouring down rain and I haven't had anything except 1 cup of coffee for breakfast? I'll tell that dizzy dame where to get off, blocking up the whole street.
George, will you please control yourself? George!
Somebody's going to get a big surprise.
Yes, sir. Somebody's going to get an awfully big surprise. But it's not going to be the people in the other car.
Hey, you in there. What's the big-eyed... Oh, gee.
Good morning, Mr. McNeil.
Good morning, sister.
Sister Louise, this is Betty McNeil's father.
Oh, well, the angels must have sent you, Mr. McNeil. We've been sitting here just praying for help.
Oh, can I be of any can I assist you, sisters?
Well, something's gone wrong with the car. It keeps making a noise like flop, flop.
It seems to sag on the left side
Yes.
here.
Well, it sounds like a flat. I'll take a look, sister. Yeah, that left front tire's flat, all right.
Oh, dear. Now, what on earth are we going to do? We have to go way over to the hospital and get back by noon.
Well, I'll fix it for you, sister. Where's your jack?
Jack?
Oh, I know what it is. But it's in the basement. None of the sisters know how to use it, so we never bring it along.
But you've got to have a jack. I'll get one out of my car.
We're so sorry to put you to all this trouble, Mr. McNeil.
Oh, it's no trouble at all, sister. I'll be back in a minute.
That's what you think.
George, you're all wet.
Well, it's raining out here. Now, don't start asking a lot of questions. Just get the jack out from under the back seat.
It isn't there, George.
Well, where is it?
Home in the garage.
What?
Now, before you start yelling, because I forgot to put it in the back of the car after the man used it this morning, the man didn't use it because it's broken because you rolled the car over it and you never took it out to be fixed.
Well, I've got to have a jack.
Well, there's a filling station 3 blocks down the street.
3 blocks? Oh, for goodness
George,
sakes.
remember, this is Sunday and you just came from church.
Remember the sermon, George? It was all about patience. But all you're thinking about now is jacking up the car, while Sister Margaret stands in the rain, holding an umbrella over you.
Well, anyway, we did remember to bring an umbrella.
Yeah, that helps, Sister.
I wouldn't have come out in this rain at all, but it's the only chance I've had all week to go see Sister Josephine. You know Sister, don't you, Mr. McNeil?
Yes, I ought to, Sister. She taught me in the 3rd grade. Taught my daughter Betty, too.
She's been in the hospital for 2 months.
Oh, she has? Gee, that's too bad.
The doctor says she should have gone 6 months ago, but she said she just couldn't give in. We're short 2 teachers this year. Reverend Mother didn't even know Sister was ill.
She must be pretty old now.
Yes, I guess she must be. Somehow, though, it's so hard to think of her as being old. She was so patient. She never complained. All those stairs in the convent and the school, I don't see how she ever made it.
Well, being in the hospital's not so bad as long as she keeps cheerful. I remember when I had my perforated appendectomy, I kept myself laughing all the time just thinking about the day I was going to walk out of there.
Sister Josephine won't be walking out.
You mean she's got to stay?
The doctors told us this morning there's no hope for Sister Josephine.
Oh, gee, that's awful. I mean, gosh, that's awful.
The doctor says she must be suffering terribly, but she's so patient. She says she's ready to go if the Lord wants her, but she can wait until it's time.
Gee, I can't get over it. Sister Josephine.
She certainly is an example for anybody. I'm afraid this umbrella isn't much help, Mr. McNeil. You're soaking wet.
Oh, it's nothing to worry about now, Sister. It's all fixed.
I don't know how to thank you. Sister Louise and I will say a rosary for you tonight.
Oh, thanks.
Goodbye, Mr. McNeil.
Goodbye, Sister.
Well, George, are you a mess? You're dripping like a shower, your hands are full of grease, you're cold and you're hungry. You ought to be mad clean through. What's the matter, George? You've got such a funny look on your face.
Well, I saw your dizzy female. Did you tell Sister Margaret to stop powdering your nose and get that piece of junk off the highway? Hurry up and get in the car, dear. You look like a bundle of wet wash.
Bessie, the sisters were on their way to the hospital to see Sister Josephine. She's not going to get better.
Oh, not Sister Josephine. Oh, that's terrible. She's been at the school so long, and all the kids are crazy about her.
Yes, she certainly earned her rest.
Oh, George, you are catching cold. How do your shoulder blades feel?
Oh, there's nothing the matter with me. A little hot coffee won't cure.
Oh, how was Father Albert's sermon? You didn't tell me.
Oh, Bessie, it was a wonderful sermon.
Well, tell me about it.
Maybe later when we get home. I'd like to think about it a little myself first.
Poor old George. He had to learn the hard way that patience is not something you can carry out of church with you after a good sermon, like your hat. Patience is a virtue which George, and all of us who really want it, will get by working at it. We can help ourselves tremendously by starting every day with that brief, powerful prayer. May the Lord direct our hearts in the love of God and the patience of Christ. This quarter hour has been brought to you by the Third Order of St. Francis, featuring Ozzie and Harriet Nelson. The Third Order is a living society of men and women in the world who, in their businesses and professions and in their ordinary family lives, nevertheless dedicate themselves to the ideals of St. Francis, and who with St. Francis pray, Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. Amen.
ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William G. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On Demand, starring Betty Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. It's early evening. The Ramsey home in one of the more exclusive suburbs of San Francisco.
So before you get too comfortable, darling, you better run upstairs and get dressed. We're going to the Fosters for dinner.
Oh, must we, Joyce? I don't feel like going to a party tonight.
But we're expected, David.
Where are the kids?
He just left and called for us. We see them at the Fosters.
And Martha?
She's not home yet. Drink your drink, dear. We can't be late.
I can.
Ah, but you won't be. The Magasons are going to be there.
I don't know the Magasons.
You should. He owns about 6 railroads.
Joyce, don't you ever stop.
Looking after you, never. David, about Martha. I'm certainly going to have to tighten the reins. She brought that boy to the house this afternoon.
What boy?
Oh, the one from college, the one she's been seeing.
Oh.
Oh, David, he's impossible. His name is Polanski. Martha's 4 times as much trouble as Dee is. Of course, Dee has more instinct for the right thing and the right people in the first place. She's your daughter, too, David.
Dee'll do all right.
I was talking about Martha.
Oh, sorry. What's the matter with Martha?
Nothing at all.
Good.
David, you're the one I'm really worried about.
You are?
What's wrong? Is it your work?
No, it's not my work. And it's nothing to talk about anyway, not now.
Don't you think I know when something's troubling you? You can't hide anything from me.
Who said I was trying to hide anything?
You need a vacation. I think I shall insist that you go away for a while.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Darling, what I'm suggesting is for your own good. You don't have to snap my head off, you know.
I'm sorry.
I just thought it would help. You're getting stale.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe everything else is getting stale?
You are in a bad way.
The kind of a life I'm living is stale. The parties every night, the job, the whole meaningless mess.
David, you'd better see a doctor.
The whole thing is wrong, and all your platitudes aren't going to make it right. Joyce, I'm sick and tired of it. I want a divorce.
David. Are you serious?
Maybe this isn't a good way or a good time to tell you.
Is there a good time to tell a wife that you're through with her?
Yes. Yes, when a marriage has lost everything it's supposed to have. When two people get as bored with each other as you and I are.
I'm sorry. Oh, David, I thought we had a good marriage.
We did. But what we had is gone. Joyce, if I thought there was any hope for us together, I wouldn't suggest a divorce. That's the truth.
You haven't held me in your arms lately, have you, David? You never will again, will you? Think I'm being distasteful, don't you? I look at you and I try to find the husband I've spent my life with. And all I see is a man trying very hard to be true.
Joyce, we're both adults. We can be reasonable about this, I hope. I won't go on living this way, and you won't change.
Oh, what is it you want, David? What is it you want that you haven't got?
I don't know.
Well, we have position, we have a family, we have success.
Success is the answer to everything for you, isn't it?
Yes, doing what you start out to do. That's what we've done, David.
I'm leaving here tonight. I'm sorry, George, but I think it's best.
It can't happen like this. It can't. A man walks out of a room, a door closes, and 20 years of marriage is destroyed in 20 seconds. How can a human being dismiss 20 years by telling you he's poor? I married you, David. It didn't matter that the whole country was in the depths of a depression. If you were a small-town lawyer without a single client, it didn't matter because we loved each other. Because we knew what we could do together. 20 years. 20 years.
Mr. Townsend, lawyer. My name's Swanson.
Mr. Townsend isn't in just now, Mr. Swanson. If it's important I should get him, he's over at the courthouse.
It's important.
Will you tell me what it's about? I'm his secretary, Mr. Ramsey's and Mr. Townsend.
I've got a new process for making fine steel. I want him to set up a corporation for me. I want him to get me some patents, too. I'm going to make this Townsend a lot of money.
Patents, you say? You know Mr. Townsend personally?
No, but they tell me he's smart, young, and honest. That's the kind of a man I want.
Well, Patton's more in Mr. Ramsey's line. Mr. Ramsey, you know, is Mr. Townsend's partner. He's an expert.
Well, if he's an expert, maybe he's the man I want. Look, I've got just $20 in cash. I'm going to have to owe him the rest, or give it to him in stock.
Oh, Mr. Ramsey wouldn't mind that.
Well, tell him I'm here.
If you just take a seat, Mr. Swanson, I'll have him here in 5 minutes. He's at the courthouse, too. 5 minutes, Mr. Swanson. I could have told Mr. Swanson that David Ramsey is my husband, but I didn't. I could have told him that Townsend and Ramsey were now working for the WPA. A new courthouse was being built, and they needed day laborers. Anyway, a few hours later...
Joyce, look, $20. $20, my first fee. But you know, it just doesn't make sense. Why did Swanson come to me? How did he happen to pick me?
Because you know so much about patents.
Patents? Who told him that?
I don't know, but you can study up on them. And he said he'd heard that you were honest and brilliant and hard-working and...
I don't know whether to kiss you or this $20 bill.
Don't give it a second thought. I've never kissed a corporation lawyer before.
Swanson Steel Products Company. You like that name?
David Ramsey, Jr. Do you like that name?
Why Junior?
Because in September, that's what our son is going to be called.
Joyce.
Dr. Nelson told me this morning.
But... we can't. Not the way things are.
Oh, but things are wonderful. Your first client, our first child, both on the same day.
But, Joyce, we can't afford a family.
Oh, you afford a family just fine. Oh, you're going to make money, David. Lots of it. Oh, darling, don't sing the blues today. It's the biggest day of our lives.
Look at you. There's nobody like you, Joyce. Here I am. I'm scared to death, and you're as happy as a jaybird.
The baby is going to be a boy. Turned out to be a girl. We named her Diana. And to help save money for all concerned, Robert Townsend had moved in with us. One night after dinner, I heard him talking to David.
No, I'm not kidding, Dave. I'm fed up. You got a client that keeps you busy. You're a lawyer.
And what are you?
Pick and shovel, man, as long as the WPA will have me. I'm giving up the offer.
Oh, Bob, you're kidding. Now, look, I can carry you over. This Swanson account is good.
You've carried me long enough. I'm quitting practice and getting a job.
Well, you don't have to make up your mind tonight.
Anybody home?
Oh, come on in, Mr. Swanson.
Hello, Dave. How are you, Townsend? Dave, take a look at these papers. 2 steel mills in Detroit using my process to make steel. You've got to stop them right away.
Send him a telegram to the assist. He'll take action.
I'll take action right now. Dave, you're leaving for Detroit tonight. Tell them we'll sue them right down to their pants.
Who's going to Detroit tonight?
He is. Oh, hi, Joyce. How's the baby?
She's wonderful.
Just understand one thing, Dave. We're a small outfit right now, but we'll fight like a giant. Anybody tries to rob us of our rights.
That costs money, Mr. Swanson.
All right, we'll spend money. Here. Let me know if you need more.
I'll tell them we'll sue for everything they've got.
That's the kind of a lawyer I want. No telegrams, no letters. Just go and fight.
You've got the right man, Mr. Swanson.
You bet your life I've got the right man, and I don't mind saying she's the little lady that got him for me. She didn't say he was her husband. She just said he was an expert on corporations and patents. So I played a hunch. I said, never mind, Townsend, give me Ramsey. Well, here's all the dope you need, Dave. Go and sell those Dandersalts. Night, Joyce. Nice seeing you, Townsend.
Oh, I'd better see if the baby...
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Joyce, can you explain what Swanson just said?
What is there to explain?
Did he ask for Bob that day he came into the office?
Yes, he did, but as neither of you knew about patents, I came over and got you. Oh, stop looking at me as if I were a thief. David, that was the day I found out I was going to have a baby.
Never mind, forget it.
Robert, I just couldn't tell David that we were going to have a baby the way things were. I had to tell him something hopeful. I wanted him to want the baby.
Bob, look, we can work this out somehow. We can split Swanson's work between us. We can manage, Bob. We can straighten it out.
When I practice law again, I'll do it alone.
Bob, if you don't come in on this, I'll tell Swanson to get another lawyer.
You tell him anything you like.
Robert, I didn't do it to hurt
I'll come back for my clothes tomorrow.
Bob, no, you can't just walk out of here.
Can't I? I don't want to talk about it anymore.
How could you do a thing like that to Bob? I'm going to call Swanson and tell him to get another lawyer. I'll tell him to get Bob.
He won't take him, you know that.
Then he can hire someone else.
David, I meant no harm to Robert, but giving up the job won't do him any good. And it won't do you any good. It won't help anybody.
How do you think I can justify keeping it?
Because you need it? Because you get along with Swanson, Robert doesn't? Or you can make it up to Robert some way?
Joyce, you just don't do things like this to your best friend.
All right, David. All right. If you think Swanson will take Robert, give up the job. Oh, but if you don't, please keep it. Keep it so we can have hope for our future. Oh, I've never complained about washing and ironing and doing over old clothes and trying to manage and keep the baby looking nice. But one day is just like the next one to me. I'd like to look forward to something better for it. Maybe what I did was wrong, but I didn't mean it to be.
I know, honey, I know. I know things haven't always been what we'd like.
I just can't stand your thinking that
I'm sorry, George. I'm sorry I got sore. Everything you say made sense. Swanson and I do click, but... Well, don't worry, honey. I'll square it with Bob as soon as I get back.
Okay. 20 years. 20 years of making good, decent lives for each other and our children. And now David says he doesn't want me anymore. That our marriage has lost everything it's supposed to.
Mother, is anything the matter?
Oh, no, Diane. I didn't hear you come in, dear. I must have been dozing.
Mother, why didn't you and Dad come to the Fosters?
Well, I should have phoned. I suppose that something came up at the last minute, dear. Your father couldn't go. Did you have a good time?
It was a lovely party. Everyone asked for you. You will call Mrs. Foster, won't you?
Yes, I will, dear, in the morning. Go to bed, dear.
Good night, Mother. I hope you feel better. Get a good night, please.
Yes. Maybe that's what I need. A good night.
Mother, your breakfast's getting cold.
Please don't shout, Martha. I'm coming.
Isn't it a little early for the phone to be ringing?
Yes, it was a Mr. Drake from the newspaper.
You mean the man who writes the gossip column?
I don't quite know what he writes, Martha.
But what did he want?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you this, but as long as it will probably be in the newspaper, I might as well. Your father wants you to divorce him.
Mother, but why?
I don't know why.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Don't you have to do something? See him or...
Oh, I am not going to see him until he has time to come to his senses. The sudden impulse of your father's is not going to disturb our lives. He'll get over it, and the less we talk about it or think about it, the better it will be.
But if it's in the paper, people are going to ask questions. Jim will want to know.
Tell Jim or anybody else. There's nothing to it. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go downtown and do some shopping. Oh, Martha, tell Anna I won't be back for lunch, dear.
Yes, Mother. You mean you're going to have lunch with Mrs. Brandon and Mrs. Gates?
And Mrs. Garrett, dear. No, we always have lunch on Thursday.
But, Mother...
Don't look as if the world's collapsed. I told you before. It's nothing but a sudden impulse.
But why would Father want a divorce? Mother's been a perfect wife. Everybody knows that. She's never even thought of anyone but him. I just can't believe it. Not Dad and Mother. Mother won't divorce him. I know she won't. But she may soon of you at lunch. That's all they want to talk about. You don't have to worry about Mother. You know what you're doing.
Oh, no, dear. Where's your phone? Sit down. I ordered you a martini. I need one. You gathered that after reading Mr. Drake's poem. Welcome to the sisterhood, dear. Oh, I hope you get a good marriage, dear. We're not at that stage yet. I'll recommend a very able man. Fantastic. I think you him. This is a David Payne and David would pay. But don't get a divorce. You'll get a separation. He pays your expenses and you're still Mrs. David Ramsey and not hold for life. But you better get it over with. How do you stop sorry? David doesn't want to leave. He's becoming faster and I think it. And I think it. With you and your friends may be the very amiable outside your own circle. Yeah, I don't think it's a scandal, Edna. There is no other woman involved. Really? Well, he's been seen with one quite often. By who? Pat for one, Elsie here for another. Well, tell her, Elsie. Joyce, I don't know if it was anything at all. I just happened to mention it to Edna. Yeah, we're all Joyce's friends, aren't we? Joyce. Almost all men do things like this. You got it over last month. Then you all know them. What's the kind of little women have to? You know, I do get a good look at her, dear. You can pay attention.
Besides, George told me it was none of my business.
Yeah, they stick together, these men. David isn't any better than the others.
But David couldn't be seriously interested in
Another woman. So why did he move into the athletic club to build up his muscles? Don't be a fool, dear.
Honey, what did she look like? I don't know. Quite nice. Well, I wouldn't say beautiful. She wasn't very young. If you'll excuse me, I have many things to do. I really must go. Now, Joyce, speak to Ted Prescott about this. Tell him I sent you.
Well, I'll come with you if you want company.
No, thank you, Edna. I've come to you. I just want to find out if there is another woman and who she is.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Ramsey. That's why I asked Mr. Pinkins to join us. Well, Mr. Pinkins?
What's his first name?
It's just that I want to find out if there is any truth to all
His first name, please.
Mr. Pinkins, you understand, is an investigator.
David Anderson Ramsey. Anderson is a
His
family.
business.
He's vice president of Quantum Steel Products Company.
His club?
We'll check on it, Mrs. Ramsey. The bill for services will be sent to Mr. Preston. Is satisfactory?
You haven't had any
Good
experience.
day, Mrs. Ramsey. I'll bring the report here.
Thank you, Pinkins. He's really very capable.
Yes, I'm sure he is.
But whatever you may find, I still believe that a reconciliation is far more satisfactory than divorce.
Mr. Prescott, last evening my husband said he wanted to end our marriage. He doesn't want to be married to a man who doesn't want me. Of course, I still don't believe there's another woman.
Well, don't talk about it, then. Meantime, I'll call you as soon as I hear from Mr. Pinkins.
Thank you. Hello? Yes?
Mr. Pinkins has a report at your house.
But what could he find out in 2 days' time?
Established. I'm afraid the rumors you heard are correct.
That there is another woman?
Last night, Mr. Ramsey was in the home of Miss Eileen Benson. You know her.
No.
Well, while he had no right to be there still, there was nothing untoward in his conduct, but he was there.
Just who is your client, Mr. Preston?
Mrs. Ramsey, please. Well, I would allow Mr. Pinkins to continue his investigation. Perhaps
I want you to get me a divorce.
was that I do.
I said I want a divorce.
Very well, then. Give me a week. I'll try to.
I'll be quite ready when you are, Mr. Preston. Thank you.
Payment on Demand, starring Betty Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. Bewildered by the news her lawyer has just given her, Joyce Ramsey sits in her room staring blankly out the window. A man going back to the early years of her marriage, to the day her second child was born.
She's a real beauty.
David was calling Martha.
All right, darling, Martha. And thank you for being Martha's mother. If I let the boy, you'll call him Adam. First man on the family.
You have a full-size job right now supporting 2 women.
I like kids, and you're so wonderful with him.
We're going to start making plans right now for the 2 we have.
I have plans, honey, big plans. First, Swanson Steel has closed the deal for the new plant at Homestead.
Why didn't you tell me?
We've been kind of busy the last couple of days, remember? Second, our home offices will be in San Francisco.
Then we'll be moving there.
That's third and most important. Between Homedale and San Francisco are some nice little farms. We Ramsey are going to live in the country.
David, that's an impractical idea.
Why? Lots of people drive that far to work.
But I don't like it. I don't want to be stuck in some faraway patch in the woods. Never seeing anybody, never knowing anybody.
Jake, I'm not talking about pioneering. You get a nice little place, it'll be good for the kids, honey.
What's good about it? Who would their friends be? Farmhands' children? Transport storekeepers' daughters? Where would they go to school?
The things they make in private are important.
And they'll get a better idea of the values of life.
Better values. Our children are going to have all the good things in life, all the things that you and I didn't have.
Well, we had enough. We turned out all right.
Oh, David, we have a chance to leave this place and move to a big city, and you don't think that it's important.
Well, the farm was just an idea.
A stupid idea, an imbecilic idea.
There's no need to get abusive about it, Jake. Yeah, I guess we're both a little on edge. You know, I worried about you a lot, just as much as when Diana was gone.
I feel like you're hungry because I know what a big man you're going to be. And I know you have much more of a chance to be brilliant if you're living among people who are doing big things themselves.
I'm just a wicked hard, honey. And the idea of a little place in the country seems kind of good to me.
Oh, David, later on we'll have a house in the country. But we're too young to bury ourselves now. We have a lot of living to do, David.
Sure, honey.
So we came to San Francisco, and David, and we made friends. People like you who would dream things, the big things in life. Oh, I remember how proud I was that night when we were invited to the... Sit down, Mrs. Ramsey. I've been wanting to talk to you all evening. I've just been wondering what happened to David, Mrs. Hedges. He's in good hands, my dear. He's with my husband. Well, are you satisfied now? Satisfied? I don't understand. Oh, yes, you do. You've been angling for months to be invited here. Did you think I didn't know? Well, I'm sorry. Oh, you've done all the proper things. But you think to agree, flattered me about my clothes, laughed at my joke. You're smarter than I thought you were, Mrs. Hedges. Oh, I'm less fussy than I thought you were. Your clothes are good, but you're a dull good sport. I wanted my husband to meet your husband. Well, they've done that. What's next? If David may need finance, he may need business advice. If your husband likes you, your husband You are a ruthless climber, aren't you? You won't be a nobody. You'll connive, manage, maneuver. Do whatever's necessary. And that's why I'm interested in my husband's career. Would you like us to leave, Mrs. Hedges? Oh, you know, Joyce, I can't help thinking how you remind me of myself at your age. No wonder you recognize my technique. Recognize it? My dear, I invented it.
Hey, how about letting me in on the joke?
Oh, dear me, no, Mr. Ramsey. Well, it would spoil the whole thing. Hardly a word about the party.
It was all right, I guess,
Except what, darling?
I don't like snooty people.
David, I know simple, so what difference does that make? The important thing is that they like you, and then the whole thing that means something.
It doesn't mean anything to me.
It's you. You're the only one who means anything to me. You and me.
Oh, Dave, why you had such a good life?
Yeah, you're lucky, Joe. We have everything in the world.
Not quite, darling. It's 20 years since old. 2 weeks ago, we had a visit. An unexpected visit.
Robert Townsend?
Robert, I'm nice to see you.
Didn't mean to barge in like this, but is there any place I can find David?
Oh, David is in this house. I don't know where I can reach him. Is anything wrong?
Well, just a business matter. Joyce, I know I haven't seen you or David in almost 20 years. I've been foolish about David. He tried to throw legal work my way. I turned him down. Pride, I don't know.
Yes, you told me. But what kind of trouble are you in, Robert?
I started a building and loan association. I made some loans recently that, the examiners come in Monday, and I'm short about $15,000.
You don't know what to tell you. David's out of town, as I said, and I don't really know where he is.
That's I'm sorry I troubled you, Joe. Tell him I said
hello when he gets back.
I will, Robert, and his mother. Hello, darling. Run up and change your clothes, Daddy. No, you're going on a trip. Where are you, Master?
Looks like David, doesn't she?
Yes, she does. I'm awfully sorry, Robert. I can't do it anyway.
Oh, that's all right, Joe.
Mother. That man you were talking to before. Oh, just someone your father used to know. But you said Daddy was away on a trip. I didn't mean a long trip. I just meant a trip to the country.
How about a welcome home kiss?
Hi, Daddy. Have a good game.
Terrible. Now, what's this all about?
Completely unimportant. Except that he said I looked like you.
Who insulted you in that satisfaction?
It was no insult. He was nice.
Oh, who's she rattling about this time?
Robert Townsend came to see him.
Bob? Why didn't you phone me, Joyce?
Well, I didn't want him to annoy you. Darling, please take your feet off that chair.
What did he say?
Oh, some tailor wall. He wanted to lend him some money. Oh, I don't know. David, he has to have a lot of money by
Must
Monday.
be in a bad jam.
Well, he might be in less of a jam if he hasn't turned down every chance you offered him.
Joyce, I think I'll drive up to Santa Rosa and see him.
David, have you lost your mind?
No, my memory.
You just can't go tonight. We're going to the Clyde tonight.
You go to the Clyde.
David!
I'll be back as soon as
David went to Santa Rosa. He was gone all night. I was awake when he came in.
I'm pretty tired, Joyce. Why don't I talk about it now?
You might have reached it at the distance of the phone and say you'd be out of it. I didn't know if your car had gone off the road or what had happened. What did happen?
Nothing.
Well, I suppose you saw Robert.
Yes, I gave him the money. I promised him more if he needed it.
Yeah, and you're perfectly would. You're a fool, David. Your responsibility is not to Robert Townsend, but to me and your family. Our marriage is a partnership.
It was a partnership, and we cheated Bob, too. Now we've paid him back.
Oh, then it was constant money you gave him.
Call it whatever you like.
I'd rather call it what it is, a traditionism, being a savior of mankind. There's no sense in trying to save a man like that, David. There's nothing to him. There never was anything to him.
You hate people who are strong and successful, don't you?
I hate seeing you make it easier for yourself with what I've had to do. Well, you step of the way without meaning nothing, and then you wouldn't be able to afford a conscience or to help your sniveling, climbing friends, so-called.
When are you going to come to your senses? When are you going to find out that there's something to life besides getting things?
David, I have never done anything in my life that wasn't for you and your good.
Get away from me before I tell you the truth about yourself.
David, this is me. Maybe you should tell me the truth.
Joyce. I'm too tired. Besides, there's no use talking.
What did he mean that night he went away? The truth about me. What truth about me? That's all I know I've ever done is to try to... Mother, come in. Come in.
I didn't even know you were home till Anna told us. But you're all alone. Just here. Jim wants to take us all out to dinner.
Well, it's very sweet of Jim, dear, but I don't think so.
He's coming too, Mother. You and he could get to know each other.
No, I'm afraid I'll be tired, Martha. Besides, I can't stand the sort of faces people.
Oh, no one paid any attention to a paragraph in Drake's class.
So your father thinks I'm a fool.
You mustn't say that, Mother.
I wouldn't say it unless I knew what I was talking about.
Mother, don't upset yourself like this. You've had quarrels before.
This is not a mere quarrel, Dee.
Perhaps it is, Mother.
No, so what do you mean by that, remark?
I think people who love each other understand each other.
I understand your father.
But don't make me so different to see.
No, I just simply saw that it was all beautiful when I was last in. Am I supposed to be one of those people who say, of course we're divorced, and they're still very good friends? I won't do that. I won't be a hypocrite as well as a fool.
You'd rather be alone now, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, see, I would. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mother. Here, I'm going to see Jim.
You're what?
I'm going to see Jim. Right now.
I'm sorry, Dad. I don't mean to bother you at your office, but I...
Get it. There's never know you're here.
No, not exactly. I guess he thinks I'm his friend. Dad, I don't want you to think I'm interfering or taking sides.
But please don't ask me to talk about it. Going into it with you, well, I don't think it would be helpful.
I don't want you to, Dad. All I want you to try and do is tell if you could hear from Mother. If you write you a letter or something, don't be too critical of what you say. Don't get to hate each other.
No, we won't hate each other. Maybe this is just a solution to a problem. The only solution.
Mother Mother doesn't realize that. It's as if the floor's fallen out from under her. She's all mixed up there. Just don't get so sad each other that I can't see you both whenever I want to.
You won't ever do that, though, baby. Not if I can help it.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye, honey. And don't forget, if there's anything you need, you know where to find me.
I won't forget you. Bye.
Yes?
Look, Eileen Benson.
Miss Benson? Thank you. Put her on. Eileen? Good. I'm glad you can make it. I'll take you up at 7 o'clock.
What time is it, David?
Oh, a little after 10. You want me to go, Eileen?
Thank you. You sure you like me sitting here listening to music?
That's exactly what I like. Does music like that ever make you feel lonely?
You only told me it does.
Me? Well, it's hard to say what I mean or even how I feel right now.
No one explains what music is to me. Nobody should call it too individual.
You like it, leave it alone, huh? I'll try to find out why.
That's me. But maybe I'm just too lazy to worry about it.
You know something? You're very good for me, Eileen.
I like being with you, David.
I like you. I like your pictures, your books, the things you're interested in. The way you talk about things. I don't know. I just like it.
See? Or is it just because right now you need something? David, look, there's a man coming there. No, don't. Let him go.
But he got a camera. He took a picture of us. Look, he's running down the fire escape. Eileen, I've got to get that
You'll
camera.
never catch him.
Martin's man should have a private detective following him. Eileen, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here.
We both knew that.
But don't you know what this means? If it gets out, it'll cost you your job at the university. It'll cost you more than that with the kids. I can't let that happen.
I'm sorry it happened, David, but what can we do?
We can get married. After the divorce, we can get married.
Would you have asked me that?
I'm asking you now.
Let's see, you talk to me. But I don't think I'd want you to marry me just because of my secret.
You will have to stand this alone and there's secret.
No, they won't. They may try, but they won't. You don't really want to marry me. I know you do. I'm sorry it's ended, David. But it is. Good night, David. Goodbye.
On Demand, starring Betty Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. 10 days have gone by. Joyce and David Ramsey are face to face again, broken in atmosphere of bitterness and discrimination. As their two lawyers politely argue the terms under which a marriage will be destroyed.
Now then, Mr. Barton, you said you had a definite proposal as to a property settlement. Each of us has a list of various things of value owned by the contestants. Mr. Ramsey proposes that out of his contract list, a trust fund be set up for the minor child Martha.
Martha alone?
Well, the oldest girl, I understand, is about to be married. That would seem to assure her security, Mrs. Ramsey.
Obviously, marriage is not providers and other security to anybody. The trust fund has to be large enough to cover both children.
Do you agree, Mr. Ramsey?
I can insist on it.
I think Mrs. Ramsey's point is well taken, gentlemen.
Very well. Make it a joint trust fund.
Mrs. Ramsey, my client feels that he wants, of his own free will and without caretaker, to give you one half of all his possessions. Security, land, and property. A very generous offer.
I resist that offer.
But why?
It is not enough.
Well, I think that even Mr. Prescott will tell you that no thought will possibly award to this generous proposal. It is customary, Mrs. Ramsey.
I'm not interested in what is customary or what the court will award me. I'm only interested in myself and my children.
Will you make a counter proposal?
Yes, if you leave me alone with Mr. Ramsey. I will.
Very well. It's breakfast. Shall we withdraw?
Just call when you're ready. Well?
I'm prepared to file speaking to learn how the invention of correspondence. I have all the evidence I need.
I thought I knew you, George, but I guess I didn't.
You know me now.
I didn't expect you to blackmail me.
I didn't expect you have to, David.
I just can't believe this is you. You're a civilized, decent...
Civilized? I'm being as primitive as you do.
You want everything?
You set the price for not having your new lab dragged to the muck of a sensational divorce. You set the price for not having her family, her friends, know what she is. You tell me what it's worth to me to be civilized. Or I'll show you how uncivilized I can be with her.
Any gentlemen. Give her anything she wants, Barton. All of it or any part of it. Now, is there anything more, or can I do to you?
The best to do is Martha. I'll get her. Martha, will you come here, please?
Hello, my friend.
Here,
Martha, a young lady of your age, in the case of a place, is entitled to select the parents of whom she wishes to live. You must know that you are wanted by both your mother and your father. The decision is up to you.
I want to live with the one I think will need me. I've thought a lot about her.
Yes, sir.
I'll live with her.
Very well, Judy. And say goodbye to Diana.
Does this mean it's all over, maybe? Yes, Martha, it's all over. It's the question I should like to go away. I'd like to leave town and see if it would be advisable. Long cruise, perhaps. I'll tell them to get things such as pictures.
Yes, I'll be happy to make any arrangements that I...
Thank you, doesn't matter. Yeah, yes, indeed, perhaps. Only forever, not I think.
Well, what did she say? I don't know. I'm just reading it. Not much, really. The weather's been pleasant. The people aboard ship are rather dull. Jamaica was terribly hot, and she thinks she'll call on Mrs. Hedges when the ship gets to Port-au-Prince. Who's Mrs. Hedges? Hedges? Oh, yes, I think she's someone she used to know. Oh, they have that big house. Wait a minute. There's a very charming Englishman who boarded this ship in La Diana. Yeah, evidently. He's been rather attentive, and it does have to have some junior company now and then at dinner or good. His name is Anthony Cunliffe. However, I'm sure no one finds me very sociable these days. I'm just not in the mood. Please tell me that the next
The ship will be here at Port-au-Prince for 6 hours. The captain suggests all passengers be back by about 4 o'clock. And there's a carriage waiting for us at the end of the dock. Now, what else can we do for you?
How early Anthony making so completely help?
Oh, exactly my plan. Where shall we go from?
Are you sure you want to come with me? You're not just being nasty.
Oh, of course I want to go. Who is she? What's her name?
Miss Hedges. She sounded so eager when I telephoned, I just couldn't get out of it.
Old friend?
Yes, a gay kind of old lady I knew years ago. She came to her and decided to stay. I couldn't understand.
So there's a little curiosity mixed here, I think.
I'm afraid there is.
Dark. After we dock in New York, then what happens to you?
I don't know. I may stay there for a while.
Well, that sounds promising. I shall be there at least a month.
But you'll be involved, business friend.
Not too involved.
Meanwhile, let's call on Mrs. Hedges.
Ramsey, my dear.
Emily, it's so good to see you. You're looking well. Very well. You're the first to please with you. Emily, this is Mr. Henry. Mr. Henry? Yes.
I'm so happy to meet you, Mrs. Hedges.
Really? Oh, now, where's Arthur?
Oh, I'm here. I'm getting the drink for your friend.
Thank you, dear. Arthur, suppose. You said the history of the island in her own distress. Don't worry. I won't let him read any of it to you. Well, how's the cruise? Very restful. What a pity. Restless a surrender to boredom, I think. A shameful surrender. What a charming place you have, Emily. Oh, wonderful. You don't have to go outdoors. You know the course, Mr. Congress?
I've been here a few times on business.
Mr. Congress is also in business. Emily in England. You don't say. I've never been up in England. Arthur, Mr. Congress is in the airplane business. 7 euro. Arthur saying in euro with photograph. But I'm airplane to this answer.
Oh, yes, in the ceiling part. Would you like to see it? Yes, I would. Thank you. Excuse me?
Yes, sir. Now we can have a chat. I don't want to hear a thing about home, not one word. I'm going to hear divorce become final. The 12th of this month. 14? Have I changed much? Not at all. Thank you. I know I have. What do you think about her? Oh, I think she's very well. She's fantastic, isn't it? Is that what you want me to say? That's the fact. She really can't change them. Arthur's my protege. Without me, he'd have to stand or go to work. It's good to have someone around who can be grateful to me and help me up the stairs when I think too much. Emily, don't think that. Frightened, yes. It's a bad thing to be lonely until you do something about it. First I had a dog, then I had a lady companion. Now I have Arthur. I don't know what I'll have next. Emily, why didn't you marry again? 12 years ago I thought I might, but nobody asked me. And the ones I asked, oh yes, I did that too. They never came back. Be careful, Joyce. When a woman starts getting old, time can mean an avalanche. And loneliness at a disaster. I think this is what ever happened to me. That one, musician, very nice, very nice. He's right on top of the Christmas tree. Please sit down. I only sent you out so the George and I could chat. Annie, will you have to go along? I have to stop over there, Mr. Conley. Has some people to see. Oh, must be? I'm afraid so, dear.
I can drive them into town.
They have a carriage, dear boy. You can fetch me a pastry. Can you read your poetry to me? Goodbye, Joe. Pleasant journey.
How about some tea?
I'd love it.
I'll make it myself. I had a super dinner. So you had it in my cabin.
Well, I just thought you'd see that.
Now, what you going to do? I have a radio going for you.
Thank you. Phil and I to be married on the 10th, and you be here. Love, Mom.
Will there be any time in?
Oh, no, not Coffee's my specialty. You could stick to that, too.
Yeah, there's a picture of everything is done back there. What are you looking at?
The model on the table is lovely. One of your friends?
No, that's my son. He flies one like that almost every day. What is that sort of ship? She's my daughter.
And your daughter flies too.
Well, then her mother lets her. See? But fine, that is funny a good part of the time, and her mother doesn't like it. Do you take children?
No, I'm taking. Then both children live with their mother.
Well, they do when I'm away, but when I get home, they usually leave the place to my wife and me. That way, it gives us a chance to become acquainted again.
I had no idea you were such a family man.
Well, I am in my way, but I don't talk about them much when I'm driving. It makes you rather lonely when you think of home and you're not there.
Yes, it's right.
So I think of other things and do other things to keep from being lonely. You lead two lives, one at home and one away from home.
That's hard to do, isn't it?
Well, not terribly hard. As a matter of fact, it becomes rather pleasant if you have to live that way.
Thank you so much for the tea.
Oh, change the stand?
Yes, I have to talk. I'm leaving the kitchen for it, so I have a radiogram from one of my daughters after I Florida, and then on home.
Oh, nothing serious, has it?
It's serious enough to make me have to leave it.
And you won't be in New York anymore?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, well, that's not New York. I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
Oh, darling. You're the last person in the world I expected to see. You didn't have to know radio again. You did, my dear. I'm sorry. But here I am. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Now, come on upstairs. I'm right in the midst of parties. We're taking the plane at 6 o'clock.
Where are you going on your honeymoon?
Nebraska. Phil has a job there. Department of Agriculture. We'll live in Omaha, of course. I don't know where yet. It's a shopping appointment last night.
Oh. Is it to be a home wedding, dear?
No, it's to be home. But the wedding party will be here. And then we'll all go out to the airport. Did you notice the decorations?
Yes. I didn't know if I were in the right house or not.
I'm so sorry. You nearly died, but they were having so much fun. Phil's mother was family.
You are happy as you did. Just guard that happiness, keep it safe. Make sure that it's forever. Marriage.
Oh, Mother, I want you to be happy today, too.
Well, you're not much like me, Martha. You never were. That's one thing in your favor. You know there Phyllis is.
Oh, yes, I do.
Don't try to make him into something else. You love a man and you lose him. You may think it will make you an individual again. You may think that being alone will make you a person. It doesn't. It makes you a lover.
Mother.
No, don't bloom up, dear. Her mother just has to tell her daughter something on her wedding day.
Mother, Dad's coming today. Will that make it awkward? I didn't expect you.
No, Nancy. I do think perhaps you should phone him, though.
He's living in Santa Rosa now.
Living there?
He's back in his old law office with Mr. Townsend. Didn't you know?
Nancy.
Have you seen him?
Oh, yes, and he's fine.
Long distance friend. Phil and I went up to see him last week, and he took us on a tour of the town. Sightseeing trip. And there wasn't much to see, if I remember. What there is, we saw. Oh, Santa Rosa, 6248.
Help you, George? Would you like me to drive you home? I can get Diana with you. All right, I'm not driving you. Come on. There's no need to cry over Martha's life.
I have really more than me. I'm crying because I've been so miserable since the last time I saw you. I never knew how much a part of you I was. You must. I know how badly I've acted. I was scared to tell you, and later on I was more perfect.
What do you consider the truth?
We had lost everything in our marriage, and it was my fault that we lost it.
When did you find that out, sir?
When I realized that he had told me the truth, that it wasn't someone else. Another woman.
Joyce. Joyce, could we find what we had in the beginning if we tried again? I want you back.
I've never wanted anything so much. Oh, you something. You sure you're not saying this because you think? Don't decide tonight, dear. If you still feel the same way tomorrow, or the day after, or any time, I'll be with you.
Jello program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with My Wonderful One, Let's Dance. Here's a dessert, ladies and gentlemen, that's just as gay as a morning in May. Yes, you're right. It's Jello. Rich, radiant Jello, a brilliant dessert that brightens up the table like a bowl of gay spring flowers. Jello is truly a delight to the eye and an inspiration to every appetite. Even the simplest meals take on a special attraction, become a real feast of flavor when there's a big dish of shimmering Jello for dessert. No matter which one of Jello's 6 glowing colors you choose, you'll have a dessert that looks like a million. And no matter which one of Jello's 6 delicious flavors you select, you're in for a lot of swell, satisfying refreshment. Jello is simply full of extra rich flavor, as tempting as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So enjoy some real soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jello, and be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jello, and Jello spells a treat. My Wonderful One, Let's Dance, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our program tonight, we're going to reenact the events which occurred on our recent airplane trip from New York to Los Angeles. The time is last Monday morning, and as the scene opens, a taxicab carrying Jack and Mary is approaching the New York Municipal Airport on Long Island.
Well, Mary, we sure had a lot of fun in New York, didn't we? Shows, nightclubs, and everything.
I'll bet it was pretty expensive, eh, Jack?
All right, so it ran into money. But who cares? And how often do I go to New York? How often do I get on a spree?
How often does Paramount pay your expenses?
I don't care. I still feel like a playboy.
That's you, a nice, on-the-cuff playboy.
Anyway, I had fun. Hey, driver, step on it, will you? I don't want to miss the plane.
Your wish is my command.
Well... polite fellow, isn't he?
Oh, boy, wait till Paramount sees your expense account.
Mary, there's nothing wrong with it. Here it is right here, itemized and everything. Look, meals, room, tips, taxi cabs, it's all legitimate.
How you going to explain this item? Blue suit, $85.
I bought that suit to make a personal appearance at the Paramount Theater. I wore it on the stage and everybody saw it.
Underwear, $4.50. What did you do, a striptease?
Mary, let Paramount worry about my underwear, will you? And driver, a little faster, please. We want to get there.
It is yours to request, mine to obey.
Well, thanks. My, isn't he formal?
Say, Jack, what's this on your list? Tips, $18. Gratuities, $37.
Well, what's wrong with that?
They mean the same thing.
They do not. Tips is dimes, and gratuities is from a quarter up. So mind your own business. Gee, look what time it is.
Well, jeepers creepers, this tops everything.
Now what?
Shoelaces, 5 cents.
Give me that list. You're not supposed to see it anyway. Hey, driver, that's the airport right ahead, isn't it?
It's mine to drive, yours to point out.
Oh, stop! Yep, that's the airport, all right.
Wow, look at all those planes.
Yeah, just think, 18 hours and we'll be in California. You know, Mary, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable 8th wonder of the world.
Unquote. I read the folder, too.
Well, it's very impressive. Well, here we are. I hope the rest of the gang are here. How much do I owe you, driver?
That'll be $2.
$2. Here you are. And, oh, yes, here's a tip for you.
Couldn't you make that a gratuity?
All right, here's a quarter. Goodbye, driver.
Goodbye. If you like me, tell your friends. If not, tell it to Sweeney.
16,000 cab drivers in New York, and I have to get a philosopher. Come on, Mary. The others are probably inside.
Here comes John Wilson now.
Where? Oh, yes, and Dennis is with him. Hey, fellas.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. All ready for the trip? Well, Dennis, a few minutes more, and we'll all be flying back to California. Are you thrilled?
I'll say. But you know, Mr. Benny, I've never flown before. Is it scary?
No, there's nothing to it. I love it.
What are you talking about? You've never been up in a plane before in your life.
I've never been up in a plane.
No.
Then how come in Waukegan they used to call me Wings Benny?
That's because your shoulder blade stuck out.
Oh, sister, are you pressing? Now, where's Rochester with the luggage?
Maybe he's in the waiting room.
Yeah, let's go in. Come along, Dennis.
Say, Jack, did you have any trouble persuading Rochester to fly?
Well, he was pretty scared, Don, but I finally convinced him that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world. That sold him. Gee, it's a beautiful station, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah, I'm going over to get a magazine.
Okay. Bring me a couple of cigars.
You want those stinkers, or is Paramount paying for them?
Never mind. Get good ones.
Attention, please. TWA Flight 9, the Sky Chief to Los Angeles, now loading at gate number 10. All aboard, please.
You hear that? They're loading the plane, and Rochester isn't even here yet.
You don't have to worry about Phil Harris. There he is over there.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that beautiful girl with him.
Yeah.
That's for me.
Dennis, come back here. Well, I'll go over and get Phil. Be right back, fellas.
Well, we'll be shoving off pretty soon, honey. Gosh, I hate to leave you.
Gee, Philzy, I'll be so lonesome without you.
Sure had a lot of fun these last couple of weeks, huh, Sugar?
It's been heavenly.
Oh, hello, Phil. I didn't see you.
Hiya, Jackson. You all set to leave?
Yep. And, well, who's this gorgeous creature?
Oh, pardon me. Jackson, I'd like you to meet Miss...
Oh, fine. Some romance.
What is your name, honey?
Minnie Jerkfinkel.
Jerkfinkel?
Yes, my brother Logan is one of your
Most ardent fans, I know, I met him. Well, it's a pleasure, Miss Jerkfinkel. Give my regards to your brother. Come on, Phil, we got to get going.
Goodbye, Philzy.
So long. See you next year,
Minnie. Hey, that's a good-looking girl, Phil. Where'd you meet her?
My guitar player introduced her to me.
Oh. Well, how did he meet her?
I pointed her out to him.
Oh, the old one, too, eh? You know, Phil, if you... Well, look who's here.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. Have you got the luggage weighed and everything?
Uh-huh.
Well, then come on. Let's get on the plane.
You know, boss, I've been pounding on this, and I think I'll go by train.
What do you mean?
You take the high road, and I'll take the low road. And I'll be in Los Angeles behind you.
Now, Rochester, don't be such a coward. Why, flying today is wonderful. It's just as safe as walking down the street. In fact, it's safer.
Boss, you're talking to a man that comes from a long line of Pullman porters.
I'm not going to argue with you. You want to go back to Hollywood, don't you?
Yes, but I don't want to ride on nothing where there's nothing under it.
Oh, Rochester, you're silly. Flying is the greatest thing in the world. Did you ever see a bird that wasn't happy?
Well, the day I wake up with feathers on, I'll try it.
Listen, Rochester, I've told you 1,000 times that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable...
Okay, let's go.
More like it. Come on.
Here's your cigar, Jack.
Thanks. What's that you got there?
It's a movie magazine. It's got your picture on the cover.
Let's see that. Oh, yeah. In color, too. See, my eyes sure look blue, don't they?
Hey, fellas, look at this magazine with my picture on it.
Oh, Jack, take it easy.
I'm going over to get a few more copies of this.
Attention, please. TWA Sky Chief Flight 9 leaving immediately. All aboard.
Hurry up, Jack. Never mind the magazine.
Yeah, the heck with them. The heck with them nothing. It'll only take a second. Hey, young fella, give me a half a dozen copies of that magazine with my picture on it.
Take a dozen. They ain't selling.
All right, give me all of them. Here's your money.
Come on, Jack. The plane's ready to leave.
I'm coming. Here, Rochester, take these magazines.
Are you sure you want me to go with you, boss?
Yes, get going.
Okay. Doggone, if this plane is the eighth wonder, I'm the ninth for getting on it.
And stop talking to yourself.
Come on, Jack.
We're coming. We're coming. Gee, isn't this marvelous up here? Hey, Mary, see the airport way down there?
Yeah, it sure looks small, doesn't it?
Yep. How do you feel, Dennis?
Oh, boy, this is fun.
It sure is. Hey, Rochester, look at the airport way, way down there.
Describe it to me. I ain't looking.
What a baby.
Jack, we're flying over the East River now. Look at the skyline of New York below us.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that thrilling? Rochester, look at that skyline.
Boss, please.
Open your eyes. Hey, Phil, what do you want, Jackson?
Excuse me a minute, honey.
Honey? A fine way to talk to the air hostess. You don't even know her.
I don't, huh? Her name is Miss Rutherford. She's single, comes from Texas, hasn't got a steady boyfriend, and what am I waiting for?
We've only been on this plane 2 minutes. She is pretty, though.
That's for me.
Oh, you and your that's for me.
Say, Jack.
What?
We're up in the air now. Why don't you unstrap your safety belt?
Because you're not supposed to. I'm not taking this belt off until we get to Los Angeles. That's the rule.
Why, Jack, you're only supposed to strap yourself when the plane takes off and when it lands.
Don, you're not talking to a greenhorn. I've been up before.
Go on, you haven't been up in the air since you played Little Eva in Uncle Tom's cabin.
It wasn't me, that was my sister Florence. I played a bloodhound in that. And I got a blue ribbon, too.
Well, is everybody comfortable up here? How are you, Mr. Benny?
Oh, I'm fine, Miss Rutherford. Just fine.
You know, Mr. Benny, you can unstrap your belt now.
Oh. Have they changed the rules? You see, in the old days when I was a test pilot, we used to stay strapped in all the time.
Oh, were you a test pilot?
Yes.
He used to try out pitchforks in a livery stable.
Mary, will you stop dreaming things up? Oh, Miss Rutherford, my ears have been buzzing a little bit. Is that on account of the altitude?
Yes, that's caused by air pressure on the eardrums. Now just swallow real hard and you'll be all right.
Oh, okay. Oh? There, that did it. Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Benny, my ears are buzzing, too.
Well, just swallow, Dennis, like I did. Go ahead, real hard.
Okay. Oh.
Dennis, you ought to have your skull x-rayed sometime. I think there's something wrong there.
Oh, Miss, when are we going to have lunch?
Right after we leave Chicago, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you.
You just had breakfast. Oh, Miss Rutherford, would you adjust my seat for me, please? I want to sit back and relax.
Why, certainly. There you are.
Thanks. No, we seem to be climbing higher all the time. Oh. There I go again.
Me too.
I wonder what does that. Just think. 5 hours ago we were in New York, and now we're pulling out of Chicago.
Say, Jack, look at that little old lady that just got on.
Oh, yes.
She's reading that movie magazine with your picture on the cover.
She is. Well, pardon me, madam. You know, that's my picture there on the cover.
Eh?
I said that's my picture on the cover.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Well, a little, but I think it's a good likeness. Hey, Rochester, you feel better now?
Oh, I feel fine, boss.
Good. How about playing a game of casino?
I left the cards at home.
Well, what of it? We can get a deck of cards from the hostess.
I can't win with them.
Oh-ho! So that's it. Well, Rochester, that $9,000 I owe you is automatically canceled.
Oh, Mr. Benny, if you look out of the window now, you'll notice that we're passing over Waukegan.
Waukegan? Oh, boy! Everybody stop reading and look out the window. Hey, Phil, look at Waukegan.
Don't bother me. I'm doing a crossword puzzle.
Look, Mary, there's the city hall.
Oh, yeah, I see the dome.
Well, I'll be darned. There's Mayor Tallcott sitting on the flagpole. Hey, Bidey!
Hiya, Jack.
Gee, he must have known I was going to pass through.
Do you recognize everything, Mr. Benny?
Sure, there's the Waukegan Hotel. There's Genesee Street. And there's my father's clothing store.
And there's your father out on the sidewalk wrestling with a customer.
He is not. He waits until they get in the store.
What's all the rumpus, young
We just passed over my hometown, Waukegan. I was born there.
Eh?
I said I was born there.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Oh, forget it. Gee, that was a thrill.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a three-letter word meaning opposite of woman?
Man. M-A-N.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Mary, he's been working that crossword puzzle ever since we left New York.
Miss Rutherford, we're going to have lunch pretty soon?
In just a minute, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you.
Pardon me, young man. Are you John Wilson, the radio announcer?
That's right, madam, and I broadcast for Jell-O.
Eh?
Jell-O. Go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
What's that you sell again?
Jell-O, madam. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, and look for the big red letters on the box.
I sure will.
Don, if I didn't know that lady was a total stranger, I'd swear this was a plug. I really would.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a 9-letter word meaning musical organization?
Orchestra.
Oh, yeah, that was a toughie.
And he's a musician.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
Well, Sunday is Mother's Day, so I was wondering if I could sing my song now and dedicate it to Miss Rutherford, our hostess.
Dedicated to Miss Rutherford? What for?
Well, all during this trip, she's been just like a mother to me.
Me too. Drat it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Hey, Jackson, orchestra don't fit. I got to have a 9-letter word.
Well, how many letters do you get out of orchestra?
A-O-R-K-I-S-P.
Phil, just take your pencil and make the white squares black. That's your speed. Sing, Dennis.
Okay.
And stop swallowing. O-R-K-I-S. What a guy.
Sometimes in the hush of the evening hour, when shadows creep from the west, I think of the twilight songs you sang and the boy you loved to rest. A wee little boy with troubled head that long, long ago was thine. I wonder if sometime you long for that boy. Oh, little mother of mine. And now he has come to man's estate, grown stalwart in body and strong. You'd hardly know that he was a lad you loved with your slumber song. The years have altered the form and the life, but the heart is unchanged by time, and still he is only your boy as of old. Oh, little mother of mine, oh, little mother.
That was very good, Dennis. Ought to go over swell on the program Sunday.
I hope so.
Say, Mary, that fried chicken looks pretty good. Give me a bite, will you?
Why didn't you order some when we did?
I wasn't hungry then. Oh, Miss Rutherford, I'll have a luncheon tray, please.
I'll bring it right in, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. Who took this magazine and drew a mustache on my picture? Did you do it, Mary?
No, I didn't think of it, darn it.
Well, someone did. Did you, Phil?
Not me.
Was it you, Dennis?
No, Mr. Benny.
Well, who did?
I did. You want to make something out of it?
Well, I don't think that's very nice, madam. Hey, Rochester, get an eraser. Get an eraser and remove this mustache from my picture.
Okay, boss. Should I uncross your eyes, too?
Yes, and fix up that tooth she blacked out. Now, go ahead.
Why can't Mr. Harris do this and I'll do the puzzle?
I don't care who does it, but get it done. By the way, Rochester, how do you like flying now?
Just fine. You know, boss, I think I'll buy an airplane when I get to California.
You better wait till your yacht is paid for. You're the down payingest man I ever saw. You buy more things that you can't keep.
You're right, boss. I've had everything repossessed but my first wife.
I'm not surprised.
Here's your soup, Mr. Benny. I'll have your chicken ready in a minute.
And some mashed potatoes, please. Gee, isn't this marvelous? Imagine eating soup while sailing through the air at 200 miles an hour. See, just like we were right at home. Who pushed me?
Nobody pushed you. We just hit an air pocket.
Well, get me a towel. I got clam broth all over my blue suit.
You mean Paramount's blue suit?
I mean, get me a towel. Wish the pilot would watch where he's going. Now cut that out! Oh, Miss Rutherford, tell the pilot to watch what he's doing.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't be a baby.
I'm not a baby. Now we're pitching.
Oh, boy, this is fun.
Fun? Gosh, I'm getting sort
Are you dizzy, young man?
No, I'm all right. I'm fine.
What's the trouble, Jack?
No trouble at all, Don. I said I'm all right.
You look kind of pale, Jack. Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick.
And what's that you got in your lap? The Davis Cup?
Mary, this is no time to joke. Now stop.
Here's your fried chicken, Mr. Benny.
Oh. Later, please. Open that air vent a little more there, Rochester. And put down my chicken. I'll be all right in a few minutes.
Okay, boss. I'm sorry.
Take the chicken, Rochester. Go ahead.
Thanks, boss.
Can I do something for you, Jack?
Yeah, stop staring at me.
Oh, Mr. Benny, why don't you drink a glass of water and hold your breath?
Dennis, holding your breath is for hiccups.
That's all you need.
Gosh, I can't understand it. I felt so good just a minute ago. And now... Oh. Everything happens at once. Wish we were in Los Angeles already.
Why, Jack, this is a swell trip. You're the only one that's complaining.
I can't help it. I don't feel good.
But, Jack, an old test pilot once told me that the modern aeroplane, winging its way through the clouds, is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
That's very interesting. Now, let me alone.
Okay, Wings.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jackson, how do you spell lobster?
Lobster? Now, cut that out, Bill! The heck with your puzzle.
How do you feel now, Mr. Benny?
Not so good, Miss Rutherford.
Well, I'll sit right by you and hold your hand.
Gee, thanks. You know, you're awfully sweet to me.
Now, just relax, Mr. Benny, and I'll stroke your forehead.
Ah.
Look at the big movie star.
Let me alone, Mary. See, Miss Rutherford, your hand is so soothing and so cool. So cool. Yeah, your hand is so cool. So cool.
Thanks, boss.
Rochester! Where's Miss Rutherford? Where's everybody?
They got off the plane. We've landed.
Oh, my goodness. You mean we're in Los Angeles?
Sure, boss. Let's go.
Well, gee, we're here already. And I feel swell. Rochester, wrap up that fried chicken. I'll eat it on the way home.
Okay.
Don't wrap it in my picture. Boy, just think. 18 hours from New York to Los Angeles. You know, Rochester, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
It sure is, boss. It sure is.
And now, let me tell you about one quick, easy way to answer that day-after-day question of what shall we have for dessert. Now, here's the whole trick. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for a box of strawberries and some lemon or orange Jell-O. Then when dinner time comes, surprise and delight the family with a swell new Jell-O dessert, Jell-O cubes with strawberries. Well, the very name tells you here's something that's going to be mighty easy to eat, and it's just as easy to make. All you do is first prepare one package of lemon or orange Jell-O in the usual way and turn it into a pan to chill. Now, when it's firm, cut into cubes and arrange these cubes in sherbet glasses along with sweetened sliced strawberries. Then serve it either plain or with cream, and believe me, the smiles around the table will be just as bright as this gay Jell-O dessert itself. Yes, for full, rich flavor and tempting appearance, Jell-O cubes with strawberries certainly rates with the best. So, friends, try this new Jell-O creation tomorrow. Juicy crimson strawberries, sliced and sweetened, and mingled with tiny glistening cubes of bright lemon or orange Jell-O. It's a grand dessert, quick and easy to make, a joy to look at, and downright delicious.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Before saying goodnight, I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to mothers everywhere. Oh, Mary, did you send your mother a wire?
Yes, I sent her a wire, some flowers, a box of candy, and a check.
How much was the check?
You'll find out.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to listen to the Aldrich Family, heard in most communities every Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper or movie or radio guide magazine for the day and exact time of the Aldrich Family.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Take Care on Wednesday by David Lawton and Caroline Ross. Wednesday the 19th was the day that Mary Elwood was to meet her doom, if Madame Marinka was to be believed. Take Care on Wednesday is a strange and dramatic story in which a fortune-teller prophesies a series of unexpected events which were to culminate in Mary Elwood's accidental death. Everything the fortune-teller predicted came true. That is, nearly everything. What happens on Wednesday the 19th is an occurrence which proves as exciting as it is surprising. Take Care on Wednesday has been adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theater by Michael Silver.
Senorita, you give me the signal, see?
Fresh? And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Take Care on Wednesday.
She's absolutely marvelous. I'm sorry, Diana, but I simply can't swallow all this reading of palms and crystal ball business. She's probably an out-and-out swindler. I know I'm silly and you're clever, but at least I haven't got a closed mind. That's funny. Dennis was saying something like that just the other evening. Oh? He said I was incapable of seeing the other person's point of view. Well, you are a bit inflexible, Mary, if you know what I mean. Had rather a strict upbringing, I'd say. I don't wish to be unkind, darling, but your father... Well, talk about the Barretts of Wimpole Street. One thing I'll say for the old tyrant, he left you a tidy sum. Though I still feel a pauper compared to you. Oh, dear Robert, he was a sweetie. He certainly left you a very wealthy widow. I thought you were going to say married, darling. Do you think I'd take after him? My father, I mean? Oh, no, not really. Well, I expect being religious makes you seem a bit what? Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary, how ever did we get so serious? Oh, look, do come with me, darling. You needn't even see Madame Marinka. You can wait in the next room, just as long as I know someone's there. All right, Diane, I'll come. Oh, you're an angel. But no nonsense about having my fortune told. I'll just wait for you. Oh, suits me. And you must promise me something. What? Not a word about this to Dennis. Oh, I promise. Have you thought about marrying again? Oh, I'm quite happy as I am, thank you. Who knows? Perhaps Madame Marinka may see someone entering your life. A dark, handsome stranger. How delicious. I can't wait till Friday.
Mary, it's a wonderful opportunity. The sort of thing that only comes once.
But it seems such a risky business, Dennis.
But it stands to make a fortune.
I'd really like to know more about it before putting all that money in.
What, for instance?
Well, why are these people offering to let you buy a partnership if it's such a marvelous thing?
I told you. They need more capital to get the thing moving.
Oh, Dennis, if it's really such a good chance, plenty of people would be only too glad to get in on it.
In other words, you don't trust my judgment.
Oh, it isn't that at all, dear.
But you won't put up the money.
I think it wants looking at a little more closely.
Oh, I know what that means. Oh, well, serves me right. I shouldn't have told those fellows it was all set. They thought I had the money to buy a partnership. They didn't know it was my wife's money.
Oh, darling, have we always shared everything?
But I'm sorry, Mary, but I've got a great chance here to pull off something really big. And I've got to call it off because my wife hasn't got any confidence in me.
Oh, that's not fair. It isn't true either.
Isn't it? Haven't we been through all this before?
Oh, Dennis. When you look like that, you make me feel a hard-hearted monster.
Look like what?
Like a little lost boy.
Don't talk rot.
I do love you, Dennis. Very much. Oh, look. There's a card here. Madame Marinka. Advice on health and business. Oh, Diana, really? They might hear you. I can't imagine what I'm doing here. No, you for that matter. Mary, you promised. Yes? Good afternoon. I have an appointment with Madame Marinka. What name, please? Mrs. Brewster. Mrs. Brewster? My friend will wait for me if that's all right.
Come in, please. If you'll wait here, I'll get ready for you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I shan't be long.
Do you mean to say she's Madame Marinka? And Brenda said she was marvelous. Goodness, I've just remembered. It wasn't Brenda at all. It was some woman I met at a party. Oh, Diana, let's go. No, I can't. Not now. And what's this Mrs. Brewster business? Well, I didn't want to give my real name. You know.
She's younger than I expected, this Marinka woman.
Something strange about her. That soft voice with a cockney accent. Oh, here she comes.
I'm sorry to keep you. It's my husband. He has this asthma. You see, I have to make sure he takes his medicine.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, if you're ready, Mrs. Brewster.
Yes.
If you'll just step this way through this curtain.
Wait here, Mary.
All right. Just here, please, Mrs. Brewster.
I'm coming, Madame Marinka. Thank you very much, Madame Marinka.
Thank you, Mrs. Brewster.
Oh, Mary. Hope I didn't keep you too long. That's all right. Ready now? Oh, Mary, she's absolutely fabulous. Oh, for goodness sake, Diana. It's frightening what she knows about me. Is that why she's still behind the curtain? Oh, don't joke about her. She said something about you. About me? Yes. She said, your friend doesn't trust me, does she? And then suddenly, she looked as if she was going into a trance. And she said there was something you should know for your own good. Oh, please. Yes? Well, I do wish you'd see her, but what can you lose? 5 guineas, I imagine. That's the odd thing. She says she won't charge you a penny. But she won't let you go away knowing what she does about you. Knowing what she does? Mary, she says you're in terrible danger. She says it's a matter of life and death. Diana, really? Can't you see what she's up to? Oh, please see her for my sake. Please.
Will you come this way, please, madam?
Me?
Yes, if you will.
Go on, Mary, please. Very well, then. But I really haven't much time.
Had a happy life. Plenty of this world's goods, too. Yes, you've always had it easy. But I see someone very near to you. Your husband? Yes, I think it's your husband. He hasn't had it so easy. He's had to make his own way. But you've been able to help him, haven't you, dear?
I'm not quite sure what you...
I'm afraid there's something bad coming to you. I could see it as soon as you came in. Like a big, dark cloud all around you. I said to myself, I must tell the lady, even if she doesn't believe.
How much do you charge for a consultation?
I told your friend I don't want your money. I must warn you.
Warn me?
Give me a hand, please. There's it. I can't breathe. It's getting dark.
What is it? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. There's an accident coming to you. A bad accident. Don't be frightened, dear. I'm warning you for your own good.
If it's going to happen, whatever it is, what good can it do for me to know?
It needn't happen. Not if you get a message from one who knows. We can do a great deal in life to help ourselves. You know that, don't you, dear?
When exactly is the accident due?
It's very near you. A matter of weeks. I get the number 19 very strongly. If I was you, I'd take great care. Stay at home on the 19th of this month.
Well, that sounds easy enough, unless I forget all about it.
You don't believe me, even now, do you? Well, I'll tell you 2 things that will come true. And when they do, you'll think of me and remember my advice. You're going to get a letter from a relative who lives over the water.
Oh, no.
A relative you never knew you had.
Well, at least that's a bit of...
Very soon it'll come. I think I see a Monday as the day. You'll see, dear. I'm very seldom wrong. And I'll tell you another thing. You'll lose something very precious to you, and it will come back to you through tea leaves.
Tea leaves?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I really must go. What do I owe you?
I told you, nothing. You didn't come here meaning to consult me, did you?
No, but I did have a consultation.
I don't want anything from you, except remember what I said. Goodbye.
Very well, Diana. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Good afternoon, Madam Marinka.
Goodbye to you, ladies.
You're very quiet, Diana. Mary, I heard every word she said, except that awful part when she was gasping for breath. It was scared this? Oh, that was when she went into her trance. Well, how can you joke about that, Diana, dear? I expect she's a fake medium as well as a fake fortune teller. She's not a fake. She has powers. I've been to too many of them to be mistaken. Thank goodness you came with me today. Oh, you're hopeless. Mary, darling, promise me you'll stay at home all day on the 19th. I shall not promise anything of the sort. I'll probably have forgotten all about it by then anyway. Now, let's go somewhere for tea, and you can tell me everything she said to you.
I'm off. Oh, come on, give us a kiss. Ah, sure, and you're a gorgeous Colleen, Mary, me darling.
Oh, and you've got all the blarney. Bye-bye, dear.
Cheerio.
Oh, Dennis, just a moment.
What is it?
Dennis, you're not still upset about that partnership business? Because I didn't let you have the money, I mean?
Oh, forget it, old girl. That's all over.
Oh.
Oh, hello, the postman's been. Gets earlier every day. This looks like another bill. Oh, here's a card from John and Nancy. And, this one's for you.
From Southampton? Who do we know there?
Haven't a clue. Oh, heavens, look at the time. I must fly. Cheerio.
Bye. Oh, Southampton. Who on earth? Oh, dear Cousin Mary, you probably won't be aware of my existence, but Mother has often talked to their English cousins. And I guess my sister and I knew all about your name.
Morning, Mr. Elwood.
Anything in the post? Anything good, I mean?
There's a reply from Corelli & Co. of Genoa.
Oh, so Deco. Dear Mr. Elwood, I'm now in a position to give you full details. Marvellous. He's invited me to his villa at Rapallo to sort out the final details of the contract. How about that?
Oh, lucky you.
Seize notebook and pencil. Say, I'd be molto contento to join him at Rapallo on, when does he say? Here it is, on the 17th instant.
Oh. There's an appointment in Bristol on the 18th.
Oh, so I have. It's an important one, too. All right, I'll see Corelli on the following day. Cable the signor, tell him I can come to Rapallo on the 19th, if that's all right with him.
Will do. Elwood and Company?
Put me through to Mr. Elwood, Ducky. It's very Tate here.
Just a moment, please. It's Mr. Tate. He called me Ducky.
He's after you. Hello, Freddie, old boy. How's tricks?
Hello, Dennis. Listen, chum, my associates won't wait much longer. They've been pressing me for a definite answer about that proposition.
Well, they won't have to wait much longer.
You mean you're coming in? You'll buy a partnership?
That's it, old boy. Just hold things over until after the 19th. That's not asking too much, is it? I'll be able to guarantee my share then.
Well, if you're sure you'll have the money...
100%. Count me in. I'll be in touch.
All right, then, Dennis. But this is definitely the last chance.
You worry too much. That's your trouble. I've told you, I'm in. What more do you want?
Fair enough, then. Let me have something in writing to show the others, will you?
What a mob. You want the time of day in writing. Leave it to me, Shylock. Cheerio.
Bye, Dennis.
You're looking very pleased with yourself.
Hey, my wife said a funny thing this morning.
Oh, really?
I said something about her being jealous of you.
Of me?
And she said she wasn't afraid of you. You haven't got what I want.
Oh.
Don't look at me in that sexy tone of voice. I'm just telling you what my wife said.
I think I know what she means.
You do? Beats me. Women. Oh, well, I've had a hard morning. I could do with a cup of coffee, Janie.
Dear Cousin Mary, you probably won't be aware of my existence, but Mother often talked to their English cousins. Oh, let me finish, Diana. This is my first visit to Britain. I docked here at Southampton today. I hope you will allow me to call on you and meet yourself and husband. Sincerely yours, Alvin J. Turner. Well, you've gone quite pale. Diana.
But Mary, this is... You say this letter came this morning?
Yeah.
And you've never even heard of this man, Alvin J. Turner?
Never. A letter from a relative who lives over the water. Yes. A relative you never knew you had. Oh, for goodness sake, Diana, you sound like a Greek chorus. But Mary, darling, she was right, wasn't she? I mean, she said this would happen. Coincidence. Oh, a remarkable one, I grant you. But these fortune tellers tell everyone they're going to hear from distant relatives. They must hit the jackpot sometime. I don't know how you can treat it like this. Does Dennis know? No. And remember, you promised not to say a word. Well, that's what you want. Anyway, I'm so glad we're near each other. I'm just down the hall whenever you want me. Very useful when I run out of sugar. Oh, you're hopeless. Come to think of it, Diana, you're not often in this flat nowadays. I'm nearly always at your place. Well, what does that matter? True. It's just that you used to be here quite often, until a few months ago. Well, perhaps Dennis was a bit offhand once or twice. Oh, no. You do seem rather to avoid each other's company. Nonsense. Look, never mind about me. What about you? If I were you, I'd go and see Madame Marinka, tell her what's happened, and ask her to help. Oh, Diana, you're ridiculous. I'd soon ask for your help. Come shopping with me tomorrow and help me choose a new hat for Carol's wedding. Oh, I'd love to. I could just do with a shopping spree.
Hey, lady.
Mary, where are you?
In the sitting room.
Well, stay where you are and close your eyes. Right. Now, open those big brown orbs.
What are you up to now? Oh, Dennis, what is this?
Airline tickets to romantic places. We're going to Italy, my darling.
Italy? What are you
A few carefree days, living it up in a style to which I should like to become accustomed. Viva la dolce vita.
I'll wait. You're bound to explain soon.
Wise girl. Your husband, whom I know you think is a bit dim, has landed a big contract with a company in Genoa.
Oh, Dennis, how wonderful.
Wait for it. The Italian boss man has invited me and my signorita, of course, to his villa at Rapallo.
Rapallo?
There to pass a merry hour swilling Chianti while we sign contracts in 2 languages.
Oh, Dennis.
Right. Bring out the swimsuits and the calamine lotion.
When do we go?
On the 19th. Well, what's the matter?
Nothing. The 19th, you say?
Yes. Well, here it is on the tickets. Flight GR542 on the 19th at 1100 hours. 11 a.m. to you.
Oh.
Well, is something wrong?
No. No.
Don't exactly seem overjoyed. You do want to come, don't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I do.
Bravissimo. Now, what are you giving me for dinner? Spaghetti? Hey, something is wrong.
Nothing, really. It's quite stupid. I seem to have mislaid my engagement ring.
Oh, no. Well, any idea where?
No.
What do you mean, mislaid? You think it may be around somewhere?
I don't know.
Well, when did you last see it?
I could swear I left it on the dressing table last night.
Wasn't it there this morning?
No.
Then you...
I always do.
Perhaps you took it off for some job around the flat.
No. Recall having done so.
Oh. Has anyone been here today?
Well, only Mrs. Hopcroft this morning, and she wouldn't touch anything.
Oh, well, expect it'll turn up. Don't worry. Right, Signora, to the kitchen. I fancy your ravioli.
Now you'll have a go at tidying them cupboards in your bedroom, shall I?
If you would, Mrs. Hopcroft. But perhaps you'd iron these cushion covers first?
Certainly, ma'am.
After we've had a cup of tea, that is.
Oh, kettle's on already, ma'am.
I knew I could rely on you. Oh, by the way, how's your daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hopcroft? Any better?
About the same, thank you, ma'am. She's at home now, you know.
Oh, yes?
Yes, down in Portsmouth. She come out of hospital last week. Couldn't do nothing for her there, so my Ron said she might as well be at home.
Oh, yes, indeed. I shan't be seeing you until next Monday.
Oh, yes, you told me. You're off to Italy tomorrow. How lovely.
Just for a few days. Anyway, you have your key, so you can let yourself in and carry on as usual.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, kettle's boiling.
All right, I'm coming. These cushion covers came up beautifully, didn't they? I was so afraid the colours might run. What is it, Mrs. Hopkins? Well, would you believe it? Believe what? Look. My engagement ring. Oh, Mrs. Hopcroft, where did you find it?
In the tea caddy.
The tea caddy?
Mrs. Elwood, what is it? Madam. Yes, sit down, dear. Are you all right? You don't look it, dear. You sure?
All right. I felt giddy for a moment.
Oh, you did give me a turn. Why should the sheet you in? I thought you were going to pass out. Honest, I did. But would you like me to call the doctor?
No. Thank you. Just get me a glass of water, please.
Whatever you say, ma'am. Are you sure?
And then go across to Mrs. Barclay. Tell her I'd like to see her as soon as possible.
Mary, how frightful. How absolutely ghastly for you.
Wait till Mrs. Hopcroft's gone. She's gone.
You will lose something very precious to you. That's what Madame Marinka said.
And it will come back to you through the tea leaves.
And it has. She's been right twice, Mary, as she said she would. You must believe in her now.
I don't know.
You still can't think she's a fraud.
Perhaps not.
Anyway, you daren't take a chance. The 19th, she said. Well, that's tomorrow, and actually...
Diana.
What?
We're flying to Italy tomorrow, Dennis and I.
What?
Yes.
Mary, you couldn't possibly dream of going. This is it. This is your chance to save yourself. What did Madame Marinka say? It needn't happen. We can help ourselves.
Suppose I could call the trip off.
Mary, you must.
Dennis could still go and attend to his business. It wouldn't interfere with that.
As long as you don't go. You're the one who's fated to... Well, you know...
Yes. All right, Diana. You win.
Just as long as you stay put tomorrow.
Well, really, Mary, I must say it's a bit thick. Wanting to call the whole thing off at the last moment. I mean, without any reason.
Oh, Dennis, I'm not calling it off. Not as far as you're concerned, anyway. You can still go. It doesn't affect your plans at all.
Of course it does. Senior Corelli's expecting both of us. Probably got his wife organised to take you shopping and natter about clothes and all that stuff.
I don't like having to back out now, but please believe me, I just can't go.
You won't even tell me why.
Oh, not now, Dennis. I will tell you later. But please just believe me and trust me.
Righto, then. As long as you're not ill or anything like that.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly all right. I promise.
Oh, well, I wish you told me sooner. I'd have arranged to take some blonde in your place.
Oh, I'd tear her hair out.
Oh, no, you're not the type. Well, I suppose I better get packed this evening. I'm off at dawn.
Dawn? Your flight's at 11.
I must leave about 9:30. Traffic may be heavy.
Are you driving to the airport?
Yes. What do you do with yourself while I'm away? If it isn't a rude answer.
Oh, nothing special. I expect that's Diana. Hello?
Oh, hello. Is that you, Mrs. Elwood?
Yes. It's Mrs. Hopcroft, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am. I'm sorry to trouble you at this time of night.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Hopcroft. What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I shan't be able to come tomorrow, ma'am.
Oh?
No, you see, I've had a telegram to say my daughter-in-law's been taken real bad. You know, Ron's wife down at Portsmouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I thought I'd better get down there first thing in the morning and see what I could do.
Have you phoned them to find out how she is?
They're not on the phone.
Oh. Well, anyway, I hope she isn't too bad.
Oh, well, thank you very much, ma'am.
Not at all. Goodbye. Mrs. Hopcroft.
Oh, what did she want?
Her daughter-in-law's had a relapse. She's off to see her in the morning.
Is that the one at Bournemouth or somewhere?
In Portsmouth.
Oh, poor old girl. Pity. She's a good sort.
Yes. Oh, well. Give me a cigarette, will you, dear?
Oh, sure. Don't seem to have any.
Aren't there any in the box?
Oh, let's have a look. No, not one. Would you believe it?
What a nuisance.
Oh, I'll pop out and get some from the machine at the station.
No, don't you bother, dear. I'll go. I could do with a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, good idea.
Come on, let's have some half-crowns.
Huh? Oh, might have known as a catch. Here you are. Now get me a packet as well.
Right. Shambhala.
Take a key.
Oh, don't be so lazy. You can get out of the chair to let me in.
Hello, darling. Listen, everything is going like clockwork. Now, remember what I told you to do, and don't worry about a thing.
Depressing. Nothing in the paper but war, murder, and balance of payments. Oh, goodness, it's 1:45. Oh, now who on earth... Today, 19. Behaving like a nervous schoolgirl. All right, I'm coming.
Oh, Mrs. Elwood, I'm so glad to see you.
What? Madam Marinka? What is all
I
this?
must talk to you, madam. It's urgent, truly. Oh, this is my husband.
I'm sorry to intrude on you like this, but when you've heard what we've got to say...
I really don't know what... You'd better come in.
Oh, thank you.
Come into the sitting room.
Seems we got you out of bed, but I'm sure you'll forgive us when you know
That doesn't matter. Now, please sit down and tell me what this is all about.
Thank you, madam. Oh, sit down, Doris.
Doris?
That's my name, Doris Wilkinson. This is Tom.
Oh. You called me Mrs. Elwood. How is it that you know my name and where I live?
That's what I've come to tell you about.
I see. Very well, then.
I'm afraid I've been very foolish.
Well, wicked is more like it.
Please, Tom, let me tell it. You see, madam, these predictions I made when I told your fortune, I knew they was going to happen. It was all arranged.
Arranged?
Yes, a few days before your visit.
But I didn't know myself that I was coming to see you. It was sheer chance that I ever did.
No, it wasn't. Someone came to see me and said they wanted to play a joke on somebody, on a woman who didn't believe in fortune-telling and the like. That this person, the one who came to see me, said there was a friendly bet on that they could frighten this woman into believing what I had to say.
Go on.
Well, this person offered me £200 if I'd do what was wanted.
£200? That's a lot of money.
Yes. I was tempted, you see. My husband suffers with asthma. He hasn't not really worked for years, and we've got 2 children to bring up, and what with the cost...
I understand. So you were paid £200?
Yes. This person said they'd arranged to get you along to see me, and I was to tell you what I did. About the letter from a relative and finding something valuable in the tea leaves, and about today, the 19th.
Today? Oh, yes. The accident.
Yes, I was to warn you, and I was given instructions about a letter. The day after you came to see me, I went down to Southampton and posted a letter to you. That's how I know who you are.
So it was all planned, but why? Why? Seems a lot of trouble and a lot of money to spend on a joke.
Well, that's what I thought. And last night I found the answer.
What do you mean?
You may not believe this, madam, and after what I've told you, I wouldn't blame you, but I really do have powers. Sometimes. Sort of seen it.
Indeed.
You must believe me, but for your own sake.
I remember you used those words when I came to see you. by arrangement.
Madam, this time, please believe her. It's true, I know it is.
You are in danger, terrible danger. That's why I've come.
Is all this part of the joke, or do you get an extra fee for this?
You can think what you like and say what you like about me, but I'm going to tell you what I know, and then it's up to you.
Please listen to her.
I wondered about this business for some time. Like you, I thought £200 was a lot of money to spend on a joke, but I couldn't see no harm in it, so I didn't worry too much. And until last night, I had this vision, you see.
Vision?
Please, I do have them sometimes. Ask Tom. I've foreseen many a thing that's happened later.
It's true, madam, yes.
Go on.
I saw you in danger. Deadly danger. I couldn't see what it was, but it was there. Then I realised why I'd been brought into this. When my first two predictions came true, you'd be bound to believe in the third one. At least that it was possible. So, you'd stay at home on Wednesday the 19th. Today, just like I'd warned you to do.
Why? Why take such trouble to make me stay at home today?
Because somebody means you to have an accident.
Mrs. Wilkinson, are you telling me the truth? The whole truth?
I swear it on my life.
I believe you.
Madam, you see, after I had this vision, I told Tom all about it. He didn't know nothing about this business. I told him the money was from a rich client who was grateful because I'd helped her so much. Tom said there was something wrong, very wrong, and he made me come here today.
I didn't like it, madam. Not a bit. When Doris told me she could see your life in danger, I knew she'd have to come and warn you. She'd never forgive herself. And that £200, just to frighten you, that made me sure there was something wrong, madam.
Yes, I'm sure of it, too. But what danger am I in?
That I don't know. I wish I did.
And who planned it? Who gave you the money, Mrs. Wilkinson? Or perhaps you haven't been paid yet, and won't be, if you tell.
I've been paid, madam, but I'm going to give it back.
Every penny of it, yes.
Who was it?
It was your friend, madam. The woman who came with you.
Diana? Mrs. Barclay?
No, Mrs. Brewster.
Brewster? Oh, yes, that's the name she gave you. Diana, I think I'm going mad. But of course, she enticed me into going with her to see you. Diana.
Now, Tom and I are going to call on her and give back the money if you'll tell us her address.
It couldn't be simpler. She lives in this block, flat 14, just down the hall.
Oh, well, we may as well get that over with right away. I don't know what you might want to do about Doris, ma'am. About what she did. But she's really not to blame. She's had a hard time with my illness. She's had to support all of us. She's a good wife and wonderful with the kids. If you could forgive her, ma'am, I'd...
It isn't your fault, Mrs. Wilkinson.
I'm sorry, madam. If you can ever forgive
Don't
me...
say any more. Perhaps we'd better go.
Thank you, madam. Come on, Doris.
Oh, just a moment. Come back.
Oh, what is it?
I thought of a way out. I don't want you to call on Mrs. Barclay. I'll deal with her. But I do want you to promise me something.
Oh, anything?
If anything should happen to me, any accident, will you go to the police and tell them everything?
Oh, yes, madam, we promise.
Oh, well, we'll do whatever you say.
Good. Now, I want you to wait here. Go into the kitchen, along the hall and to the left, and stay there until I call you.
Yes, madam.
Diana. hello, Diana. This is Mary. Mary? Oh, you're an early caller. Did I drag you out of bed? Of course not, darling. How are you? Oh, I'm well, thank you, dear. And you? Mary, you haven't forgotten about today, have you? I mean, you're not going out or anything? No, I haven't forgotten. But I shall be rather miserable cooped up here all alone. Well, better that. Diana, I want you to call in here right away. What? Now? Yes. But But what? Darling, I'm not ready or anything. It's very important. I found out something about Dennis and his secretary. What? What do you mean? Not on the phone. Oh, of course not. No. Look, I'll be right over. What's this about Dennis and his secretary? They're having an affair. Never. I don't believe it. You sound shocked. Well, aren't you? Not really. But you're not just shocked. You're furious. I don't know how you can take it like this. You'd be what? I just don't understand you, Mary. I don't suppose you do. Are you sure about this? Have you any proof? I've known about it for months. She's not the first, nor the only one. It's not true. I don't believe it. It's not true. Do you think Dennis couldn't be unfaithful? You know he could. What do you mean by... Mary, have you any proof? All I need. If ever I've seen a jealous woman give herself away, it's you now. What are you talking about? How long, Diana? That's what I'd like to know. How long have you and Dennis been deceiving me? You must be out of your head. Please. I am not that much of a fool. Though you have every reason to think that I am. The game's up now. All right. If that's the way you want it. Yes. Dennis and I are lovers. Or we have been for months. We love each other and we're going to be married. Over my dead body? Is that the idea? What do you mean? What do I know? For a start, I know all about your little scheme with Madame Marinka. Who? What has she told you? Has that tactful woman been telling lies about me? And you're fool enough to believe her? We'll soon see who's lying. Mrs. Wilkinson, will you please come in here? Mrs. Wilkinson? Well, who's she? What are you up to? Look, I'm not going to stay here and listen to your ravings. You're obviously...
Oh, that's who it was, Mum. Mrs. Brewster.
She's Mrs. Barclay, really. Diana, you know Madame Marinka. She's Mrs. Wilkinson, really.
What have you been saying to her about me? The truth. I'll see about that. I'll talk to my solicitor.
Don't be a fool, Diana. The Wilkinsons have come here to return your £200. Where would they get that money? All right, Mrs. Wilkinson, you can go now. Just remember, you promised should anything happen to me, you'll go to the police and tell them everything.
I will.
We certainly will, ma'am.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye to you, madam. And here's your money back, whatever your name is. I'm sorry I ever touched it.
Now, Diana.
Only you hadn't been so possessive, so obstinate.
Oh, I'm to blame, am I?
In a way. You would never divorce Dennis. We both knew it. That's why we were driven to this. Because you'd never understand. Oh, you've no feelings.
But I do understand. And I have feelings, I assure you.
You? You're ice. Dennis wanted a woman.
Dennis has wanted many women. Before and after he married me. And he's had them, too.
You're lying. You're saying that to get your own back.
Diana, you poor infatuated fool. Don't you think I know how you feel? Don't you think I couldn't bring myself to believe it? Not the first time, nor the second.
If that's true, why have you stayed with him? Why didn't you...
I loved him. In spite of all I knew about him, it made no difference. I fell for his charm, like everybody else. I loved him.
You knew he didn't love you?
Oh, yes.
Mary,
Mary, please let Dennis go. Say you'll divorce him. Oh, you must. Diana, just think a moment. Why should Dennis want to marry you? He loves me. He loves your money. That's all Dennis really loves. He can have your love for nothing, just like the others. It's not true. It's not true. If he can deceive me, why not you? If you'll do anything to get rid of me, why not you? Perhaps you deserve each other. Dennis said you'd never let him go. There was only one way we could be free. He said it would be quick, that there'd be no pain. How considerate of him. But Dennis is out of it. He has an alibi. This trip to Italy that came up just at the right time. What about you? What do you mean? Where's your alibi? Suppose Dennis fixed it so that you'd be suspected. Suppose he bluffed you. You're here on the spot. No. How is it going to be done? I don't know. What? He said the less I knew, the better. I thought as much. He has bluffed you. You're here, caught in a trap, and Dennis is away with his flighty piece of a secretary. No, I couldn't bear it. I'll kill myself. Tell me anything Dennis might have said, any hint. He said you wouldn't suffer. Yes. And that it would look like an accident. Accident? Let's work this out. The idea was to make me stay at home today. So it must happen here, in the flat. And Dennis must have fixed it before he left. What are we going to do? We're going to keep our heads. Now, what accidents can be fixed in advance? Mary, have you had anything to eat today or to drink? Only a cup of tea. Dennis brought it to me. Well, that's it. We must get a doctor quickly. No. Sit down. He brought me the teapot, and I poured a cup for him as well. Did he drink it? Yes. In any case, it wouldn't be poison. It has to look like an accident. How can you be so calm? My life depends on it. Let's see. What do I do during the day? Routine habit that Dennis knows about. It's lying in wait, whatever it is. Yes. I know. Leave the flat. What? If this is to happen here, get out. Come with me to my place or well, anywhere, as long as you don't stay here. Yes, that's the answer. You dare not let anything happen to me. The Wilkinsons would go to the police. It's you I want to save. I don't care what happens to me. You expect me to believe that? Oh, Mary, I didn't know what murder was like. I only thought about Dennis and me being free. Free. We could never have looked into each other's eyes after. You're not really cut out for this sort of thing, Diana. You should never have got involved in it. I know. If it's any consolation, Dennis isn't having an affair with his secretary. I lied to you, but it was the only way I could get at the truth. There have been others, though. That's true enough. It doesn't matter now. Give me a few minutes to put some clothes on and pack a few things, and I'll be with you. Can I do anything? You can get my suitcase down from the bedroom cupboard, if you will. This way. You're taller than I am. I have to stand on the chair. Where is it? Cupboard on the left. Yes, that's it. Up on the shelf. Can you get the blue case down? The top one? I think so. Can you reach? Yes, just about. Here it is. Coming down. Got it. Oh, that is heavy. What's inside? I thought I'd emptied it. Oh, you've got your hands filthy, Diana. Better go and wash them. The shelf's a bit dusty. I hope this gate isn't locked. I've no idea where the key might be. Oh, we're all right. Looks stiff. Done it? Mary, it's only the phone, Diana, on the bedside table. Pull yourself together. Oh, I shan't be able to breathe until you're out of here. Walpole, 5423.
Is that you, Mrs. Elwood? This is Mrs. Hopcroft speaking.
Oh.
You haven't gone then yet?
Gone? Gone where?
To Italy. Aren't you off today?
Oh, no, there's been a change of plan.
Oh, I see. Anyway, why I'm ringing up is this. Someone's played a dirty trick on me.
Trick?
Well, you know that telegram I got last night saying that my daughter-in-law in Portsmouth was taken bad?
Yes?
Well, I just seen her. I got here just 10 minutes ago. There's nothing wrong with her. Well, not out of the ordinary, that is. They hadn't sent no telegram.
I see.
Must be someone's idea of a joke. I'd like to lay me hands on him. I'd give him a joke.
Yes, it's horrible. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, if you like, I'll catch the train back this evening and call at the flat tomorrow.
No, don't bother. Stay and have a few days off while you're there. And don't worry about the money. That'll be all right.
Oh, Mrs. Elwood, I don't know how to thank you.
Mrs. Hopcroft. Well, I've got things to do now, so I'll say goodbye.
Oh, well, goodbye, madam. Thanks ever so much.
Who was it, Mary? Mrs. Hopcroft. She was kept away today by a trick. Again, seems to have thought of everything. Now, what on earth is in this suitcase? Diana! Diana! What is it? Are you all right? Diana! Are you all right? Can you hear me? Oh, thank heaven. It's all right, Diana. It's all right. I'll run and get help.
Hall Porter speaking.
Roberts, this is Mrs. Elwood, flat 17. Please come at once. There's been an accident.
Oh, right away, madam.
I'll leave the door open. Diana, are you all right? The dowel on the rail. Don't talk. Save your breath. I'm all right. Just don't touch the towel rail. What? The towel rail. The towel rail? I wonder... That thing... Yes, the towel rail's being switched on. Dennis must have put it on when he ran the bath. But why heat the towel rail? We never use it in summer, and on a hot day like this.
Mrs. Elwood, it's your porter, madam.
Here, in the bathroom.
What's the trouble, madam? Mrs. Barclay.
I think she's had an electric shock. I'm all right.
What happened?
I touched the towel rail and got a shock.
Is it switched on, madam?
Not now. I put it off.
Oh, you'll be all right, Mrs. Barclay. Can she lie down somewhere?
Oh, yes, of course. In my bedroom.
Just put your arm round my shoulders, madam, and I can lift you. That's it. Right, here we go.
This way. First door on the left.
Oh, dear, madam. Have you called a doctor?
No, not yet.
Would you like me to get one?
No, I'm all right, Mary. Truly. Well, I'm sure. Quite sure.
Well, it's up to you. I should rest anyway.
Here, on the bed.
If I may suggest it, madam, perhaps a cup of tea might help.
Yes, good idea.
I'll take a look at that towel rail of yours.
Oh, would you, please?
Must be a fault somewhere. Maybe in the plug.
You know what the point is? Just opposite this door in the hallway. Here.
Ah, yes.
Will you need a screwdriver?
Oh, I have a pocket one, thanks. Now then, let's see if the trouble's in here. We'll have the plug out for a start. These screws aren't in very tight.
Is that bad?
They could easily fall out. Workmanship these days is disgusting. Dose of the army do them a world of good. Discipline, that's what I need. 22 years of it I had. I had my time a get up.
What is it, Robert?
Do you know who wired this plug, madam?
The electrician, I suppose. Why? Is something wrong?
I'll say. It could have been killed. You see this green lead, the earth wire?
A green one, yes.
That should be connected to this terminal. Somehow or other it got loose and it's in contact with this other terminal, the red one.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that the apparatus, the towel rail, would be live when it was switched on. And what with it being in the bathroom, it's criminal.
What difference does that make?
Look, suppose you're in a bath. The room's damp with steam and your body's all wet, a strong conductor of electricity. You reach out for a towel on the rail, and that's it.
I'd get a shock.
A shock? It'd kill you.
So that's what it was.
Yeah, you ought to get Mr. Elwood to take proceedings against that electrician, if you'll pardon the liberty, madam. Criminal, that's what it is.
Yes.
I'll put it right now anyway, so you needn't be afraid to use it.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do?
No, thanks, Robert. You've been wonderful.
Well, I'll be off if everything...
Many thanks.
Very good, madam. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Mary? Are you there? Yes, I'm here. I heard what Robert said. Yes. How are you feeling? A bit groggy. I'm surprised. Mary, what can I say? Nothing. There's no peace for me today. Be careful, Mary. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. It's all over now. It's probably the milkman or the man to read the gas meter. Oh, quite ordinary again. Oh.
Morning, madam. Sorry to disturb you.
What is it?
Are you Mrs. Mary Elwood?
Yes.
And Mr. Dennis Elwood is your husband?
Yes. What is it, Constable? What's happened?
I'm afraid Mr. Elwood's car was involved in a collision with another vehicle.
How bad is he? He's not...
I'm afraid so, madam. One of those accidents you can't guard against. Lorries skidded into him. You're all right, madam?
I would have been with him. I would have been killed too.
Pardon, madam?
If only I hadn't gone to Madame Marink. How funny. How terribly funny.
Here, in tonight's presentation of Take Care on Wednesday by David Lawton and Caroline Ross, you heard Elaine Lee as Mary, Joanna Palmer as Diana, and Pat Saunders as Marinka. Gabriel Bayman played the part of Tom, and Stuart Brown that of Roberts. Take Care on Wednesday was adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Hunt Stromberg. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you've heard that story of two ghosts indulging in a bit of phantom conversation. One turned to the other and asked that question that has troubled ghosts since time began. Do you believe in people? We bring you tonight the story of a ghost who cherished very little confidence in people, and even less faith in himself, though legend dubs him one of England's most spectacular phantoms. Charles Lawton plays the title role in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's comic fantasy, The Canterville Ghost. Co-starred with Mr. Lawton is an actress still young on the vine, and shortly to be starred in MGM's Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, winner of this year's Academy Award. Also in our cast is Tom Drake, who, as Cuffy Williams, finds himself billeted with an American expeditionary troop in the ancient castle of the Canterville, where what transpires may sometimes challenge your belief, at the same time that it sparks your risibilities. While the setting of our play is wartime England, America has had its share of ghosts, too. In fact, there was a time when it was considered a safe precaution to dunk all suspicious characters in water. If they stayed under, they were innocent of harboring antisocial spirits. Well, we'd hardly tolerate such laundering in our present-day society, unless, of course, we added Lux Flakes to the process. Give Lux Flakes a ghost of a chance, and you'll never work yourself into a skeleton with old-fashioned methods. Nor will your nice things ever wear that haunted look. As we lower the lights in our theater, we suggest you do the same at home and draw up a chair to hear the first act of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica de Canterville, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Authorities on the subject of phantoms declare that the most fearsome ghost in all the British Isles is that of a somewhat overweight nobleman named Sir Simon de Canterville. Haunting Canterville Castle for 300 years, this portly apparition has been unique for its shrewd sense of showmanship
and its spectacular variety of stunts, shapes, and sound effects. The ghost originated in 1634, when Sir Simon was scheduled to fight a duel. He took one look at his fierce and towering opponent and ran away from the field of honor in a startling display of speed and cowardice. He was chased to his father's castle by his frustrated opponent, Sir Valentine.
Where is he? Where is the cowardly poltroon?
Sir, what means this violation of my hall?
Lord Canterville?
Aye?
I am Sir Valentine of Bolton Manor. Your son, Sir Simon, having accepted my challenge, fled before my sword.
Fled? You lie, Sir Valentine.
My honor has been twice offended. I demand that the fat coward faces me.
You are new to these parts, Sir Valentine, or you would know that cowardice in a Canterville is like snow in July. Every Canterville bears on his neck the Canterville birthmark. It is the badge of valor. The Cantervilles are the bravest men in England. So call off your hounds and leave these halls.
Fine words, my lord, but it seems the hounds have found their quarry. That room there. Why is the door closed, and why do my hounds leap upon it?
No son of mine cowers behind a door.
No? Then my lord can have no objection to sealing up the door with stone and mortar?
I certainly can. I have too great a regard for my house.
For your house, my lord, or for your son?
Childs, Thomas, fetch the stonemasons. Tell them to bring their brick and mortar. One more stone, Sir Valentine, and the room is sealed. Are you satisfied?
Aye.
And you still think my son is in that room? If he's a coward, why is he not called?
He is a coward.
Father!
Ah, he finds his tongue at last. Masons, stop.
I heard nothing. Continue, Masons. Seal up the wall.
Father! It is Simon, thy son.
My lord.
There's no one in that room. Put in the last stone, I say. Put it in.
Father! It is I.
But, my lord, 'twas only meant in jest.
Leave my house.
Aye, but 'tis thy son thou hast entombed there.
And you, Masons, get you hence.
I mean, Lord,
Simon de Canterville, full well I know it is thou behind this masonry. But because thou hast dishonored thy proud blood, that room shall be thy tomb. When thou art dead, may thy craven spirit walk the halls of Canterville Castle, until a kinsman shall wear thy signet ring, and perform for thee the brave deed thou didst fail to do.
So did Sir Simon die, and so was born the Canterville ghost. Now it's 1942. Canterville Castle stands silent and deserted, inhabited only by a slightly tired but still fearsome phantom. The only remaining Canterville is Lady Jessica. She and her aunt find living less disturbing in a modest cottage on the castle grounds. Lady Jessica is 7 years old.
Auntie, I just saw him. I just saw the ghost.
The ghost, dear? Where?
On the roof of the castle.
Oh, that was the tinsmith, darling. He's mending the water spouts. We're turning the castle over to some American soldiers.
American soldiers?
Rangers, I believe they're called. Like commandos.
But good gracious, Auntie, can they live in the castle when it is haunted?
Your family did, darling, until 20 years ago.
Excuse me, men.
Oh, yes, Potter.
Everything's ready at the castle.
We were wondering about tea, ma'am.
Oh, of course. I'll be there shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going, Auntie?
Certainly, dear. They'll be our guests. Noblesse oblige.
But, Auntie, you're not well. Remember what the doctor said?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't.
Auntie, what does it mean? Noblesse oblige?
Oh, it's just an expression, darling.
But what does it mean?
Well, noblesse oblige is French. Those of us who are nobly born must prove ourselves worthy by being kind and thoughtful of others. So, when guests arrive, we must see that they enjoy their stay.
Auntie, those Americans, will there be cowboys and Indians?
Some of them, I dare say.
What does one do to make Indians welcome?
Jessica, you're not going to the castle.
Well, someone should greet the soldiers.
But aren't you afraid of the ghost?
Oh, yes, Auntie.
And you still want to go?
Well, I really should. It's my castle. Noblesse oblige. It starts when you're born, doesn't it?
Run along then, darling. The Americans should be there now.
And don't worry, Auntie. Ghosts almost never come out in the daytime.
Hands,
Platoon accounted for, Lieutenant Kane.
I get this. As long as you men are in this castle, you're to conduct yourselves like gentlemen and respect this property. Get a good night's sleep. You'll need it. If you want me, Sergeant Benson, I'll be at headquarters in the village.
Yes, sir.
As you were.
Hey, now that's my chair, Cuffy. I was
Sorry,
just
Jordan, I'm consolidating this position. Well, not bad. Pup tents are okay for the hoi polloi. Me, Cuffy Williams, I prefer the comforts of the castle. An easy chair, a cozy fire.
Take your big feet off that table, Williams. Where do you think you're at?
Canterville Castle, one of England's most impressive estates.
Pardon. Shall I serve tea now, gentlemen?
Tea?
After your journey, you may be a bit done in.
Well, okay then. Thanks.
Very good, sir.
Now listen, fellas. It says in the book here that when you're in England, you got to act the way they do. They say tea, you drink it.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but Lady Jessica would like to say good evening.
Well, tell her we'd be honored.
Very good, sir.
Lady.
What do you say to a
dame that's a lady?
Do you have to kiss her hand?
Now, watch it.
Lady Jessica de Canterville.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Holy smoke! It's a midget.
No, it's a half pint.
How do you do? I want you to all know I'm glad you're here. And I do so hope you'll enjoy your stay in my castle.
Well,
my lady, may I say on behalf of my compatriots that we're very grateful for your hospitality.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You'll excuse the fellas, I hope. We thought Lady Jessica was a...
I thought a girl had to be married before she was a lady.
Oh, dear, no. A lady is a lady when she behaves like one, my auntie says. Which one of you are Indians?
Huh? Oh, that tall fellow, Trigger. He's an Indian.
Oh, to which tribe do you belong?
He's a Hoboken Indian.
I don't believe I've ever read about that tribe.
Tea served, gentlemen.
Oh, of course. Will you pour, my lady?
Thank you, Mr.
Williams, Private Cuffy Williams.
I shall be happy to, Private Williams.
This way, gents.
Would anybody like some more tea?
No, thanks. Who did that? Come on now, who did it?
Who did what, Sergeant?
Who made that spot on the rug? Who spilled the tea? Speak up.
Oh, that's not tea, sir.
It ain't?
No, sir. Nothing will remove that spot. It's blood.
Blood? Quite so. The blood of Lady Barbara Modish. She stabbed herself in the throat when she saw him.
Him?
Who was him?
Sir Simon, our ghost.
Your ghost, did you say?
Oh, yes, he's quite the most famous ghost in England. And he lives here in this castle.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you about
Oh,
it...
but we do. Now, give the lady a chance, fellows. If she says her castle is haunted, well, who are we to quibble?
It may sound irregular to you, but I have seen the ghost myself.
No fooling.
That's the door to his bedchamber behind that tapestry. Isn't it, Mrs. Potter?
Aye. He was walled up in there centuries ago.
Holy catfish.
Oh, that's awful.
Yes. And every night now on the stroke of 12, his spirit walks the halls.
Searching for a kinsman with the birthmark of the Cantervilles.
Oh, gentlemen, beware.
I shouldn't tell you this before bedtime, but the Dowager Duchess of Stutfield was found one night on her balcony, stark, staring mad. There's the loveliest picture of her gibbering like an idiot.
Oh, you don't say.
Well, that's awful.
And Lady Margaret Bilton, she drowned herself in the fish pond. Do you know why?
No.
Because there he was again, with long green fingers twitching with palsy, and his eyes burning like coal. The bloodsucker of Bexley Moor.
Bloodsucker? Didn't I tell you, fellas? Who are we to quibble?
What is your name, please?
Cuffy Williams.
Well, Cuffy Williams, I know right well that you've been laughing at me.
Oh, no, m'lady.
But just you wait until midnight.
Nine, 10, 11, 12. Hey, Cuffy, it's 12 o'clock.
Oh, so what?
Oh, nothing. Boy, this bunk's hot. I can't get to sleep.
Well, fill out a complaint and mail it to the colonel.
Hey, Cuffy, do you think there's anything in this ghost business?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Pipe down, you guys. I said pipe down.
That ain't us, Sarge.
Sounds like somebody dragging ash cans around.
No,
It's changed.
Hey, look. There's a light on the stairs.
Hey, look, fellas, it's taking shape.
It's the ghost.
Holy smoke.
It's him. It's Sir Simon.
I am the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville. Did you ever see a man slice off his own head? Observe. It's off. A head without a body without a head. Now it's on. Now it's off. Now it's on again.
Yeah, it's on, but you put it on backwards.
Oh, did I? Excuse me. Is this better?
Scram, Dibblepuss.
Take care, take care. Take care, fellas. I'm going to let him have it.
Well, let's face it, Sarge. That was a real ghost.
Yeah, I don't believe it. But I say comes back.
We've got to scare him again.
Scare a ghost?
That's right. And this time, scare him good. Now, listen, you put on our gas mask, take the sheets and wrap...
Company, attention.
Morning, men.
Morning, Lieutenant.
Well, from now on, we're officially attached to British commandos. We're going to celebrate with a 10-hour endurance hike. Forced marching rate 8 hours, double time last 2. What's the matter with the men, Sergeant?
Sir, I'm afraid they didn't sleep so good last night.
Oh, why not?
Well, maybe it was, well, you know how it is, a strange place.
Yeah. Jordan, is that what kept you up, a strange place?
Oh, no, sir. What kept me up was seeing the ghost. Wasn't it, Eddie?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You saw a ghost?
Oh, you should have seen him, sir. He cut off his own head. We shot at him, then we put on sheets and gas masks and scared him away for good. I hope.
All right, Sergeant. What really kept him up last night? Well?
It was the ghost, sir.
Ghost, huh? Form the platoon. I guarantee the men will sleep tonight.
Yes, sir.
All in.
Williams, where'd you get that limp?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. I was just running up the stairs.
Chased by the ghost?
Oh, no, sir. I was chasing him.
Well, you can chase yourself right back into that castle and spend the next 10 hours sweeping the floors.
Yes, sir. Well, hello there, lady.
Oh, it's you.
Well, who did you think it was?
Oh, no one. I was just bringing these onions into the pantry.
Really? Then why did you take that great circle route?
Auntie thought the mess sergeant might like some onions. I'm a brownie, and brownies raise onions.
Oh, come now. You were afraid I was a ghost.
Well, what if I was?
Well, he's nothing to be afraid of.
Didn't he come last night?
Sure, and we chased him right up the chimney.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, you think I'm kidding, huh? Well, we'll ask old Foxy Grandpa himself.
Who?
The ghost.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Now, let's see. This is the door to the room that's walled up, isn't it? Pretty solid. Hey, Grandpa, open up! Oh, what do you know? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no, please. Auntie's expecting me home.
Oh, come on over here. Come on. That's right. Now, look. You just pretend you're not afraid and you won't be. That's all there is to it.
Are you sure?
I'll prove it to you. Come on. Hey, Ghost, where are you hiding?
That must be where he was walled up.
Those bricks look loose. Maybe I could find a Well, what do you know? Look.
What?
Over there on top of the mantel, Sir Simon. He's sitting on the mantel.
Must you invade even my tomb? Will there be no place I could call sanctuary?
What are you doing up there?
Trying to keep out of drafts. I've got a slight head cold.
Well, drift down here. There's someone I want you to meet.
I have already met your colonial ruffians. They pursued me through the halls like ghosts. Humans.
Now, nobody's going to hurt you, Grandpa. I want you to meet Lady Jessica. Sir Simon the Ghost.
Milady.
How do you do?
Not at all well, thank you.
Bless you.
Oh, that a girl. Oh, she's been scared stiff of you. And I just wanted to show her you wouldn't hurt a flea.
Sir, my record speaks for itself. An unbroken reign of terror through 3 centuries.
Well, record or no record, as long as her ladyship's around, you've got to behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself. Quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes.
I must gibber from the oriel window on the first and third Wednesdays of every month. It is my solemn duty to haunt these halls.
That's a lot of ectoplasm.
Well, Cuffy, he's the family ghost.
Americans, child. What can a people without ancestors know about ghosts?
Now, wait a minute. You never heard of the Headless Horseman? Or Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost? Or Mrs. Pruneface?
Provincial stuff. Spirits with neither crest nor title.
Titles? Well, what about Count Basie, Duke Ellington, the King of Swat?
Nobility and a democracy, balderdash.
But, Sir Simon, we've had democracy here in England ever since the Magna Carta.
Madam, I have never chosen to recognize it.
But you should, Sir Simon. That's what we're fighting this war about.
That's the stuff, my lady. You see, you're not afraid a bit.
Oh.
Now that you two Cantervilles are acquainted, you must have a lot of family matters to gab about. So I'll get on with my cleaning. You sure you're all right, my lady?
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you later.
Unless, Sir Simon, you'd rather be alone.
Oh, no, please, pray sit down. I've forgotten my manners.
Well, if I may say so, you could have been a little more polite to Cuffy just now.
After what he and his band of hooligans did to me, I may have very little else, but I still have my pride.
But you frightened them.
I must frighten people. I have a reputation to uphold. The most fearsome phantom in all England.
Cuffy told me that they chased you up the chimney last night.
That's because they wore those ghastly masks and shrouds. Lady Jessica, I can pretend no longer. Since last night, it is I who am frightened. I who tremble at the slightest noise.
Oh, you poor, poor ghost.
Do you know what it means to be a ghost? To live in emptiness between heaven and earth, with nothing for company but bitter memories?
But do you have to keep on being a ghost?
I am condemned to be a ghost until a kinsman performs a brave deed in my behalf. If I could only rest. If I could only die. Oh, to be buried in the soft brown earth in the garden beyond the pine woods. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow.
Oh, dear. I wish I could do a brave deed for you.
How's it go, lady?
Oh, fine.
Sorry to bust this reunion up, but the Louie will be back in a minute.
Goodbye, Sir Simon. And I'm very happy to have met you.
Milady.
Cuffy, I think you ought to tell your friends not to chase him up the chimney anymore.
Well, that depends on him.
But he's so old and sleepy.
Hey.
Oh!
Hey, take it easy.
I stumbled on my shoelace. It's untied.
Well, stand still. I'll tie it for you.
Cuffy.
Huh?
What's that on your neck? That mark.
That's just a birthmark. Hey, where are you going?
There's something I've got to tell Sir Simon. It's very important. I've got to tell him. Sir Simon. Sir Simon.
Are you back so soon, milady?
Cuffy has a Canterville birthmark on his neck.
What, that American ruffian?
He must be a Canterville. Isn't that wonderful?
Egad, if he be a Canterville, shall I prance around joyously like a saucy antelope?
But if Cuffy is a Canterville, and if he does a brave deed for you, he can save you, can't he?
Can it be that they have concealed from thee why I am still here? Dost fancy it is merely because I cannot find the kinsman?
Well, I've overheard Mr. Potter say that all the Cantervilles always turn out to be cowards. But that isn't true, is it?
Cowards? Gross flattery. Had they twice the courage, 'twould only give them half the name.
Sir Simon.
Thy grandfather, would he mount a horse? Thy father, so fearful of water that he trembled in his bath. Or thyself, swooning at the mere sight of my shadow.
Really now, it's your family too, Sir Simon.
Only too well do I know it.
But Cuffy can save you. I know it. It isn't true that all Cantervilles have to turn out to be cowards. I was a coward, wasn't I? I was frightened to death of you. And now look at me. I'm not afraid of you in the least. Oh, don't you see, Sir Simon?
Nay, it is in the Canterville blood and bones.
It isn't in my blood and bones, and it isn't in Cuffy's. Oh, I'll arrange for you to meet him again. Tonight, in the garden beyond the pine woods. And if it turns out that he is a Canterville, my goodness, maybe you'll be able to go to sleep.
Very well, my child. At 7 I gibber in the portrait gallery, following which I practice horrible hallucinations. If these go well, I'll meet thee in the garden shortly before 8.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, will continue in a moment. Now, let's listen in on a conversation in one of Hollywood's popular restaurants.
Oh, no dessert for me, just coffee. Oh, dear, this new diet. Why, Betty, what are you staring at? That girl at the table in the corner. She has on a rayon print dress just like yours. Where? Oh, she must have bought it last year, too. What do you mean? Yours looks brand new. Oh, heavens, no. I got it at the beginning of last summer. Well, you'd never know it. Hers looks much older than that, sort of faded and washed out. Meow. She probably did wash it out the wrong way. Better not wash yours, then, if that's what happened. Silly, I've done it lots of times already. No, but they look so different. You must have a knack. No knack, just Lux Flakes. I always use them, and I never had a dress look like that in my life. Not so loud. She's coming this way. Well, it'd do her good to listen.
Yes, it would help that girl to know about Lux Flakes. Actual washing tests prove that gentle Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. So don't risk wash day methods that are hard on fabrics. Strong soap, hot water, rough handling can make colors look drab far too soon. Let Lux keep your washables lovely longer. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Nightfall envelops the massive turrets of Canterville Castle. In a garden beyond the pine woods, Lady Jessica and Cuffy Williams patiently await the ghost of Sir Simon. Suddenly, Jessica sees a faint phosphorescent glow. Her face brightens in response.
Here we are, Sir Simon. Here we are. See, I brought him.
Hiya, Sir Simon. What's cooking?
Cooking?
Yeah, I mean, what's all the mystery?
Go on, Sir Simon, asking.
Tell me, prithee, dost thou by any miracle remember aught of thine ancestors?
Ancestors? Well, my old man would never look his up. Said he was afraid one might turn up that ended in the hot seat.
Hot seat? Nowadays, England and America have everything in common except, of course, the language.
Think back, Cuffy, and try to remember.
Well, I had an Aunt Martha. She was a little wacky on the subject. Traced my mother's family tree back to some guy that landed in Massachusetts, way, way back. Name was, Marmalade. No, Montmorency. No, Marmaduke.
That same Marmaduke who fled to Salem after Cromwell scattered the chivalry of England to the four winds?
Oh, Sir Simon.
You knew him?
The son of my brother Anthony.
Oh, now, take it easy. How do you know it's the same Marmaduke?
By the birthmark of the Cantervilles, observe, beneath the ruffle of my collar.
Holy cats. A birthmark same as mine.
Now show me thine, please. Holy cats, indeed.
What did I tell you?
Well, that makes me your,
Nephew. Great nephew.
Aye, thou art a kinsman who can free me from these earthly bonds.
Huh?
By performing a brave deed in his name.
You mean that's all I have to do?
Thou art a Canterville, the bluest blood in all broad England. Wilt wear my signet ring and carry it into battle in my behalf?
You must save him, Cuffy. He's so old and tired.
Okay, it's a deal. The first time they turn me loose on those gnats.
I shall be everlastingly grateful, nephew.
I, too.
Thumbs up, Uncle. It's in the bag.
Good night, Sir Simon.
Good night, and Godspeed. Oh, Father, grant that he be not like the others.
Hey,
fellas, get a load of this.
Get a load of what?
It's a bulletin from the lieutenant.
Well, will you listen to this? Because of inefficiency of the platoon billeted at Canterville Castle, cause of which has not yet been satisfactorily explained, all leaves to London are hereby canceled.
I could tell him the cause. Nobody around here can get any sleep.
How can we sleep with a ghost in a joint?
What gets me is the Louis still thinks we stayed up all night shooting crap. If he'd only seen the
Hey,
ghost.
wait a minute. Perhaps we can take a picture of the ghost.
Yeah, with a camera.
Hey, listen, you guys. Why don't you lay off that poor old ghost? He's perfectly harmless.
Harmless, huh? He just ruined our weekend.
Well, he's just doing his job. A ghost has to groan through keyholes and rattle chains.
Why the sudden sympathy?
Well, I've got a sort of personal interest in him. Gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that I am the long-lost Duke of Canterville, the bluest blood in all England.
The Duke of Canterville yet, eh?
Seems to me I seen you in the induction center, buddy.
If I were you, I'd be careful what I said and did, see?
Like what?
Well, like loafing on my lawn.
So this is your private lawn, huh, Dookie?
Yeah.
Only you can lie on it?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Grace. Then lie. Hey! Sit on him, Eddie, and leave us remove his royal breeches.
It's an old English custom.
Sure. The pants in the Duke.
Hey, cut it off!
I got him. Here's his pants.
Okay, Dookie, now you can get up.
Fellas, look. Here comes a carriage.
It's Lady Jessica and a dame.
Give me my pants. Get behind us, Cuffy. Gather around him. Gents, his dame's coming.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This is my aunt, Mrs. Culverdine.
How do you do?
Cuffy, won't you come and meet my aunt?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd better meet her from back here. How do you do?
Why are you hiding behind the others?
Oh, it's just sort of a military procedure, Lady Jessica.
Cuffy, I mean all of you. Auntie said I might invite you to the party in the village this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
It's only a Saturday at home dance, but there'll be refreshments.
Dames, too? I mean, scoits? I mean, girls?
Oh, yes. And you'll all come? 4 o'clock at the service center. Don't forget.
Hey, fellas, wait! Hey, fellas, wait! My pants!
Auntie, look at Cuffy.
Well, what sort of a uniform is that?
Why, Cuffy's wearing kilts. It's very nice of you to dance with me, Cuffy.
Oh, not at all, my lady.
But I'm afraid I'll never learn this kind of dancing.
Why, you're cutting the rug to ribbons.
Cutting the rug?
Well, what I mean is you give with the jive. How's it feel to be a slick chick?
Fine. But does it always make you so dizzy?
Okay. What do you say to a glass of punch?
Hey, Cuffy. Hey, Cuffy, come here.
What do you want? Oh, hiya, Sarge.
I want you should settle an argument.
Let's see what this is all about, Jessica. What kind of an argument?
Good afternoon, Mr. Cawthorn.
Good afternoon, milady.
Cuffy, I was telling Mr. Cawthorn, the lieutenant thinks it's applesauce about the ghost.
Oh?
As a native of Canterville, gentlemen, I believe you saw the ghost right enough. But the day will never dawn when he'll run from a human being.
Okay, Dookie, you tell him.
Dookie?
Yeah, Cuffy here. He's the Duke of Canterville. Ain't you, Cuff?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I'm, well, what's the joke?
My dear boy, if you wanted to impersonate a British nobleman, you'd never choose a cat. Lady Jessica, my profound apologies.
And just what's wrong with being a Canterville?
Well, since you're so well acquainted with the ghost, sir, I suggest that you ask him.
Yes, I think I will.
Cuffy, please, will you dance with me again?
Sure, my lady. Hey, Sir Simon, cut it out, will you? Cut it out.
Who's that?
It's me, Cuffy. I've been looking for you since midnight. Where have you been?
In the North Turret, gibbering. I'm sorry you overheard. I'm in poor voice tonight.
Look, if you're supposed to hang around here until a Canterville does a brave deed for you, how come you're still here after 300 years?
Oh, I've been waiting for you to ask that.
And all that time, someone must have tried to help you.
Excuse me, I really must get back to work.
Now, wait a minute. Quit stalling. What's wrong with the Cantervilles? If you're trying to hold out on me, I'll...
Nay, kinsman. I was merely trying to spare thee.
Spare me what? Go on, spill it.
Mayhap it is better if thine ancestors speak for themselves. Come with me into the portrait gallery. This is the portrait gallery, nephew.
Hey, would you look at those pictures?
Gaze upon them, our noble family. Sir Gerald de Canterville, proud skipper of the frigate Cranston. When she sank, he was the first to leave the ship. Sir Andrew de Canterville, he saw a grenadier lose a finger at Blenheim battle and swooned away. And the blessed twins, Lieutenant Paul rode the wrong way in the charge of the Light Brigade. Lieutenant Peter was 10 lengths ahead of him.
You mean they were all cowards?
All aye. Of all the heroic families that for centuries have brightened the glory of England, ours had to be a brood of lily-livered titmice.
So that's why you held out. You thought if I found out I'd be the same way.
Oh, nay, not at all. It never entered my mind.
Well, then what are you making all the fuss about? I don't care what the others did. This is Cuppy Williams, see?
Aye, verily.
Well, all right, then. That's all I wanted to find out. I've got to get back to my bunk before the sergeant misses me.
Adieu, kinsman. Would that I could believe that he were different.
All
right, men. This is it. Start loading the trucks, battle equipment. Walker, look after dynamite, plunger boxes, fuse, and the wires. We're going over.
Okay, Sarge.
Williams, take off that ring. It'll shine in the dark.
Okay.
And don't stick it in your pocket if it's worth anything.
Well, it's sort of a family heirloom.
You better leave it in the castle. Make it snappy.
This is it, huh, Sarge?
Hadn't ought to tell you this, but you'll know soon enough. We're crossing the channel. We're making a raid on the coast of France. All right, let's go. Start bringing up the trucks.
Cuffy, you're going away.
Looks like it, Lady Jessica.
And maybe you'll have a chance to do a brave deed. Maybe you'll save Sir Simon.
Listen, lady, I know there's a yellow streak down the family back a mile wide. Sir Simon told me.
But you're not going to let it worry you.
Well, how do you think it makes me feel?
Cuffy, you told me yourself you don't have to be afraid.
Yeah, I know.
Cuffy, I believe in you. And if you have any children of your own, I know they'll believe in you.
Children? I haven't any children. I haven't even got a wife.
Well, maybe you'll want to marry someday. Somebody.
Well, that's the last thing on my mind. Now lay off. I gotta get going.
Cuffy. Oh, Cuffy. Goodbye, Cuffy.
Off to the wars. Our kinsman hies himself to battle.
Oh, Sir Simon.
Oh, there. Now, milady.
But I'm so worried about Cuffy.
Tears never steeled a noble heart to valor. Upon the craven foe, our hero's furious might will... You're worried. How do you think I feel?
Our stars, Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake, will continue with the Canterville Ghost in just a moment. Who are you phoning, Sally?
I'm getting a weather report. Have some blankets to wash soon.
But what's the weather got to do with it?
5 p.m., temperature 73 degrees, humidity 49%, tonight clear, lowest temperature about 64, tomorrow sunny and mild, highest temperature about 75 degrees, gentle to moderate winds. 5 p.m., temperature...
Of course, that isn't really how it will be all over the country tomorrow, but in lots of cities, you can get an up-to-the-hour weather report over the phone.
Will you please tell me what all this has to do with washing blankets?
Why, obviously, you need a good day for it. Not too hot, not too cold, not too windy.
Do women wash blankets in the middle of June?
That's the best time, before storing them away for the summer. Moths are particular. They don't like clean wool as well as soiled wool. So just whisk your blankets through rich, lukewarm Lux suds.
Hold on, Sally. I can't see a woman whisking a wet, heavy blanket through anything.
Oh, it's easy with Lux. Just make sure you have lots and lots of suds. The suds do the work.
Wouldn't a machine help?
Sure, if you're lucky enough to have one. But don't run the machine too long. That's as bad as rubbing. Too much agitation mats and shrinks the wool, leaves it harsh and scratchy. 3 to 5 minutes is about right for a machine.
And use gentle Lux Flakes so your blankets will stay soft and fluffy. Be sure to hang the blankets in the shade over 2 or 3 parallel lines. That way the air can circulate through it, and the weight of the water won't pull it out of shape.
Thanks for the tip, Sally. You certainly deserve a B.A. for all that advice.
Bachelor of Arts?
No, blanket authority. Now back to Hunt Stromberg and our stars.
Act 3 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. In the black of night, a handful of American Rangers have landed somewhere on the coast of France and are creeping stealthily inland. Back in England, the Canterville Ghost rages in the portrait gallery, bolstering his anemic hopes by hurling defiance at his ancestors.
Ye skulking, cringing, misbegotten peafowls, ye insults painted upon canvas, ye wretched poltroons, not for long now shall I have you leering at me with cynical mockery. Not for long, ye dribble pussies. A kinsman worthy of the name now wears my signet ring in battle.
Meanwhile, in the cottage on the castle grounds, a sleepless Lady Jessica bolsters her hopes in the way most mortals do.
Please take care of Cuffy, Lord. Don't let him get hurt. And Uncle Simon, he's such a poor, funny old ghost. And he's so tired. Please let Cuffy do a brave deed for him so he can go to sleep at last. And please let Cuffy come back.
Ye gallery of lily-livered rabbits, ye shake-kneed milksops, well mayest thou cower in thy gilded frame, shamed by a colonial, by Cuffy Williams. As for thee, fat Algernon, who posed for 2 years as a dowager to escape fighting a duel, I spit in thine eye. Thee, Sir Percival, who fought through the 30 Years' War without firing a shot, thee also. From yonder bunk in yonder room has risen a lion-hearted kingsman. Yonder bunk. What gleams there in the moonlight? The ring, the signet ring. Imbecile, dolt, he hath forgotten it. I must speed to him before it's too late, before it's too late.
Okay, men. You're on enemy territory. Now remember, we're here for one purpose only. To blow up the oil refinery.
Right.
Refinery's got to go at 2350. Now check your watches. It's now 2307. Jordan, Baker, Williams.
Yes, sir.
Get off the road and set up the machine gun in the ditch. If you see any Jerry's, it's up to you to hold them off till the rest of us get back. Check?
Check.
Jordan, you'll find telephone wires down the road. Cut them and get back to Cuffy and Trigger. Now get going.
Okay, Sarge. See you later, kid.
The rest of us will go up this side road. Now, after the explosion, wait till the last man has reached the shore. Then join us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and good luck.
Cuffy.
Yeah?
There's a hill right in back of us. Get up there and keep watch.
What about you?
I'll set up the machine gun. If you see anything, get back here on the double.
Okay. Who's that? Who's there? Hold or I'll fire.
Spare your bullets, kinsman. 'Tis only I.
Oh, what the devil are you doing
You
here?
forgot the ring. You left it in the castle. Here, nephew.
Get away from me.
Put it in thy pocket. Only have it on thy person when the test comes.
All right, give it here.
Oh, thank you, nephew. Thinkest thou the enemy will come this way?
That isn't what's worrying you.
Oh, plague take it, man. With but half an eye, one can see that thou hast the courage of St. George.
Horse feathers, get out of here, will you?
I merely thought I could bolster you up in case you were a bit squeamish.
I want to be squeamish.
Hey, Cuffy.
Yeah?
You all right?
Sure. What time is it?
2350. Who dost thou converse with?
Look, Sir Simon, I thought I told you to scram.
Sounds. What mighty blast is that?
The refinery, they've blown it up.
Nephew, look, down yonder road.
Motorcycles. Jerry's.
Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head. Trigger! Motorcycles are patrol! Get down here and hold the ammunition belt. Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head.
Get out of here. Beat it! Huh? Oh, nothing. Look, Look, Trigger, Jerry's lots of them. What are you waiting for?
Nothing.
Trigger, what's the matter? What's the matter?
Looks like you gotta take over, Cuffy.
Trigger.
Cuffy. Get him, Cuffy. Get him. The machine gun. Jordan be back soon. To hell.
Yeah, Jordan.
Fire, nephew. Fire. Fire. Nephew.
Blood. Trigger's blood.
Nephew, they're drawing closer. Fire.
Blood.
Cuffy, what's the matter with you?
Trigger's dead.
Get out of there. Give me that machine gun. Give me it, you fool.
At ease, men. Well, men, the colonel's compliments, and after last night's raid, he wants me to tell you we're the best so-and-so platoon in the whole outfit. But I'm not satisfied. So we're going to take a little jaunt into these woods and iron out the mistakes we made right now. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Here a minute.
Yes, sir.
Right, this?
Williams, I've discussed your case with the colonel. We both considered what happened last night, and he feels that we have no alternative but to transfer you back to your old outfit.
Yes, sir.
Line up there.
Now, remember, Williams, there are many men who may be psychologically unfit for combat who can still perform useful roles in service. Now, pack up your things. I'll arrange for your transfer when we get back from maneuvers.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, Williams.
The platoon is formed.
All right, Sergeant.
Left. Face. Right shoulder.
Turn. Forward. Turn.
Cuffy, I've been expecting you all morning. What happened?
Oh, you'd better run along home, lady. I've got to go in and pack.
You're going away?
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffy.
That's right. Look at me. I'm a Canterville, all right. Just as cowardly as the rest of them.
Don't say that. You're not a coward. You're brave. I know it.
All right, lady. Have it your own way.
Cuffy.
I'm sorry it turned out like this. Goodbye, lady.
Oh, Cuffy.
Wretched me that I should have pinned my faith again upon a Canterville.
Oh, pipe down, Sir Simon, will you? And get down off that chandelier. It makes me nervous.
Nervous, aye, that I well believe.
Oh, shut up. Get on. I've got to pack.
Pack, then, and leave me to my fate. Thou who hast raised my hopes only to dash them like a robin on a rock of granite.
Cuffy.
Oh, milady, you can't come in here. I know it's your castle, but... well, this is barracks.
Cuffy, there's a parachute. I saw it coming down.
Parachute?
Maybe a Nazi came down in it. Oh, Cuffy, what'll we do?
Well, where did you see it?
On this side of the stone bridge.
Where is the stone bridge?
Do you know the Oside Road?
No.
Then I'll take you there. I know a shortcut.
All right, come on. No, wait. Where's my rifle? All right, come on. We'll grab a seat. Hurry.
There it is, Cuffy. The parachute.
Yeah, caught in a tree. I don't see anybody, but you'd better stay here. I'm going to look around. Duck down in the Jeep. Keep down now.
Cuffy, look over there.
Huh?
All through our woods. Those men. Who are they?
Oh, don't worry about them. They're rangers. Maneuvers. Yeah, that's where I'd be if I hadn't...
Cuffy, what is it?
In the bushes. A parachute mine, a bomb, a blockbuster. Oh, let's get out of here, lady. That thing goes off, it'll kill every living thing within a half a mile. We gotta get... Oh, the rangers. They're scattered all through the woods. They'll be killed. Get back to the castle. Quick, run.
Aren't you coming?
No, I've got to drag it away with the Jeep. Dump it over the cliff. Get going. Run now. Run. Hide in the cellar. Run!
Lady Jessica?
Oh, Uncle Simon.
Where's Cuffy? Has he encountered the enemy?
Oh, no. Cuffy's moving a blockbuster. He's doing the bravest deed there ever was.
Egad, darest I believe again? Where?
This way. Down through here. There.
Oh, save thy breath, child. Look to his quaking knees, his eyes that tremble with the ague, his hand that shrinks from contact with yon lethal instrument. The portrait of a Canterville.
No, Uncle, no. Cuffy, Cuffy. Cuffy, you're not afraid. You're not.
I can't. I can't touch it. There's a timer on it. The least little jar would set it ticking.
Cuffy, you were doing a brave deed. Don't you see? You can do it. You don't have to be afraid because you're a Canterville. Look, Cuffy, I'm not afraid of the bomb. Look, Cuffy, I'm kicking it. Look, Cuffy, look, I'm not afraid.
That sounds. It's ticking. You started it ticking.
Okay, lady. Thanks for the lesson. I'm all right now. You run for it. Go on, get out of here. This thing goes off in 60 seconds.
Oh, Cuffy.
Hurry, I'm dragging this thing out of here. Go on, get out of my way, milady. Run for it.
Careful, nephew, careful.
Hop in, Uncle. Keep your eye on the tow chain. Let me know if it slips. Well, we're out of the underbrush. Hold on now.
Oops. Egad. Nephew, look out, the Rangers.
Hey, you Rangers, run for your lives. I got a blockbuster on here. A time bomb. Run, blockbuster.
Oops. Ouch. Where are we going, nephew?
To the cliff. We'll dump it in the ravine if we get that far.
How many more seconds?
I don't know, maybe 20.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
There's the ravine. We better jump. Let the Jeep take it over. There she goes! Well, we made it.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35.
Hey, what's all this hooey about ticking? Oh, it's a dud. We never were in any danger. All that work for...
Auntie.
Oh, Jessica, dear, thank goodness you're all right. It must have been an air raid.
No, it was Cuffy.
Cuffy?
Near the stone bridge. A bomb from a parachute. Cuffy blew it up. Cuffy saved everyone. And if Cuffy blew it up, then he's blowing up, too.
Roll out the barrels, we'll have a barrel of fun. Roll out the barrels, we've got the booze on the run.
Cuffy.
Ring out a song of good cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrels, for the gang's all here.
Cuffy, you're alive. What happened?
Happened? I just dumped the cockeyed thing right into the ravine.
Like St. George slaying the cockeyed dragon.
What's your Simon?
What, child?
If Cuffy's a Canterville, and if Cuffy did a brave deed for you, then why are you still here?
Yeah. Why aren't you in the garden beyond the pine woods?
Yea, verily. Why not?
Well, if you're going, you better hurry up. Here come the Rangers.
Father! Why am I still in mortal coils?
Look, Uncle Simon's glowing.
Hey, Sarge, Lieutenant, look, the ghost.
Thank you, nephew. Thank you, niece. Farewell.
He's gone.
Did you see that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do. Hey, Lieutenant. Hey, guys, the Louis has fainted.
Here it is, Uncle Simon's grave.
The garden beyond the pine woods. It looks mighty restful here.
Isn't it nice that he can have a little plot to call his own? And a headstone of his own, too.
Well, that was the Ranger's idea. We had it inscribed, see? Sir Simon de Canterville, 1603, 1943. Gee, that's a long time to go without sleep.
Yes, but you nearly always have to wait for something that you want very much, Cuffy. How old are you?
How old? Why?
I shall be 8 in May.
Our stars, Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Meanwhile, here are Patty and Kay planning their vacation.
Oh, I don't think you'd like that place, Patty, even if it is so nearby.
I was there last summer, and it was awfully noisy.
Oh, but it sounds good. Beach, tennis, dancing every night.
Well, that's just the trouble. It's right near a Coast Guard station, and the boys come over to the dances. And sometimes everybody ends up singing. It's impossible to get any sleep.
Why, Kay, you sound like an old fuss budget. I thought you liked dancing.
Well, there were more girls than fellows, and...
Well, a little thing like that shouldn't stop a cute gal like you, unless...
What?
Oh, skip it. I forgot what I was going to say.
Patty
Have you seen the new movie at Proctor's?
Patty didn't forget what she had in mind, but how could she tell Kay what she was really thinking?
Kay's cute enough to get any man she wants. If only she were as sweet and fresh as she looks. But you just can't tell even your best friend that she's careless about daintiness. If I could only give her a hint about luxing underthings after every wearing, luxing her dresses and blouses often. If I could tell her how fresh and sweet it leaves them, then she wouldn't risk offending. She'd have all the fun she deserves.
Gentle Lux Care does protect daintiness, and it's kind to fabrics, too. Keeps lovely underthings new-looking 3 times as long. Don't use hot water, strong soap, or handle nice things roughly. That kind of treatment makes them look faded and drab far too soon. Lux is thrifty care. Here's Hunt Stromberg and our stars.
Back to our footlights come Margaret O'Brien and Tom Drake, along with the ex-phantom of our cast, Charles Lawton, now very much in the flesh.
Must you put it quite that way, very much in the flesh? I think
Well, actually, Charles, you look as if you'd lost a little weight.
Lost a little weight. No, it's around here somewhere.
Well, Mr. Lawton, you carried plenty of weight as a ghost, didn't he, Margaret?
Mr. Lawton's my favorite ghost.
Have you ever met a real ghost, Margaret?
No, but I'd like to.
I think you would, Margaret. There's no reasons why ghosts shouldn't be highly useful citizens.
But rather expendable in wartime, wouldn't you say, Mr. Lawton?
No, there might be lots of useful things a ghost could do in wartime. Frighten the enemy.
Give a pint of blood to the Red Cross?
Well, I'm not so sure of that. Ghosts haven't much to spare.
Well, they could give their clanking chains and creaking armor to the scrap trade.
Maybe they could sell war bonds.
Right, Margaret. They could promote the sale of war bonds over a ghost-to-ghost network.
Wouch. Or indirectly by haunting the conscience of individuals so chicken-hearted as to not to buy their fullest share.
Do you buy war bonds, Margaret?
That's how I spend all my money.
Well, you couldn't find a better way to spend it. And if you go to see Tom Drake in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's This Man's Navy, you'll get an idea of where your money's going in building the greatest navy in the world, about to meet its greatest test in history.
Well, I don't think any of us need too much persuading to buy war bonds, Mr. Stromberg.
Tell us, what are you going to have in this theater next week?
Next Monday night, we bring you one of the most talked-of dramas of the year, The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. If you ever felt sympathy for a murderer, you will in this gripping story of a man who is trapped to kill in self-defense and teams with a woman to conceal their crime from the police.
Well, for sheer suspense, I don't think I know any more exciting play than The Woman in the Window.
We'll be listening, Mr. Stromberg. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Margaret. All our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. This is Hunt Stromberg saying good night from Hollywood.
The Canterville Ghost was presented through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh. Hunt Stromberg's next picture will be Young Widow, starring Jane Russell. Charles Lawton will soon be seen in the Benedict Boges picture, Captain Kidd. Heard in tonight's cast were Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Claire Verdera, Ed Emerson, Gerald Moore, Gloria Gordon, Eddie Marr, Clifton Young, Robert Cole, Charles Seal, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea.
To servicemen and women everywhere, the Armed Forces Radio Service presents This, your special broadcast commemorating victory. On it, your Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, will deliver a special message to you, the men and women of the victorious armed forces, at home, abroad, and on the high seas. We take you first to Washington for an invocation by Brigadier General Luther D. Miller, Chief of Chaplains, United States Army.
Almighty God, with grateful hearts we bow to give thee thanks for the victory which thou hast given to us and our allied nations. In this, our hour of triumph, may we not lose sight of the opportunity which we have won, but may we give ourselves anew to thy service for the welfare of all mankind. Remember, O God, all who have suffered in battle. Heal the wounded, comfort the sorrowing, restore the oppressed, encourage the anxious, and guide with thy might all who seek to serve their fellow men. May we be worthy of the sacrifice of those who gave themselves for this moment, and may the heartaches and sorrows of the years which have passed find relief in the joy of peace. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Yep, the shooting's over. Big guns are stilled. Once again, a bazooka is something Robin Burns plays on his radio program. And a tank is what you fill up at a gasoline station. No coupons necessary. A lot of husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, sons and mothers are closer together tonight than they've been in 4 long years. Thank God it's over. Crosby again. Thanksgiving came early this year, in September, and it's being celebrated today throughout the free world. In the bitter years just past, a lot of families have been separated. Families of individuals and families of nations. Now we're getting back together again. It's a little early for an all-out get-together on the front porch. We can't all throw our arms around each other's shoulders and sing Auld Lang Syne. There's too many round-trip tickets to be punched first. But we've got most of the radio stations in the world tied together tonight. Sort of a Marconi handshake across a couple of oceans. We're offering thanks together tonight, all of us at home and all of us away from home. Diana, how about one of the greatest Thanksgiving songs of them all?
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on thee, and crown my good with brotherly
have a couple of guys here tonight who really know something about this war. One of them is Private First Class Alton L. Bouchard, combat infantryman. He's been in the Pacific a long time. He was on Saipan. He fought in the Leyte campaign and in the battle for Okinawa. And just 48 hours ago, he landed on home soil from the Pacific. You'll hear briefly from him later on. The other guy I'm talking about is Bill Malden.
Since I've been back in these States, I've realized how much the people at home have come to understand what went on out there. One man did an awful lot to give the world that understanding. His name was Ernie Pyle. Anybody, civilian or soldier, who has spent any time overseas knows how the doggies felt about Ernie. Not long ago, he wrote what he thought about this day of victory. Here is one of Ernie Pyle's best friends to read it to you, Bob Hope.
It will seem odd when, at some given hour, the shooting stops and everything changes again. It will be odd to drive down an unknown road without that little knot of fear in your stomach. Odd not to listen with animal-like alertness for the meaning of every distant sound. Odd to have your spirit released from the perpetual weight that is compounded of fear and death and dirt and anguish. We have won this war because our men are brave and because of many other things. Because of Russia and England and China and the passage of time and the gift of nature's materials. We did not win it because destiny created us better than all other peoples. I hope that in victory we are more grateful than we are proud. All of us together will have to learn how to reassemble our broken world into a pattern so firm and so fair that another great war cannot soon be possible. Most of us don't pretend to know the right answer. All we can do is fumble and try once more. Try out of the memory of our anguish and be as tolerant with each other as we can.
That's it. That's the idea. That's what today is all about. And here's a young fellow with another way of saying the same thing. Frank Sinatra. Adding it all up. Take, for instance, the early days. Who's ever going to forget the Louisiana maneuvers, or, for that matter, basic training in boot camps? From Dix to San Diego. Benning, Bragg, Butner, Barclay, Farragut, Roberts, Great Lakes, Quantico. 48 states worth of KP. Close shaved heads, sore feet, CPOs, and top kicks. And those 3 rules governing camp behavior. If it's moving, salute it.
Yes, sir.
And if it's not moving, pick it up.
Yes, sir.
And if you can't pick it up, paint it.
Yes, sir. Oh, my aching back.
A lot of times you were singing. In the showers, on the march. When you first hit camp, I know you limbered up on this one.
I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day. I've been working on the railroad just to pass the time away. Can't you hear the whistle blowing? Rise up so early in the morning. Can't you hear the captain shouting? Gonna blow your horn. Gonna blow, Gonna want you blow, Gonna want you blow your horn. Gonna want you blow, Gonna want you blow, Gonna want you blow your horn. Oh, someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Someone's in the kitchen, I know. Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Drumming on the old banjo. Dee-fi, diddly-i-ay. Dee-fi, diddly-i-ay, ay-ay-ay. Dee-fi, diddly-i-ay. Strumming on the old banjo.
Pretty soon, pictures of the pinup gals became the prevailing motif in the GI boudoirs. And the song that became the theme song for the provocative babes was undoubtedly the following. Miss Frances Langford.
Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No. Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home. just loves to pet, and it fits you to a T. So don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home.
I've got sixpence, jolly, jolly sixpence. I've got sixpence to last me all my life.
Ah, yes. But in every camp in the nation, no other song became quite so dear to the hearts of every GI as this lovely, sensitive, sentimental ballad.
The biscuits in the army, they say, are very fine. One rolled off the table and killed a pal of mine.
Oh, I don't want no more of army life. Imam, I want to go home.
The chicken in the army, they say, is mighty fine. One chopped off the table and started marking time.
Oh, I don't want no more of army life. Imam, I want to go home.
The coffee in the army, they say, is mighty fine. It's good for cuts and bruises and tastes like iodine.
Oh, I don't want no more of army life. Imam, I want to go. Imam, I gotta go. Imam, I want to go
History is being made mighty fast these days, almost faster than we can read it. And in a way, there's a bit of history being made with this program. First of all, of course, we've got a mighty important and popular American in Washington talking to a lot of other Americans in uniform all over the world. But there's something else special about this as an armed forces radio show. There have been a good many thousands of those shows in the last 3.5 years, but they've been broadcast only on your facilities to you men and you women overseas. Command Performance, and a long list of other service shows, together with all the regular top programs from all the networks, have carried a hunk of home that was American radio to you guys and gals in foxholes and Quonsets and Nissen huts, all the way from the Galapagos to Iwo Jima. From Reykjavik to Berlin, from Panama to Chongqing. This one time, we're adding Portland and Peoria and Brooklyn, USA. The radio job for overseas in this man's war called for a combined operation. Not only for the Army and Navy, but for the whole radio industry. And that's what it's been. Artists, technicians, advertisers, networks, independent radio stations, picture studios, everybody who had anything to do with American entertainment pitched in on the job. In a sincere effort, in order that you overseas and on the seas got the most of the best of the radio of these United States. All of radio has been at the command of you servicemen and women. Your requests have come in from the APOs and the FPOs, and the answers go out on a huge schedule which includes every type of radio program. A request comes in on V-mail. The answer goes out on the radio lanes of the world. Francis Langford, for example, singing this hymn of thanksgiving, accompanied by Major Meredith Wilson and the Armed Forces Radio Service Orchestra.
This is Private First Class Al Bouchard. I have the great honor of introducing our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States.
men and women of the armed forces. I'm speaking to you, the armed forces of the United States, as I did after V-Day in Europe, at a high moment of history. The war to which we have devoted all the resources and all the energy of our country for more than 3.5 years has now produced total victory over all our enemies. This is a time for great rejoicing and a time for solemn contemplation. With the destructive force of war removed from the world, we can turn now to the grave task of preserving the peace which you gallant men and women have won. It is a task which requires our most urgent attention. It is one in which we must collaborate with our allies and the other nations of the world. They are as determined as we are that war must be abolished from the earth, if the earth as we know it is to remain. Civilization cannot survive another total war. I think you know what is in the hearts of your countrymen on this night. They are thousands of miles away from most of you, yet they are close to you in deep gratitude and in a solemn sense of obligation. They remember, and I know they will never forget, those who have gone from among you, those who are maimed, those who, thank God, are still safe after years of fighting and suffering and danger. And I know that in this hour of victory, their thoughts, like yours, are with your departed Commander-in-Chief, Franklin D. Roosevelt. This is the hour for which he so gallantly fought and so bravely died. I think I know the American soldier and sailor. He does not want gratitude or sympathy. He had a job to do. He did not like it, but he did it. And how he did it. Now he wants to come back home and start again the life he loves, a life of peace and quiet, the life of the civilian. But he wants to know that he can come back to a good life. He wants to know that his children will not have to go back to the life of the foxhole and the bomber, the battleship and the submarine. I speak in behalf of all your countrymen when I pledge you that we shall do everything in our power to make those wishes come true. For some of you, I'm sorry to say, military service must continue for a time. We must keep an occupation force in the Pacific to clean out the militarism of Japan, just as we are cleaning out the militarism of Germany. The United Nations are determined that never again shall either of those countries be able to attack its peaceful neighbors. But the great majority of you will be returned to civilian life as soon as the ships and planes can get you here. The task of moving so many men and women thousands of miles to their homes is a gigantic one. It will take months to accomplish. You have my pledge that we will do everything possible to speed it up. We want you back here with us to make your contribution to our country's welfare and to a new world of peace. The high tide of victory will carry us forward to great achievements in the era which lies ahead. But we can perform them only in a world which is free from the threat of war. We depend upon you, who have known war in all its horror, to keep this nation aware that only through cooperation among all nations can any nation remain wholly secure. On this night of total victory, we salute you of the armed forces of the United States, wherever you may be. What a job you have done. We are all waiting for the day when you will be home with us again. Good luck, and God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is Frank Sinatra. For Americans, there have been 4 Christmases at war. The first was the darkest one, Christmas 1941. By Christmas 1942, a faint glimmer of hope appeared, and the giant weapons began to come out of the forge to take shape and to move into striking position with others united. Christmas 1943 and the crossing of the Atlantic, and signs even then that the Pacific might again someday hold title to its name. Christmas 1944 with victory in Europe in sight and a tidal wave moving toward the east. Christmas 1945 will be the Christmas we have all prayed so earnestly for. A Christmas of peace and hope. A white Christmas. Bing?
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells in the snow. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, with every Christmas card I write. May your days be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white.
A Navy enlisted man, Yeoman Third Class William Welch, has written a prayer for this day of victory. Orson Welles will read it. We join in spirit around the world as these words are spoken.
O God of battle and peace, for the blessings of this day, for the lives that have been spared, for the prayers that have been answered, thank you from a full and humble heart. In this, the hour of peace, remember those, O God, who gave so much and asked so little. Hear the voices of these men, rising from the jungles of New Guinea and the Solomons, from the blood-soaked soil of Iwo Jima and the flame-scorched caves of Okinawa. Hear the chorus of their thanks from the mass of wreckage at Salerno and the twisted rubble that was once a German town. Across the length and breadth of every continent, from the hell-scarred places where they fell, their voices in thanksgiving rise. In memory of these and all the other men and women of the world who bled and died, that we might see this day, men of myriad tongues, of myriad faiths, and many races, men who had in common the love of dignity and freedom. To these, the citizens of Earth, we dedicate our future and our lives. Give us strength, O God, and wisdom to use the gift that was so dearly bought with blood and toil and tears.
We take you now to Washington for the benediction by Rear Admiral William N. Thomas, Chief of Chaplains, United States Navy.
Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. Amen.
This program has reached you over the major networks and independent stations of the United States of America and through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
J-E-L-L-O
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Kenny Baker, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with... If you have any football fans in the family, you know that Saturday afternoon means a rousing game, and Saturday night means a rousing big appetite. Well, here's one swell way to celebrate the victory. Serve a grand dinner and top it off with a grand dessert, Jell-O. Why, everybody likes Jell-O. Well, that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor is so tempting and good you just can't resist it. All 6 Jell-O flavors are chock full of this extra-rich fruit taste. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. And all 6 are bright and gay with color to fit the autumn football season. So no matter which flavor of Jell-O you choose, you're sure of a success. A dessert that's delightful to look at, delicious to eat. But be sure to get genuine Jell-O when you buy and don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. From Alpha to Omega, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time from the new NBC building in Hollywood, with its new studios, its new facilities, and its new equipment, we bring you that old foot, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I may be an old foot, but in these luxurious surroundings, I feel 10 years younger. What a place this is. Have you ever seen such a gorgeous building?
No, I haven't, Jack. It certainly is magnificent.
Magnificent? Why, Don, I tell you, this building makes that new filling station across the street look like a nickel.
You're right, Jack. This place is absolutely the quintessence and penultimate of architectural symmetry.
What is that, Don?
I said this place is the nut.
Oh. Well, you didn't have to make a fool out of me to do it. But you're right, Don. It is the nut. Did you notice all that beautiful woodwork in the front lobbies?
Did I? Say, that's what I call ritzy.
Ritzy? Well, I saw 3 termites working on it, and they were in evening clothes. No kidding, huh?
Oh, you know, Jack, I was just thinking what a contrast this is to the old studio.
It certainly is, Don. The chandeliers are so luxurious, and the drapes are so costly.
Yes, sir, and the chairs for the audience are so soft and comfortable.
Well, when it comes to those chairs, Don, I think they're a little too comfortable. There's a man sitting in the 3rd row that's got a date with a dream. I don't mind people sleeping through our program, but that guy's wearing a nightgown. I'll take care of that. Pardon me, madam. Would you mind shaking your husband?
Oh, no. He'll fall apart.
Oh. Well, wait till Phil starts his next number. Will he jump? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jack. Some swell joint, ain't it?
Joint? Phil, you never worked in a place as swanky as this in your life. Why, this building has improved the whole neighborhood.
It sure has.
You bet it has.
When I walked in here tonight, a panhandler stopped me and gave me 50 cents.
Well, I'm glad they're finally declaring dividends. And, Phil, I want to congratulate you on the appearance of your orchestra. They're so neat, and they're even wearing shoes tonight. How'd you get them to do it?
I told them it was a publicity stunt.
Oh. Well, they look very nice, and I wish you'd tell your guitar player that the socks go inside the shoes. Unless he's trying to sneak up on someone. Anyway, I'm glad the boys did dress up for this occasion, Phil, because these surroundings are simply divine. Come in. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Well, welcome to our new home. See, did you ever in your life see a place so modern and in the latest style?
I'll say it's the latest style. You know that jar man that stands at the front entrance?
Yeah?
Well, he's wearing his hair up.
There you are. And you know, Mary, as I was saying to Don just a few minutes ago, I said, Don, this building is absolutely the quintessence and penultimate of architectural symmetry.
Well, Don was right.
Oh, did you say that, Don? I knew it was one of us. I didn't know.
But, Jack, I can't understand one thing.
What's that, Mary?
Why did they open this building so soon? Gee, the elevators aren't even working yet.
Well, they must be working. I saw an elevator boy downstairs. What was he for?
Well, you press his nose and he takes you up piggyback.
Oh. Now, that's silly.
It's fun, too.
Yeah. But then it takes time to finish a building like this. Why, the cement floor in the lobby isn't even dry yet.
Cement?
Yeah.
I thought that rug was kind of wet.
Well, there was no excuse for that, Mary. Imagine walking through fresh cement. There was a sign right in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I tripped over.
Oh. Well, Mary, let me ask you something. If you walk through a corridor of wet cement, how come you haven't got any of it on your shoes or your stockings?
I don't know. I don't like this junk.
Now you killed the whole illusion. Well, anyway, now that we're all here, that is all but Kenny. He probably went to the old building. How about having a good, snappy band number, Phil? You know, with a lot of stuff that's...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. This is Studio B.
A bunch of sightseers right in the middle of a program.
Now, folks, let me call your attention to this beautiful auditorium.
Hey, buddy, we're in the middle of a broadcast.
Quiet, please. This room has a seating capacity of 325. And you will note how the chairs tilt back to allow for shaving.
Hey, buddy.
Now, are there any questions, please?
Yes. Who was that lady I seen you with last night?
Wasn't she a Lulu? Any other questions, please?
Now, look, buddy.
Now, if
please.
you all follow me, folks, we'll proceed to Studio C. This way, please.
Hey, Mamie, there's Jack Benny. Gee, am I disillusioned?
You know, folks, the woman that said that is as homely as a mud fence.
Yeah, then why did you wink at me?
I deny that. It's a fine time to bring visitors to a studio. Oh, well, have you got a good snappy number ready, Phil? Yeah, but you won't like it. Well, play it anyway. Disillusion. She's no Miss Pasadena herself. Was the Yam, played by Phil Harris and his Vine Street 12. And, Phil, I must say you got off to a swell start in our new studio.
You kind of liked it, huh?
Yes, I did. But say, Phil, who's that Chinaman sitting there in your brass section? Is he a new member in your band?
No, he's waiting for our laundry.
Oh. Your laundry? I didn't know you ever had any. How do you like that, Mary? Phil has to have his laundryman up at the program. Isn't that awful?
Well, at least he doesn't do his own. Like, guess who?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. If you're referring to me, you've never seen me do my own laundry, so don't start that.
Well, what about last Monday morning when I was over to your house?
Well, what about it?
Why were you bending over that wash tub?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
I could have been bobbing for apples, you know. I was practicing for Halloween. And now, folks, I would like to...
Say, Jack, why don't you ever admit anything when you're caught?
Listen, Phil, it so happens that there were apples in that wash tub.
Apples?
Yes.
Well, they were under a lot of BVDs.
And now, folks, I'll sue you someday, Mary. And now, folks, we are going to...
I bet you look cute with a mouthful of clothespins.
All right, Phil, let's drop it. And now, folks, going from wash day to tonight's program, we are going to present one of the greatest plays that we have ever attempted. Our version of Walter Wanger's famous screen success, the...
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody, to the Studio
Getting
B.
to be awful. Gosh. Getting to be awful, I said.
This room could seat 325 people, or 650 if they know each other well enough.
Well, of all the...
Now, are there any questions, please?
Young man, is that gentleman standing over there John Wilson?
Yes, madam. Won't you say something, Mr. Wilson?
Gladly. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid all of you welcome to our new NBC studio. I think you will agree that it is the 8th wonder of the world.
Thank you. Can you name the other 7, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, they're strawberry, raspberry, cherry, the hanging gardens of Babylon, orange, lemon, and lime.
Don, please.
That was Don Wilson, folks. He has 6 flavors, 4 chins, and flat feet.
Yes, and if you press his nose, he'll say Jell-O. Things are certainly mixed up tonight.
Now, right this way, folks. Follow me, and please stay in line.
Hey, where are we going now?
Kenny, what are you doing in that sightseeing?
Oh, hello, Jack. I'll be back in a little while.
You're going to stay right here.
Oh, darn it.
All right, folks, this way, please. Tough luck, Kenny.
Now, Kenny, what's the idea of walking all around this building with a bunch of sightseers?
Well, I tried it by myself, and I couldn't get out of the basement.
The basement? What are you doing in the basement?
I think I fell through a ventilator.
Oh, well, when you find out, let me know.
Okay. See you later, Jack.
Kenny, you got to stay right here and sing your song.
Well, I want to see the building.
But you can't sing while you're roaming all around the studios. What are you, an artist or a tourist?
I'm a strolling troubadour, and shut up.
What? What did you say?
Why, Kenny!
Gosh, was that me?
Kenny, I'm really amazed. You, of all people. Well, let's forget it. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, as I've been trying to announce all evening, tonight we are going to present our version...
Well, gee, I'm sorry, Jack.
Never mind, Kenny. Our version of Walter Wanger's current film success, that emotional drama of blazing passion, love, and jealousy, Algiers. Thank you. This picture starred Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. Now, I will play the part of Pepe Lamoco, that notorious Parisian jewel thief, as portrayed on the screen by Mr. Boyer. And Mary Livingston will play the part of Inez, my sweetheart.
Jack, are you really going to try and follow Charles Boyer in this part?
Why, certainly. You don't think I lived in the French Quarter of Waukegan for nothing. I did try very hard, folks, to get Miss Hedy Lamarr for our play tonight to enact her original role. But unfortunately, she happens to be in Honolulu.
Why, Jack, I saw her this afternoon at the Brown Derby.
Hedy Lamarr? You saw Hedy?
Yes, Hedy and Feedy. She was all there.
Oh. Well, anyway, we couldn't get Hedy to play this part, but we did get a young lady who goes to the same beauty parlor that Miss Lamarr does. In fact, she works there. Now, this drama will go on immediately after the next number. Go ahead with your song, Kenny.
Gee, Jack, I'm sorry I was rude before and hurt your feelings.
That's all right, Kenny. I'll take it out of your salary.
Thanks. I feel much lighter now.
All right, sing.
Say, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
That beauty operator just called up, said she wouldn't be able to make the program.
She can't?
No, and she said to forget about the Trocadero, too.
Oh, darn it, and I've been rehearsing the Lambeth Walk all afternoon. Well, we got to get somebody to play Hedy's part. Give me that phone, Mary. Sing, Kenny. Hello? Hello, operator.
Here we are, out of cigarettes, holding hands and yawning. Look how late it gets. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much enough to say goodnight. I guess we haven't got a sense of responsibility. Our young romance is so intense, we're close to imbecility. Here we are, out of cigarettes, holding hands and yawning. Look how late it gets. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say goodnight. Here we are in the cozy chair, taking on a wishbone from the frigid air. Two sleepy people with nothing to say, and too much in love to break away. Do you remember the night we used to linger in the hall? Father didn't like it at all. Do you remember the reason why we married in the fall? To rent its little nest and get a bit of rest. Well, here we are, just about the same. Foggy little fella, drowsy little dame. Two sleepy people by dawn's early light, and too much in love to say. Oh, good night, dear.
That was Two Sleepy People, sung by Kenny Baker.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
As our play tonight happens to be very long, we will
Right,
start...
Jack, I'm awful sorry I was so fresh before. Can you ever forgive me?
Yes, Kenny, I forgive you. I've forgotten the whole thing.
I'll bet you're lying.
I'll bet you're right. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our version of Walter Wange's dramatic spectacle, Algiers. Algiers, a gay modern city, teeming with commerce from all the seven seas, while above the city, grim, silent, mysterious, lie the tangled buildings and twisted streets of the native quarter known as the Casbah. The scene is the hideout of the notorious jewel thief, Pepe Lamoco. As the curtain rises, we find two members of his gang, Three-Fingered Harris and Bubbles Baker. They are waiting for their leader's return. Curtain. Music.
Hey, Three-Finger.
What is it, Bubbles?
I'm worried about Pepe. He said he'd be here at 7 o'clock, and it's 5:30 already.
You still got an hour and a half. What are you starting to worry now for?
Well, it takes me a little time to get rolling.
Oh.
If Pepe's out with that girl he met yesterday, I'll fill him so full of holes he'll sound like a pipe organ in the wind.
Don't be jealous, Inez. Pepe loves you. He's crazy about you.
Yeah, I work and I slave, and what do I get? A broken-down boy, eh? See you later, fellas.
Gee, she's plenty burned up, ain't she?
Yeah, what does she see in that old foot?
Here comes Pepe now. Hello, Pepe.
Hello, Three-Finger.
Hello, Mr. Lamoco.
Oh, it is you, Bubbles. Well, gentlemen, let us get down to business.
Gee, I'm sorry I hollered at you before, Pepe.
Oh, forget it. Forget it. Well, gentlemen, I have brought the pearls which we stole last night. Here they are.
Oh, boy.
But these are not enough, gentlemen. Tomorrow night I am sending you to the Grand Ball at the Beverly Algiers Hotel.
The Beverly Algiers. Oh, I know the place. Right across the street from the Brown Fairs.
Yes, just a block west of Chic Fifth Avenue. There will be beautiful ladies there, and even more beautiful jewels.
Oh.
But remember, Three-Finger.
What is it, Chief?
This time, when you bring back the jewels, you will first remove the ladies. Now, here is what you must do. Tomorrow night, you will go, both of you. Maybe the police. Hide the jewels. Quick.
I'll put them in the cookie jar.
The cookie jar. Good. They will never suspect. Come in. Ah, it is you, Inspector Wilson.
Good evening, Pepe, you bad boy.
What brings you to the Casbah?
Pepe, I've come to tell you that the police are trying to get in touch with you. They're looking for you, Pepe. They want you.
Oh, I am in no mood to play a benefit. Why don't you get Hattie Cantor?
This is not a benefit, Peppy. There were some jewels stolen last night. Now, where are they?
Jewels? What jewels? Sit down, my friend. Make yourself at home.
Will you have a cookie, Inspector?
Move up! Leave the room.
Gee, I nearly spilled the beans, didn't I?
Beans in a cookie jar?
He makes jokes. Someday I laugh till he dies. Have some tea, my friend.
I must go, Peppy, but I'm warning you, stay out of the city. You're wanted in 6 delicious countries, so be careful.
Thank you, Inspector. I will look for the big red noses and the gendarmes. Goodbye.
Are you scared, boss?
Do not worry, Three Finger. They will never get Pepe Lamoso. I am master of the Casbah. Ah, it is you. Hello, Inez.
Hello, Pappy.
That's Pepe. I had yeast for breakfast. But you are trembling, Inez. What is the matter, my little dog?
Don't dub me, you two-timing crook.
Me, Pepe?
If the finance company hadn't taken away my camel, I'd go home to Mother.
Oh, Inez, do not talk like that. I love you.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, what about that other girl?
Girl? What other girl?
The one I saw you drinking tea with yesterday in the cafe. That Hetty Lamar.
You did not see her.
I did, too. I was watching you from the kitchen.
Oh, so that's how I got that meaty thing. But do not worry, Inez. It was merely a little tete-a-tete. It was just an afternoon flirtation. It was nothing. Believe me.
Well, if I see you with her again, I'll take this gun and make Paramount happy.
My little cobra, you are so excited. Come here. Close your eyes and tease Pepe.
How else do you think I can do it?
Now listen to me, Inez. Hey, Pepe. What is it? You know that beautiful girl you had tea with yesterday?
You mean Hetty Lamar?
Yes, she has come to the Casbah. She wants to see you.
Oh, then she did come back like she promised. My Hetty.
Aha. I knew you were lying to me, you dog, you puppy.
I'm Pepe.
You're in love with that other dame. But you'll never live to see her again, Pepe, because I'm going to kill you.
Inez, you are insane. Put down that gun.
I won't.
Put it down, I say.
Right this way, folks. Follow me, everybody. Studio B.
That fellow again.
This room has a seating capacity of 300. 25 left since I was here last.
Hey, Chief.
Look at that dame over there with those big diamonds.
Leave her alone. She is a tourist.
Quiet, please. Now, folks, you will notice the beautiful decorations on the wall, the new hat on Miss Livingston, and the lousy acting. Now, are there any questions, please?
Yes. How does this building differ from Radio City in New York?
Well, in the first place, this one is much smaller.
I know that. But has this one got the same kind of central pharmacy that you have in the Worcester 6? Or is it just the central pharmacy that you have on the Worcester surveillance system?
Oh, yes, but ours is the more advanced type.
Pepe, I am going to kill you.
Wait a minute.
Any other questions, please? Any other questions, please?
Just one more. Now, that switchboard over there, is that a Ben Wilcorn from Boston? Or is it a Belgian that did it?
I beg your pardon?
I said, is that a Belgian that did it?
I still don't get it.
He said, is it a Belgian that did it?
No, it isn't. All right, folks, follow me to Studio C.
Kenny, come back here.
Oh, shucks.
All right, Inez.
So, you're in love with that other dame, eh? But you'll never live to see her again, Pepe, because I'm going to kill you.
Inez, put down that gun. You don't know what you are doing.
I don't, eh?
You are crazy, Inez. Give me that gun. Hey, Chief. Here comes Hetty Lamar now. Wait, Inez. I will prove my love for you and send her away. Come in. Hetty, my darling.
Hiya, Pepe.
Hetty, you kept your promise and came back to me. Oh, darling, come into my arms.
Kiss me, Pepe. Kiss me.
My sweet.
Doggone it, I forgot to put my lipstick on.
Oh, so this is the dame you threw me over for, eh?
Yeah, ain't I hot stuff?
Inez.
Well, say goodbye to her, Pepe, because you'll never live to see her again.
Oh. Inez, what did you do to me?
Oh, Pepe, I'm so sorry I shot you.
Don't worry, Inez. It was not. Everything is getting bright. I feel myself falling. Goodbye, Ina.
Goodbye, Peppy.
And you. Goodbye, Hetty.
Come back!
Oh, Playfield.
If you want something swell to eat that's quick and easy and inexpensive, we have the answer. It's the new Jell-O Vanilla Pudding, a rich, delicious, creamy, smooth dessert that's the grandest discovery in years. Jell-O Vanilla Pudding has a wonderful flavor, tempting and delicate, for it's made from real vanilla, no imitation flavoring, and that's why it tastes so good. It's easy as can be to make, and with only a few minutes cooking. Simple directions are on every package, and Jell-O Vanilla Pudding is just one of 3 new Jell-O puddings. There's butterscotch pudding, mellow and smooth and tempting with that real old-fashioned butterscotch flavor. And there's Jell-O Chocolate Pudding, an all-time favorite made a new and better way. All 3 Jell-O puddings have a beautifully creamy texture, a rich, full flavor, and an old-fashioned homemade goodness. So try these swell new pudding desserts. The best way to get acquainted is to buy 3 packages at a time. Jell-O Vanilla, Butterscotch, and Chocolate Pudding. Ask your grocer for them tomorrow.
This is the last number of the 4th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, I hope you all enjoyed our version of Algiers. All right, Mary, let's go. Just a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm mad at you. Why did you use me in your play tonight?
Why, who are you?
Just a bald Hetty Lamar. Goodbye.
Someday I will keel him. Good night, folks.
Take these out.
Tonight's presentation of Algiers was made possible through the cooperation of Walter Ranger and the author, Detective Isleby. The tune from Alpha to Omega is from You Never Know and Two Sleepy People from Thanks for the Memory. Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
International Silver Company presents The Silver Theater, starring James Stewart and Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, directed by Conrad Nagel. Brought to you on behalf of 2 of the greatest names in silverware, International Sterling, world-famous solid silver, and 1847 Rogers Brothers, America's finest silver plate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Conrad Nagel welcoming you to the 17th of the new series of Silver Theater Dramatic Productions. Among the many brilliant stars to be presented in future weeks are Loretta Young, Andrea Leeds, John Garfield, Lee Tracy, Shirley Ross, and others. Today and next Sunday, we're proud to present Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's talented James Stewart and the gifted young Warner Brothers actress Jane Bryan in Misty Mountain, an original drama by Grover Jones and True Boardman. And now the lights are being dimmed and the silver curtain is rising on the first act of Misty Mountain, starring James Stewart as Rusty Lane and Jane Bryan as Mary Lou Masters.
Standard Airways, Flight 9, Albuquerque to Los Angeles, leaving from gate number 2. All passengers aboard, please. Flight 9 now leaving.
Did you make any changes in the flight plan, Rusty?
Just one. We go over Rex City at 8,000 instead of 10,000. That way we ought to miss that headwind. Passenger all aboard? Come on, let's go.
Right.
Why, young man, are you the pilot of this plane?
Yes, ma'am. You go ahead, Elmer, and get this started.
Right.
Well, you see, this is my first trip by plane, Captain, and, well, it won't be too bumpy, will it?
Oh, well, I don't think so, ma'am. The weather looks very good, and if I see any bumps up in the sky there, I'll just fly around them. Well, I hope you enjoy the trip, madam.
Thank you. All passengers fasten safety belts.
All set, Elmer?
All set.
Good. Lane in Standard Flight 9 calling the tower. We are ready to taxi for takeoff.
Tower to Lane in Flight 9. Go ahead. Taxi to north runway. Take off northeast to southwest. Wind is southwest 12.
Okay. Did you test the radio, Elmer, both day and night frequencies?
Yeah.
You know, you should have been with me today. You know where I went? I went out to an Indian reservation.
Indian reservation?
Yeah.
And for what? Honest, you're the get-aroundingest guy. Did you ever take an hour off and just do nothing? Give that curiosity of yours a rest.
Oh, well, Where's those motors sound swell since the overhaul, don't they?
Yeah.
Calling the tower, Lane in Flight 9. We are ready for takeoff.
Okay, Flight 9. No traffic in area. That's all. Clearing Flight 9 from Albuquerque. Go ahead.
Okay. You see, Elmer, about those Indians, they've got this ceremony. It's something to do with the rain. It's a new version of the Lamb of Walk, only you have a rattlesnake for a partner.
A rattlesnake?
Wheels up.
Wheels up. Did you say rattlesnake?
Yeah, I said rattlesnake.
Thanks. I'll sit that one out.
Switch to the beam, Elmer.
Right.
Wow. How's that? Off the ground exactly on schedule.
You know, you're going to be 2 minutes late someday, and the sky's going to fall in or something. You're the on-timingest guy.
Well, how else can you run an airline? Now, with everything on schedule, we can just settle down to a nice, pleasant flight. Calm and uneventful.
Except, of course, for Misty Mountain.
Elmer, you're a mind reader.
But look, Rusty, some of these days, talking to that gal's going to get you in Dutch. You know the rules about communicating with private individuals on the plane's equipment.
Will you stop worrying? In the first place, I talked to that girl on Misty Mountain on the emergency transmitter, and the ground station is tuned to our regular equipment. And in the second
place, you're just plain balmy.
Balmy? What do you mean, balmy? A beautiful girl's voice comes out of nowhere. A girl I've never seen, and she talks to me not once but 100 times. And I don't know, she gets to be sort of a landmark on the flight. Now, talk to her. What do you mean? Of course I'll talk to her.
And what about Helen Marshall? Just because she's in Honolulu, you needn't...
Now, that's nothing to do with Helen.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. But when a guy's practically engaged to the daughter of the boss and then takes a chance of losing her...
Losing her? Now, look. Now, Helen's my girl. She may even get married. Mary Lou, on the other hand, is just a voice out of nowhere. And as far as I'm concerned, that's all she'll ever be. Hey, we're off the beam, you know that.
We're off the beam. If anybody's off beam, it's a guy called Rusty Lane. And I'm not talking about airplanes.
Well, there she is, Elmer. Good old Misty Mountain.
Now, Rusty.
Now, we better report. Show that switch. Lane in Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling Las Vegas. Go ahead.
Las Vegas to Flight 9. Go ahead.
Flight 9 over Misty Mountain at 9,000, climbing at 456. Estimate bar low at 7,000 at 517. Go ahead.
Okay, Flight 9.
Now, Elmer, switch the receiver over to night frequency.
Rusty.
You heard me. Now, what's her call letter again?
W6RX2. I don't know.
Yeah, you know. Thanks, pal. Standard Airways, Flight 9, calling W6RX2. Come in, please. Calling W6RX2. Come in.
Hooray, she's not there. Now, let's forget
W6RX2, back to Flight 9. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Elmer. How are you up there today? Go ahead, Flight 9.
Hello, Mary Lou. All right, Elmer, now say hello.
Oh, hello.
Don't mind him, Mary Lou. He's just his sunny disposition. Well, now, what's new on Misty Mountain? How's Mother McCree, huh? Did you have her pups yet? Go on, now, tell us the news. Come in.
Yes, Mother McCree did have her pups. 6 of them. And, Rusty, they are the cutest things you ever saw. There's nothing else new down here, though. Say, Rusty, where are you up there anyway? I'm looking out the window and I can't see. Oh, there you are. The plane just came over the top of the peak. You know, it looks as if it was made of gold with the sunset on the wings like that. How fast are you going? Go ahead.
Well, we're going about ground speed of 180, I guess. But now, Mary Lou, now look, there are a lot of questions I want to ask you. Now, where are you down there? Now, tell me where your house is. Are you ahead of the plane or behind, or left or right? You know, I checked with the post office department, and there isn't a town on Misty Mountain, not even a village. So where do you live down there? Now, tell me. Come in.
Are you sure I'm here at all? Maybe I'm just a voice with no girl to go with it.
Oh, no, you're not. Hey, I bet I can even describe you. Now, let's see. You're
And you've got...
You're 6'3", you got a pug nose, 3 warts on your chin, bow legs, and you wear a wig. And anyway, who cares?
That was Elmer. I just threw him out of the airplane. He doesn't approve of my talking to you. He says I'll get fired and you'll lose your license if we're caught at it. But now go on. Now tell me about you. Who are